I realized something a few days ago. You don't care what I stream. You just care that the thoughts are kept at bay. And so I decided that what I can do for you today is keep the thoughts at bay. That's what I can do. Well, I've got forgot I left my jacket on the back of my chair. That's entirely my fault. Hang on. Let me just... There we go. That's what we needed more of. Perfect amundo. That's exactly what we needed. Right. You guys don't care, do you? Like, you try not to think. I'm not here to be good at a game. I'm here to keep the thoughts at bay. Sure, but don't say it out loud. I need to make sure... I've got some Milky Way crispy rolls, by the way. Good morning to everyone. How's everyone doing today? Neverwinter was my main MMORPG for a long time. In fact, what I was able to do at great difficulty all morning was recover my main account. My main old account. Unfortunately, the problem with my main old account is it is so old that everything on it is completely irrelevant. Like, all the items are useless, all of the artifacts are useless. I've got titles in the game that you can't even get anymore because the armor sets that give you the titles don't exist. Like, I logged in and my title is High Sentry. High Sentry is one of the first armor sets dropped from one of the first set of dungeons that aren't even in the game anymore. They're not good. And the problem is, I'm at that stuff. I'm at that moment in the game where, you know when you log into an RPG, and you cannot remember what you're meant to be doing? That's where I am. Neverwinter was an MMO. It was my favorite MMO. So, I logged in. Sounds like an oddly specific niche MMO. Yes, your account's so old that none of your stuff's even relevant. That is a roast, isn't it? That's a roast and a half. So what I'm going to do, this is Neverwinter. This is Neverwinter Online. So what I'm going to do, this is not Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights is a classic RPG. Neverwinter Online is an older game like this. In fact, yeah, so... Damn, definitely need to work out some of my old messages that I've been sent, including some stuff that's been sent to my main character, because it's been lost. I'm just going to start the game again. Exactly, when you return to an old MMORPG and you're like, what is all this stuff in my inventory? What is this doing? Why do I have any of this? What's any of this connected to? What am I doing? Who am I? Why am I here? All that jazz. In fact, I wonder if I've still got the old, like, artifacts. No, I'll get those on the next one. Okay, cool. I've completely forgot everything about what I'm meant to be doing, so I'm just going to start the game again. That's the plan. We just start the whole thing again. I have no idea how I'm going to remember anything specific. There is construction work going on outside, and it is really, really loud. God damn it. Okay, fine. Shutting the window did nothing, because apparently a small piece of glass does not beat a JCB. You want to see your old character? I'll see if I can find it. Hang on. Okay. Has anyone in the chat played Neverwinter? Like, is this going to mean anything to anyone? I don't even know if you guys have played old Neverwinter, or if this will matter to any of you guys. So, let me just see what I can do. Hang on. Let me see if I log out, because when you change character, the screen goes black for a second. Give me a minute. But when I say it is an old-ass character... This should be... When I say it's a super old character, right, so we've still got the High Sentry title, which has been happening for a while, and I believe we've got either the Jarl's Gaze or the Demon Eyes going on, which was a while, and I've got the Bow of the Dread Legion override, because I loved the old Dread Legion stuff. So, right, when I say old character, so we've still got some super old equipment going on there. As far as the campaigns go, you guys remember the campaigns? Are the campaigns still a thing? So I did all of the old campaigns. Is there like the classic campaigns, the way to the old ones? God, there are quests on here that aren't even don't even exist anymore. So I've still got the... I spent ages grinding the Dread Legion equipment. So we could just fully stick on all the old Dread Legion stuff, because I thought that was cool. When I was playing, Dread Legion equipment was still, like, the best you could get. So I spent ages... Legacy campaigns are the old ones. Okay, so where are they? Where are the old Legacy campaigns? Sword Coast Chronicles and Legacy campaigns. Adventures, campaigns, Legacy campaigns. Okay, cool. So we've done, like, most of those. Where's... Yeah, the Dread Ring was finished. We did all the old Icewind Dale stuff. I'm sure I finished the older ones like Chult. Chult and Sharandar. Where's Sharandar? Okay. No, that's the redone Sharandar. Where's the original Sharandar? That's what we need. Okay, hang on. Let me just get the DVD logo gone, because you guys don't need that anymore, and the timer can go away. Where's the original Sharandar? Okay, when I say that I've got stuff that I don't need anymore as well, I mean, like, I've got... If we go into currency, look at all the currency that I've got that's not even... It's literally in a tab called Obsolete. Like, I don't need 1.2 thousand demonic ichor, but I've got them. Like, I played this game for ages. Absolutely bloody ages. And if you played this a while back, you will know that I've got some old companions that I don't think you can get anymore. So, like, the old swashbuckler companions, and I'm sure there was a rat companion that I got from... Do you guys remember there was like a mini game that you could use your companions in? Like Sword Coast Legends kind of thing. I'm sure that was it, the old were-rat. That I think came from... Is it? There we go, yeah. That came from the old mini game that you used your companions before. And I got loads of stuff. I realised that my sense of humour hasn't changed, seeing as I've got companions. I had an Ion Stone called Buffy, because it gives you a buff, and then I got a better one, so I called it Buffier. And then I had my cleric Healy McDon'tDie. Who else did we have? I used to name all my companions. So Energon was just hit point booster, because that's pretty much all he did. And then we had... Who were my other favourite ones? I love the Mystic Foera companion. That was a super cool one. So yeah, this is like an old character. We had... Oh yeah, Swashbuckler called Swashy Von Buckle. Then we had Sir Wolfsalot and Sir Clucksworth, which was the demon chicken. So the problem with this character is that, yeah, it's super cool and I put loads of time into it, but it's now completely, utterly useless. It's... Nothing this character does will work. I can, however, I hope, remember how to actually play the game. So, what I'm going to try and do is see if I can remember how to actually play the game by just changing characters and jumping onto a new one and seeing if I can remember how the game actually works. Like, if I can still do the game, I'll be happy. I know the screen's black right now, don't worry, I'm just changing around the characters. Oh, the Protector's Enclave needs your help. That's... Oh my god, I remember... so much. It truly is. A lot of the lines in the game truly are burned into my mind. I want to increase the scale of the interface slightly because my old age and my eyes in my old age. Beautiful. Alright, cool. Now everything's a bit bigger. Now I can see what's going on. Way easier. Yeah, it's like, have you ever logged back into a game like The Witcher 3 when you've been a couple of hours into it and then you've just looked around and gone, it's going to be easy to restart. It's going to be so easy to restart. You looking forward to playing the Scars of Honor at the end of the month? Oh, sweet. I went to go and speak to the Scars of Honor guys a couple of months ago. It might have been a year or two ago now. They were passionate, I'll tell you that much. They were super passionate about what they were doing. Would it be possible to upload the YouTube content to Spotify? Would you believe yes? Is this a game we can play together? Yes, it's an MMORPG. It normally focuses on 5-man dungeons. So, let's see if I can remember how the hell to play this game. So you can still walk. You're in bad shape when we pulled you from the front line.
I don't know how I feel about untested adventurers volunteering their aid in this fight. But my men need all the help they can get.
It's all voiced.
That blasted Dracolich is tearing through our range. The enclave needs reinforcements. Fight your way to the Sleeping Dragon Bridge. If you see a particularly imposing tiefling, that's Makos. Do what you can to aid him. Before you go, make sure to arm yourself for the trials ahead.
Now, the question that people are going to ask in the chat is Neverwinter pay to win? And the answer is, it is absolutely undeniably pay for advantage. Like, you can get everything in the game by playing the game, but don't get me wrong, you can get it way faster by just paying money. I remember that for a fact. Valindra's Siege. Valindra and her undead horde are pushing to the very heart of Neverwinter. Go and help Sergeant Knox. Oh god, we love good old Noxy boy. I remember Sergeant Knox. Okay. Collect my gear. Right, give me my stuff, please. This game was so good, dead now. Scandalous, you know what? I agree. I agree, which is why I'm seeing what it's like right now. I'm going to take everything. Now, I'm going to play my favorite class, which was the Hunter Ranger class. And the reason my favorite class was the Hunter Ranger class was because of its specific combat ability, which is you can... First of all, I love the charged shot. Why am I doing 1.1 thousand damage originally? Why am I not doing, like, 3? You know, 4. Possibly, if we're really pushing the boat out for a critical, 6. No. Okay, I see. Right, gotcha. Split shot. Shoots a spray of arrows. The longer you hold down the button, the tighter the spray gets. Okay, so we want to go about there. So we've got split shot for groups, and we've got aim shot for singles. Okay, cool, which just does way too much damage. I don't like that. What now? Use an encounter power. Right, so that's an at-will power. If you've played Dungeons & Dragons, we've got left click and right click bound to shoot the bow lots or do a split shot across everything. Cool. We've now got Q bound to hindering shot, which fires 2 arrows and also sticks some vines onto the enemy. We've got E, which is dash backwards out the way to make sure we don't get attacked, so if we're in too much combat we can just do that. And then we've got a few more of those things that recharge as and when they need to. Alright, cool. So now we fight through the forest using the skills that we have. Now I've got to hit you with the nostalgia, guys. Now it's time for the old nostalgia bomb. So, we can also dodge with shift. Let's just get some of these guys. I love the fact we can just hit everything in one go. It makes me a lot happier than needing to bother actually aiming at anything. This feels cozy. You know what? It is cozy. I would give you that. This had the Foundry. It did have the Foundry. I miss the Foundry. The Foundry, for anyone unsure, was effectively a way of... Players could create their own levels, which I thought was super duper cool. Let's just get the tough enemies pinned down for a second while we sort these guys out. The Foundry was amazing. I love the Foundry. We're level 1 and hitting for 2k. I know, I think it's stupid as well. I completely... this is dumb. This is super duper dumb. We should get rid of that. You should be hitting for 2. If anything. Power creep and number creep is stupid. The K means nothing if we start with it. You watched the Warframe video way back and you've been playing... Oh, Warframe was great. Turns out it's hard to compartmentalize what I know as a veteran and what I would know on day 1. Pick, that's a really interesting question. Do you guys, and this is something that I see all the time whenever I'm critiquing stuff, do you ever find it difficult to start a game as a new player? Because I sometimes do. And one of the things that I need to do whenever I review a game is say to myself, do I actually know this? Or am I being taught this right now? What's the rule right now? Because it's very easy for a veteran to say, oh, that's easy to do. Obviously, you just do this. You just do know that straight away. But you know that because of... It's like saying, oh, that's just common sense. Common sense isn't knowledge that you're innately born with. Common sense is knowledge that you pick up from interaction within a society or within a culture. There's no real moment when you're sat down and taught it. You just kind of pick it up. So common sense is still something that you pick up over time. But when you start a brand new MMORPG, you might not have what the kind of player base considers common sense. And one thing that I really try and tell people is, okay, I'll let you in on a secret that I really hate. Whenever I make a worst MMO ever episode, I always get a veteran messaging me saying, there's no way you played for 10 hours. I could get there in 1. And I'm thinking, you know what? You probably could get there in 1 hour. But I read the quest text, I explored around, I checked out the menus, I resized the window, I tried to rebind the keys, I did a lot of extra stuff that meant that it took me longer than 1 hour to get there. I remember you, Makos.
Ah, good. You look capable. We are preparing to push towards the bridge and rendezvous with our cleric Celeste and the soldiers holding the line there. We need to move.
Okay, cool. Let's fight a Draco Lich.
It's time to put an end to this beast!
Good shot, Makos. Very weak Draco Lich if we're taking it down in one shot. Good job.
We must bind its soul before it rises again. Make haste!
Adventure Quest, would I like it? I love Adventure Quest. Oh, Adventure Quest Worlds? Yeah, I've played it before. I was a founder for Adventure Quest Worlds. Well done, Makos. You shot a Draco Lich down with one fireball. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. So, now we go and... okay. Why would you play any other character than the Archer when you can just spread shot every skeleton together? When we get AoE stuff, then you're going to see some real stuff happen.
Protect me while I perform the ritual!
Alright, Makos, let's do a bit of a wave defense going on. Give me a sec while we just turn down the sounds there. Totally forgot you can't pause this game for a second. I'm like, why? Why did the game keep playing when I escaped it? Oh, yep, hang on. It's an online game. Can't do that. Mage and Cleric were fun. They really were. Mage was one of the best classes in this game because you could freeze enemies, pick them up, and then throw them around like a rag doll. Loved that. Absolutely loved that. Now, we will absolutely be returning to World of Warcraft and Albion Online later on today, by the way. Albion Online will be played later. I just wanted a bit of a nostalgia hit from playing some classic Neverwinter, see what it's going to. You were a Warlock. Warlock was great. Warlock were the one where you put the curses on the enemies, and then after putting the curses on, you could blow the curses up, didn't you? I remember that. There we go. Good one, Makos. Good job. Is it just you or are frames being lost? Probably. There's probably just too much action going on in the game. What about Warcraft 3? We will return to that as well. You played Warlock and had fun. Don't know if it was gameplay or mini role-playing. Oh, I see. Gotcha. You miss Neverwinter? You can just go and play it now. I miss old Neverwinter. I don't know what new Neverwinter's kind of like right now, so I'm just going to try and find out. I would play my old original character, but there's so little stuff on it, I've got no idea how it works anymore. It's also one of those things where everything I've got on my old character is completely irrelevant now. What's up, Celeste? Alright, we did some stuff, did we? Good job. Good job, Oz. So far it's big numbers for no reason. Completely agree. It should be lower numbers. It should be like 7 or 8. If that. I hate the big numbers. YouTuber brain can't comprehend big numbers. Give me small numbers, like 10 damage. 10 damage is fine.
They're in trouble! We must go to their aid!
Yeah, I thought I'd do a cheeky little Neverwinter stream at the start, you know, see where it's going to. It's nice to see someone playing relaxed in Twitch. This is dad gaming vibes, alright? I'm old. You guys have to understand that. I'm old now. Dad gaming vibes are gonna happen. Just me and Makos. I am realizing there's absolutely no point ever using this main aimed shot. What's this shot called? Right. Rapid shot. Fire an arrow with a magnitude of 65. Split shot. Shoot a spray of arrows with a magnitude of 95 to 220. Okay, so you'd have to fire 3 split shot arrows to match 1 charged magnitude arrow. And you can fire a charged magnitude arrow way quicker than you can fire 3 split shot arrows. So there is no point. Sorry, you can, yeah, fire 1 split shot fast and you can fire a rapid shot. So rapid shot seems kind of pointless. Dungeons & Dragons Online is another great Dungeons & Dragons MMORPG. I think I actually prefer aspects of DDO over Neverwinter. I just like the action combat of Neverwinter. I think Neverwinter filled a nice little action combat void for me when Terra was killed by someone who will remain nameless. So once we lost Terra, I think we had a pretty good job with Neverwinter. DDO is great. DDO is absolutely great, without a doubt. Why do you think so many MMOs have increased the damage numbers so much? ESO did it to the show percent buffs easier. People, it's never an immediate thing. It's a slow creep. That's why we call it power creep instead of power jump as much. But it is a slow process of, you know, you'll have a player do 10 damage, and then you'll increase it to 11, and you're like, God damn, that is a massive increase. That is a 10% increase. That's fantastic. And then you'll get used to doing 11 damage, then someone will do 15 damage, and then 20, and then suddenly 100 for a big critical, and then players won't really care about anything that isn't 100 damage. And from then on, you get the unfortunate reality of it only really matters if you do those kind of damage numbers, and then you get more and more and more stuff added around. It's creep. And it's one of those things where players then stop caring. I like how the dude falls off his horse. That's nice. Can I root this guy? Yes. You then get one of those situations where people want the bigger numbers, because the bigger numbers are all they start to care about. So then everything becomes 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. I mean, World of Warcraft had it for a while where you were hitting in the millions. Neverwinter had it. I remember complaining on the forums 15 years ago, and I'm like, why am I hitting 100 million damage? This is meant to be a Dungeons and Dragons game. Hitting 20 damage should be a lot. Now, the combat in Neverwinter, I would say, is some of the best action combat, especially the character that I'm playing right now, because of how they work. In the original cinematic, you weren't Makos, you were the little lieutenant dude. Valindra Shadowmantle, main bad guy of all of this. Right. Can I... I've not even unlocked my tab power yet, which is stupid, because the whole Ranger thing is the tab power. Okay. Let me see if I can just do a load of charge shots onto you. Why are you not... Oh, you're immune to being stunned. Of course you're immune to being stunned. Why wouldn't you be? So the cool thing with the Ranger that I liked is every time you move and press shift, you dash in that direction. And you can see how many dashes you've got with the blue energy chevron, which is above the D20 symbol in the center. The dash is an immunity frame and your kind of movement skill. Different classes have different types of shift dash movement skill. I believe the wizard has a much longer dash that takes up lots more energy, and the rogue has a roll. I think the warlock just floats around, and I think the guardian fighter doesn't have a dash, they just hold their shield up. I think so. That might be what I might be misremembering that. I never really played too much the tank in this one. But I like the fact that you have so many dashes with this. So many. You can, if you chain them together, do a ton of kind of iframe dodging around the place, which I really like. The rogue's roll was actually the one way that you could access a secret area in Protector's Enclave, which is like the main area. So this was like the hub that you travel to the adventure zones from. Excellent. I've got the title of Baldur's Gate. Do I have... I remember frames dropping in this place. Do I have any of my old mounts? That's a question. Right. I don't think I have any mounts currently. Does the stable work cross characters? Nah, of course it doesn't. That's a shame. I've got loads of mounts on my old character. So, oh god, I wonder if we can still find the place that I used to be able to... Let me just see if my memory's still any good. Because I've got a load of valuable items on my old characters, but I want to see if my memory is any good and if I can remember how you have to dodge to the... I don't think the Hunter Ranger can do it. I think you need to play as a rogue. Yes. Yeah, you needed to be a rogue because you can jump and dodge in the air and you can get across to that building up there and then you run through. There's like a special VIP only building I could just jump on my old rogue character, but I'm pretty sure you jump from there, and you can dodge to there, and then you run along the side of the buildings over there, you jump across, and you get to this place down here. It's so random that these are the things that I remember. Yeah, and then you can jump from the edge over there to that place. And this is a VIP-only building. Oh, the music in this game is cracking. Yeah, it requires the garden access key, but you don't if you've got a horse and stuff. Custom player-made dungeons in this game were amazing. Absolutely love those things. They were fantastic. It's like a hidden jump quest. This is a trip down memory lane. I can show you my old Ranger character. It's got stuff on it, but it's not stuff that I'm going to be able to remember how to use. Oh, and if you're a Dungeons & Dragons fan, Minsk and Boo are in this game as well. So, Minsk's just hanging around here.
Come, let us go dispense some justice.
You get a quest with him later. So now let's chat to Makos. Now we are back in Protector's Enclave, and eventually... One cool thing is they've redone the leveling, so your maximum level is 20. And you unlock extra abilities as you level up, and you can only level up by playing the campaign. Like, you can't just grind for experience with enemies. Completing the campaign quests, your rewards are levels up, if that makes sense.
Welcome to Protector's Enclave.
Right, go and speak to someone. Sergeant Knox. Alright. Sergeant Knox. Why would Sergeant Knox be in the armory? He's not in the armory, you're always in the other place.
Word ahead that you're on your way.
I like the graphics of Neverwinter. They're nice and simple, nice and easy. You sometimes get flashes like that, though, when it loads in.
Protector's Enclave needs your help.
Oh, I remember that line. Oh, my goodness.
So, you are the one who saved Makos. Haha! Neverwinter may have a new hero in the making. Well, it was a hard-fought battle, but the city is safe once again.
He said the thing!
Thank you for your help in defending the city from Valindra's attack. And welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Wow, I look like a real ranger now. Yes, give me some gloves, please. Level 2! Training day.
Proven you can handle yourself and
Learn how to adventure. Go to the combat guild.
Fine Adventurers Guild.
Cool. I like how the first quest is go and learn what you're doing.
Reward for your deeds.
Actually, I appreciate that.
Arranged a few things. Speak with our mount salesman.
Hang on. Didn't need to leave. My bad. I'm level 2 now, guys. It's easy. If I wanted to do PvP, I would have played a rogue, because if I remember correctly, PvP, rogues have that incredible sinister strike that was super powerful, that could one-hit low-level players. Remember? I remember that. You, mount merchant.
Need a horse? Armor.
Give me a horse.
Man, that's
I will purchase a water-deep horse. Oh, yes. And then I will use it. Do I get to use it somewhere? Oh, I have to actually click and then click buy. My bad. Ignore me. And now I can equip a horse. Excellent! I have equipped a horse, and I now have stuff mounts. Current appearance. Don't think you can change the appearance, can you? Right, so horses also have attacks when in combat. So if you use your horse while you're in combat, you will do damage to things, and you get to move quicker as well. Alright, cool. So mounts also have combat utility, which I thought was kind of cool. And let's look at the orb, the Palantir. There's a training room? This isn't the training room, this is the astral globe that you went into in a quest a while back. Sup, Corbin?
Welcome to your own personal demi-play, courtesy of Tarhun's magic. With your trainer's help, I'll shape you to a fine adventurer, able to take on any foe. The first thing we need to work on is keeping you alive. You're no use in a fight if you're dead. So, let's practice your defensive techniques.
Right, you need me to do some defensive techniques, do you?
You look like the type to get out of the way of an incoming strike, rather than risk a lethal blow.
Dodging is my specialty.
Dodging is your
Right,
specialty,
training,
I bet.
dodge
If
stuff.
a foe can't hit you, you can't lose. When you're dodging, you'll want to keep an eye on your
Alright, cool. Just dodge out of the red. It's pretty simple.
Dodge, you will lose some stamina. Your stamina will regenerate over time when you aren't dodging. So practice the timing and dodge just before the enemy strikes.
Use shift to dodge incoming attacks. Done. Easy. Very easy. It's like I've done it before.
Fine work. Next,
Does this bring back memories? This should bring back memories, guys. Right, now we're just dodging more things. Strike the enemy with combat advantage. Combat advantage in Neverwinter is shown by, if you look at the enemy's circle on the floor, you will see a segment of it is highlighted in white. If you hit the enemy while you're standing in the regular normal black segment, you will do normal amounts of damage. If you hit them while standing with the white segment, which glows blue, you will do more damage because you have combat advantage against them. So basically, always try and be behind an enemy. There are certain skills that give your allies combat advantage if they are standing anywhere near you at all.
Well done. Keep in mind that you're as a ranger.
Right, as a ranger, we want to do the... Oh, finally I can do my mechanic power. So, in Neverwinter, every class has a different power attached to the tab key down there. If you put a wizard spell on tab, you cast a more powerful version of the spell. If you're a rogue, pressing tab puts you into stealth. If you have a shield, holding tab holds the shield up in front of you, and the longer you hold it up, the less damage you will then block with it. So you have to time your tab presses. The reason that I love the Hunter Ranger so much was tab changes to your melee weapons. And when you change to your melee weapons, you get a completely different set of encounter powers on the Q, E, and R buttons. So, the entire gameplay of this mechanic was... have the range, shoot, dodge in, press tab to change, use your powers here, dodge back, switch back to your bow, and hit again. And you gained stacking damage buffs when you did damage in range that only applied to damage done in melee, and vice versa. You gained stacking damage buffs to damage done in melee, but then only applied in range. So you had to keep swapping constantly between whether you were far away or close to the enemy to do the maximum damage. Which I really liked. Is this game still popular? No. No, but I like it.
Well done. Nice.
Right, use your mount power. So when you attack something, press the mount power, and we just do a big explosion thing. Tab attacks. How do you attack enemies? It's an action combat. Just point the mouse at them.
This adventuring thing really.
Right, what else do you want? Action points. Oh yeah, action points are your daily powers. Your daily powers are to the left and right of the D20 symbol in the center. The daily power of the ranger, I think, was... First of all, that's a big shot, and the second one was the hide. So... cool. Big shot all the way along. And then Forest Ghost allowed you to hide. Is creating isolated vacuum training rooms in the middle of space a normal thing they do? It is. I don't like it. As far as pacing goes, I think it's bad pacing. I think you should teach the player the process of playing the game by just playing the game. I don't think you should take them to an isolated area because it has no narrative connection. I think the original Neverwinter, when it was like mod 0, if you will, had an adventure where you went through the sewers, and I hope that the sewer adventure is still there because that was a really cool one. It's like melee weaving a hunter in classic WoW. Pretty much. I like this a lot. It's fun. And you only need 5 people to go and do some of the more difficult dungeons. And it was very much a... It was very much about mechanically understanding stuff. If you were good at it mechanically, you could... Oh, we're going straight to the Never Death Graveyard. We've missed the sewers. That's a shame. We've missed the sewers. The sewers used to be down here. I wonder if the sewer... Hang on. I want to go and see if the original sewer plot is still there. And if you can go down purely for nostalgic reasons. No, I don't think you can. Shame. Right, well, we're off to Never Death. Ooh, I've got a new skill as well. Constricting Arrow fires a gnarled arrow and applies strong grasping roots. Cool. I think I just about remember strong grasping roots. This is new. Not been down here before. Don't like new. New is scary. Nope. Nope, returning to what I know. Going back to the old stuff. Is this game still being updated? Yes. Yes, it's changed a lot since it was new, obviously, and I'm not sure if I really like the new direction it's gone in, but I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to be fair with it, okay? Right, so we want to go to Neverdeath Graveyard. You remember a small dungeon somewhat similar to the Death House from Curse of Strahd. Oh, cool, you made one. Nice. Ah, the classic graveyard. Now, I think you get a bag for doing some of these quests at some point as well. Right, quests, grave news. What else is being highlighted in my quest journal? Okay. Because that's got a thing on it. I don't want it to be constantly shining. Well, guess it will be. I can ask if Josh quit Albion. No, I didn't. Of course not. I'll be playing that later. Right, go and speak to one of the Doom Guides about the problems in Neverdeath. Turns out when you bury everyone dead in the same place, when the dead rise, they all rise in exactly the same place.
Kalimvor, watch over you. Thank you for coming.
What's up?
Although it humbles me to admit it.
Alright, okay. You want me to find some missing Doom Guides? And in doing so, you will reward me with my 3rd level. Love this. Josh, please speak louder. The thoughts are creeping in closer and closer. Guys, listen. It looks like you've had a bit too much to think. I am here to make sure that you don't need to ever, at any point, think about anything, in any way. Get on the old horse. I did like the riding animations. I thought the riding animations were quite good in this game.
That was yesterday.
Where did I get that jumper? Marks and Spencer's, I believe. Josh, tell me what my opinions are. Listen, I'm a YouTuber, which means I understand what your opinions are, in many ways, better than you do. So I want to make sure that you all understand and all feel that you've been listened to. Why? I don't want that shining still. A campaign task is complete. Click to see the results. Okay. Where? That one? It can't be that one, because I've not started that campaign yet. It's telling me that a campaign task is complete, but I'm not sure what the campaign task is. Okay, let's talk to Sergeant Knox and get some stuff. You best not have, like, stuff from... God damn, this is old stuff. I just want to get that glow gone away. The glow must leave. Please say it doesn't count campaign tasks from when I was playing this years and years and years ago. Because it shouldn't do. This game was hard. When you played it, you felt so weak. You know what? I actually agree with that. I think that some of the earlier stuff was really difficult to do. Okay, that's the list of quests we're on right now, which is quite nice. I'm trying to make the terrible thoughts go away. You've been waiting years to release Silk Road Online. I will get there eventually. Eventually that will be done. Random dungeons, arena activities. Don't need premium tasks on that yet. If you are going to keep glowing, I'm going to put something over you, because that's going to be super annoying after a while. It was one of the ones with the green trophy at the bottom. Hang on then. Right, it was one of the ones with the green trophy. These things over here? Oh, claim rewards. The special campaign is concluded. Gotcha. Oh, cool, I got title Skyship Sailor. Right, so these are campaigns that have happened before that you get rewards for. I see what's happening. Oh, and you just get titles. So these are like in-game events that happen that I wasn't around for. Yeah, this is not paced well. Gameplay? Great. Pacing? Needs some work. I think this is an example of what happens when you put way too many systems into a game and don't keep on top of all of them. This is why I say to people that anyone can make something complicated. It's very difficult to make something deep. And I used to enjoy the fact this was super deep. because the bosses and the... That's a satchel. That's a token pack, okay. I enjoy depth within a game. I don't always enjoy complexity within a game. Right, my collections of stuff. Does this count my old stuff? It probably doesn't, does it? Now, these are all the things you can get in the game. Okay. Okay, so control... I used to love the Dread Ring stuff. I had all of that stuff. In fact, you know what? I can go and have a look at collections soon and see. I wonder how much collection stuff's on my old character. God, I bet my old character... Stronghold Dragon Run, all 5 of them. Let's do it. Only if... Well, let's do a Tiamat kill first. And we'll split into 5. I'll take red. God, I bet my old character's got all the old collection stuff. I'll have a look in a second. Remember the Dragon Treasure Hall campaign? Kill the dragon, builds the coffer, get rewarded. So I remember playing this. I don't know if any... This will make sense to a couple of you if you played Neverwinter quite hardcore. I remember doing the Tiamat kill on the Dragon kind of Graveyard, Tyranny of Dragons campaign map. And in order to guarantee that you got the correct 25 people that you needed into the... Tiamat boss fight, you would say a number in guild chat like 17, and then you would only try and join 17 seconds after the event had started. And it was a way of almost trying to self-filter a huge influx of players all joining at the same time to increase the chance that some of you all got to join together. And therefore, because the Neverwinter fight was 25 people, and you only needed 15 to be good to actually win. So you tried to make sure as many people joined as possible. Right, the banner's going to give me some enemies, so we'll get some space between us and them. You can stay still. But I really enjoyed the gameplay of the Hunter Ranger. I wasn't the best wizard, the control wizard. In fact, that shows how old I am. I still refer to these characters as their original names, not their redone ranger names. It's not the archer, it's the Hunter Ranger. It's not the rogue, it's the trickster rogue. It's not the barbarian, it's the great weapon fighter. It's not Leviosar, it's Leviosar. You've got to remember this, guys. This is the important part of all of it. Let me just use melee for a second, because I'm pretty sure one of these melee attacks roots people. Right, that damages the enemies. That does a damaging slash. And that... Okay, cool. Hindering strike does root. Good. Will this be on the list? Yes. I'm an ancient being at this point, guys. Alright? I could log into my old character, but I have no idea what I'm doing on it. Does the game look too dark? It's in a graveyard at night. What is Unk yapping about? Ton, do you understand how Twitch works? Do you understand that when people start watching Twitch, people talk, you talk, I talk back, there's a conversation, there's back and forth. That's what happens. Josh, can I share some ancient wisdom? I don't know if you're ready for the amount of ancient wisdom that I'm going to be able to share with all of you. That was the wrong button. Calm down, Unk. I think people on Twitch have forgotten that not everyone is 14, and it's possible to have a conversation with more than just memes and references. I also don't want to ever be in a point where expressing interest or passion for something is considered a negative. You guys ever noticed that? One thing that I realized a couple of years ago was that sometimes people think it's cool to not show any interest in anything. People have this kind of... They almost validate themselves by being disinterested. And they think, you know, I'm going to show how cool I am by not putting any effort or passion or energy into anything. Which personally, to me, sucks. I think that's crap. It's the postmodernism of, you know, the lack of care, the lack of understanding. If you guys were in school kind of when I was, there was a thing where showing any interest or any passion in anything got immediately shut down by your peers. You got immediately pushed back on. There was almost like there was a pride within ignorance. There was a pride within a lack of emotion, a lack of intelligence, and a lack of ambition. Do you guys ever see that? I used to know people in school who would literally kind of put you down for showing care for anything. And one of those things is that's why I push back so strongly whenever people do anything that I consider trying to dull someone's spark, if that makes sense. Like, if someone... Have you ever tried to be really passionate and energetic and into something, and have you tried to share that passion, and someone's response has been to try and actively shut your passion down? Because I'm going to be honest, that sucks. If you try and actively shut someone's passion down, you're an annoying person. Don't do that. And that's why whenever people come into the chat and they're like, what's he yapping about? I'm like, are you annoyed that I'm getting passionately invested and interested in a game that I love? What's the point of that? Why would people come into a Twitch stream and actively try to make somebody feel bad for passionately engaging both with the game you're playing and the audience? This is the kind of game you'd play in full brightness. You wouldn't get the true experience of not being able to see things. Alright? The true value. You guys best be rooted now. And if not, you best be rooted then. You can't be shut down for things. You gotta love stuff that you go for. Let's get him a little bit closer. Let's try and dodge out the way of these if possible. You know what? That wasn't too bad as far as damage goes. In fact, I think as far as taking damage goes, that fight went okay. Cool. Yeah, things are scaling way too quickly as well. Like, I don't like the fact that we're already doing 5,000 damage. That's dumb. Neverwinter has one of the coolest implementations for an archer class. Oh god, yeah, without a doubt. The younger generation is bombarded with horrific news at an incredibly high frequency. That's true, so maybe this kind of disconnected sarcasm is a defense, do you think?
Not sure how much longer I would have been able to hold on, but my companions were also taken by the Thayans.
I do agree, though, that there is a level of emotional self-defense. By not getting into anything, by not showing passion for anything, you don't give anyone power over you. Any bittersweet feelings going back to Neverwinter? Yeah, if I logged into the character that I wanted to play that has all of the stuff, they're completely and utterly useless. Like, I could probably play my old character, but I'd have to go and do all of the new stuff. This is unfortunately an example of relatively extreme power creep. Yeah, so that's one thing that gets to me. I used to see it in school all the time. You know, you'd get a young kid who is super passionate about something, and then you get the cool kids being like, why do you care? Why do you care about that so much? Why are you showing that you care? No one cares about that. Stop caring so much, you know, just chill, just relax. And I'm thinking, you're asking someone to dull their own spark. You're asking someone to turn down how bright they want to shine because you aren't comfortable shining as brightly. That's not good. That's not fair. You know, you're putting your insecurities onto them and you're thinking that they should stop caring about something just because you can't.
Watch over you. Knowles, you said.
Level 3. Sweet. I'm sure girls get it worse. I don't have that experience, so I don't know. You've got to shine bright, guys. You can't let somebody dull your own little spark. You get one spark of madness. Don't let someone get rid of it. Yeah, you got to find a better way to cope than making someone else feel bad. You don't lift yourself up by putting others down. If I'm a hater and I love it, but people are telling me to stop enjoying it, what should I do? You should grow up, because I hope that, you know, once you get out of high school, you end up realizing that being a hater is not a personality. You're simply defining yourself by what other people have made that you don't like because you're not brave enough or skilled enough to make something yourself. If you're defining yourself by what you don't like, you're assuming that other people value your opinion and your input enough to care about whether they should or shouldn't like it. And if your entire thing is, I hate this, then unless you can define why you hate it and what you love, that's just a remarkably sad way to live, to be honest. If you're a professional hater, you're just known as the annoying one who isn't, you know, brave enough to start creating something. Anyone can destroy something. It's really easy to do. Anyone can say they hate something, because there's no risk in that. There's no risk in saying that you don't like something. What if you're a gifted hater? No such thing. At this point, you're just trying to find a way to justify why you do nothing. If you think that it's super... If people that hang around with you think you're super cool for doing nothing but hating things, I hope eventually you start to hang around with more than, you know, disenfranchised teenagers. Nobody wants to just take someone who just detracts. It's honestly a very, very, very sad thing to constantly do. Right, I've only got 3 encounter powers right now. Snipe, and I'm hoping that's Snapshot, because Snapshot was my favourite. Right, Rain of Arrows is good. Cordon of Arrows is beautiful. I don't know what that one is. That's a Paragon Path Power. Okay, gotcha. But again, I think that there is this societal thing where you have a lot of Twitch streamers who define themselves over what they hate. And then you get all of their viewers also defining themselves by what they hate. I'm a hater is normally just given as an excuse for why you specifically don't want to do anything else. Is it not common sense to always want to leave a place better than you found it? Nope. It's not common sense at all. Nowhere near as common as you would like to think. I think I just got some boots. Hooray! What the hell? Why are you giving me plus 113 critical strike on boots? That's insane. Oh my god. Okay, this is why I think power creep is way out of hand in this game. My current shoes have item level 4. The first pair of boots that I've picked up have item level 250. Right, purely out of interest. What is the item level on the boots that I'm wearing on my main character? The character that I've played years and years and years and years ago. Purely out of interest. Right, so this is my old original character. What am I wearing currently? Lycan Boots of the Pack. Item level 756. Okay, that's not that much higher. And they are crazy good endgame boots from like 10 years ago. Just out of curiosity, how much stuff did I end up getting with this? Okay, lots of artifacts, lots of equipment. Did I do all of the... Okay, so I finished... Oh my god, there's stuff that I haven't even finished with this. I've got all those things before. I'm pretty sure I've got all of these things before. Why are they not showing up as collected? Good lord. Well, the world moves on. The world moves on. And it doesn't matter if you ended up with some of the coolest looking equipment from before. It doesn't matter if you ended up with some of the coolest looking mounts. I'm pretty sure I had my flail snail. There it is. God damn. But unfortunately, we have lost so much. I remember that powers used to be this choices that you had to make. I don't remember any of these things. The mounts, I had the snail, the wolf, the old horse. The heavy Twilight Nightmare was cool. I liked that one. I don't remember too much of having like any super rare things. I had the White Tiger for ages. Used to make videos with that on. That was boons, was it? Was that boon? No, powers originally you had to highlight and your powers were levels 1 to 5. Your powers had levels 1 to 5. Okay, boons, rank 3. I have available 7, total spent 45. Wow. Okay, so I've got a lot of boons there. Didn't do the PvP campaign. Is this just boons rewards from all the campaigns in general? God damn. Right, so I've spent 45 of these things. Wow. Okay. The fact that I've still got the High Sentry title. You know, I got quite a lot of titles. I think my favourite was always the Scourge of the Dread Legion title. Because that took me ages to get. Getting the Scourge... Oh, of the Drake. Wow. If you guys played Neverwinter back in the day, the Drake equipment was got from the Seal vendor in Protector's Enclave, and I don't even think that you can get the of the Drake equipment anymore. But I definitely spent some time killing things. Getting the Slayer title. I got the Master of Monsters title. That was cool. That was... that took ages to get. Champion of the Past. God, that's a good point. Where's my Champion of the Past title? That, I think, definitely... That sums it up, doesn't it? That sums it up. All titles. We got the full Slayers or everything. Polar Bear Slayer. I killed a lot of polar bears, alright? I went to the Sea of Moving Ice, I killed a lot of polar bears. That's just what happened. Okay, hang on, let's have a look. There's arguing in the chat. I want to catch up with what's going on in the chat. I love me a bit of arguing. What's happening right now? Why did I quit Albion? I didn't. Could have some stuff that's rare you can no longer get. Probably. I mean, I don't think... Is there a bank in the game? I can't remember. Is there a bank in the game somewhere? I think there probably is. Where was the bank? If I had a bank... It would be in Protector's Enclave, wouldn't it? And Protector's Enclave, you would just travel back using a regular travel point. Where is the travel point to Protector's Enclave? Was it one of these portals? I think I'm in the guild thing right now. Let me just see if I... Teleport stone. Green. Teleport stone's over there. Okay, cool. Oh, it'll be in the guild hall somewhere, won't it? Does Neverwinter still have the same problems that made me quit? Oh yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. Easily. Right, if I was a teleport stone, where would I be? Zoom in, straight forward. Aha! Wait, no, that just sets me teleporting to here. How do I leave where I currently am and go to Protector's Enclave to check my own bank? Trying to work out where the leave point is. You never truly quit Neverwinter. Never truly. Ask other players. I'm asking you. I'm asking you all right now. You as the other players. Ah, there we go. Protector's Enclave. Right, is there a bank, and how much do I have in it that is rare? Is the store still obnoxious? Oh god, so much. So much so. I seem to remember this was the seal traders. Do they still exist? Oh, they do. No way. Okay, do you still do... seals of the... No, that's a shame. I do like the pity system in this game, though. Whereas if you kill the boss but don't get the drop, you get a seal. And with enough seals, you can trade in for the equipment that you want to get anyway. I really appreciated that. I've not accessed this bank in years. Okay, so... Right, we've got hundreds of pinatas. I don't know what else we're going to be getting with that, and that's pretty much it. Hundreds of pinatas and a horn. Cool, so, hundreds of pinatas and a horn. Let's just jump onto the main new character and see if I can work out what the hell I'm doing with the rest of this. I have a couple of characters that I play off stream, which is why I tend to hide the screen whenever I do this, because it's nice to be able to, just every now and again, it's nice to be able to play the game without people messaging me all the time. Don't know if you guys ever get that, but it's always nice. Let's go this way. What's my favourite MMO music? You know what? This is going to be really random. There is an MMORPG called Runes of Magic. And Runes of Magic had... It's basically a World of Warcraft clone. Runes of Magic's second or third area was a snow area. And it was absolutely gorgeous. I really liked it so much. I liked Runes of Magic a lot. I played it for quite a while, actually. I had a really good time with it. Oh, you summoned a blade spider. Of course you did. I mean, FF14 is good for the music, but I just have good memories of the Runes of Magic music. Now, I have just realized the mechanics that I should have been focusing on while I was here. And those mechanics are: when you switch to your melee blades, your central attack dodges toward the enemy and hits them. And when you switch back to your bow, your central attack dodges away from the enemy. So, a combat encounter should be dodge toward the enemy, use both your area of effect slices, dodge away from the enemy, use the constricting arrow and hindering shot in order to root the enemy while your dodge in cools down. So in theory, what we should be seeing as a combo would be, let me just see. Oh, we found the dead body. Will I be going to the FanFest? No plans for it currently. That's what we should be doing to deal with enemies. And then we just clear these guys up, waiting up until... Oh, the thing that I hate as well is my cooldowns are so bloody long compared to what I'm used to. Those were the days, guys. Am I excited about the weekend? I work on Twitch and YouTube. All days end up blowing together into one big endless grey soup of days. I only realise that it's the weekend when I go shopping and it's busier. Like, if I go shopping and I'm just kind of stood there thinking, why is everyone out? Why is nobody at work? And then I'm like, it's Saturday. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, but FF14 music was amazing. Are you guys always excited for Saturday? Hey, didn't realise the grasping roots was an AoE effect. That's cool. And I can also just do that. And then that. This is much nicer. Thoughts on Elder Scrolls Online? Everything about the game is fantastic except the combat. Elder Scrolls Online, on paper, is everything I want in an MMORPG. I just don't enjoy the moment-to-moment combat gameplay. If you took the Elder Scrolls Online but gave it Neverwinter combat, I'd be super happy. And that's impressive, because I'm never happy. But they have improved the combat, apparently, recently, which is great. And I like the fact they've improved it. So I'll give it a go in the future. I'll see if it's any good, you know? Right, you want me to burn your body, do you? Can do. Oh yeah, when Apollo and Piper in the room, I'm happy then. That's true, of course. You want Terra back. Terra was a good combat system. Neverwinter is the replacement for the Terra combat system. That's what it is. How do you like the Neverwinter new player experience? I don't really. I think that training a player in a teleported training zone is lazy, and I think that starting off with doing 5,000 damage is overwhelming, and I think that skipping the... Oh, hang on, we're in combat. I think that skipping the sewer fight is a shame, but I'm pretty sure that's just me remembering the sewer fight as being better than it was, because you got to kill rats. Originally, you killed rats in the sewers, and the Nasher gang stole the crown of Neverwinter. That was kind of like the whole vibe. and then you had a reason to go and help Neverwinter. It wasn't just, you're a hero, go and help. It was, oh my god, you've gone to kill some rats, which we appreciate, but you've stumbled upon the theft of the crown. Could you please go and chase down this gang? And that sent you all around the areas, which was great. I loved that. I had a much better time with all of that. Right now I'm playing a very defensive ranger. That was back when the Rats in the Sewer was original. I mean, to be fair, that was like 15 years ago. So it's always been a Dungeons and Dragons game, don't get me wrong. It's always been a D&D game. The reason I keep pressing E whenever I switch back to my ranged attack is because I'm used to E being localized AoE, which prevent the enemy from chasing you, which is kind of something that I'm needing to get back. We'll get to dungeons eventually. I'll be able to run some dungeons with you guys. Is it still ridiculously monetized with throwing out your progress with every module? Yep. Straight up, yep. Can't deny it. I'm not even going to try and defend it, to be honest. Like, I can like and dislike something about the game at the same time. Multiple things can be true. I think Neverwinter has the best action combat experience for a small group of players, and I think it has the best class fantasy of warlocks and wizards. The wizards were super cool. The fact that with a wizard you could freeze an enemy with ice, pick them up into the air, and then while they were picked up, fling them across the room and do extra damage, that was super cool. I really enjoyed the fact that you could do that. What I didn't enjoy was the fact that if you spent more money, you could just buy a load of advancement. There are people in the Discord and this chat to do dungeons with? Probably. Did I ever get into Magic the Gathering or play Arena? I love Magic the Gathering. Massive, massive Magic the Gathering fan. Yeah, Neverwinter is an excellent small group game. Like, if you and your mates want to play like a cool adventure game, you can do way worse. You do way worse. The monetization sucked. I played enough when I was a kid to be able to almost outgame the monetization, but now as an adult I realized that outgaming the monetization would take so long. Like an absolutely an absurd amount of time to be able to outgame the monetization. It wouldn't work. Who had the black hole? The Control Wizard, the Arcane Singularity. Yeah, that was cool. The Control Wizard was super good fun to play. You were an absolute demon if you played the Control Wizard. The fact that you know that a game has a lot of flaws and becomes worse, it shouldn't prevent you from enjoying it. I mean, but I understand why people get prevented from enjoying things. Is this the main game you play for the longest time? This or RuneScape? I would say Neverwinter Online and RuneScape. One of my biggest annoyances with Neverwinter Online was the game releases in what's called modules. They're basically the expansions, you know, Mod 1, Mod 2, Mod 3, Mod 4. When Module 16 happened, the game changed so substantially that it was almost unrecognizable from what it was previously. Module 16 changed the name of the characters, it changed the way combat played, it changed the way power scaling worked, it changed the abilities, it changed the progress system, and I didn't like it. And I think what also irritated me was that when Module 1 released, and then Module 2 released, everything in Module 2 was better than Module 1, but not by much. So consider this. The best bow from Module 1 ended up having something like 400 attack power, and the best bow from Module 2 had about 410. So it was better, but it wasn't game-breakingly better. Like, if you had all of the end-game equipment from one of the modules, you would still be pretty bloody good in the second one. Is this the same world as Baldur's Gate? Yes. In fact, Minsk and Boo are in the game. So what I would say is that early game Neverwinter did bring better equipment with every module, but it didn't massively power creep everything else previously into utter obscurity. In fact, there was even an argument to be made that it improved the previous modules because some new equipment got bonuses if it was used with old equipment, which I loved. I love that so much. So I'll give this game a go and I'll see what it's like now, but I definitely have good memories of it. And the Hunter-Ranger combo was just my favourite class combo. The Great Weapon Fighter was fun as well, don't get me wrong. This is going to be a... yeah, there we go. But there'll be a more powerful enemy in a second. There you are, popping out of the old tombs. So I've not played this in a while, to be fair. Let's just stealth into these guys. And then get behind this dude. You lot can all stay still while we get past everyone. Lovely stuff. What's my ultimate nostalgia game? The game that I return to and go, ah, Soul Reaver. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. Or... I mean, potentially, it used to be Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Used to love returning to those old games. They were great. Had a good time with them. You know what, yeah, the pathfinding of enemies in this game is actually quite good.
I owe you my life.
Do I play tabletop role-playing games? I haven't in a while, but I do a lot of Dungeons and Dragons.
The Thayans lured us into the rift.
This was your first ever MMO. I think my first was RuneScape, but Neverwinter was my first action MMO. When is the next worst MMO ever video? Once I've finished playing a hell of a lot of Albion online, which I am enjoying a lot, we will then step back and see what we can do next. You've still got the original 6 CD Baldur's Gate. Is that the one in kind of like the brown cardboard that folds open several times? Used to love that stuff. How long ago is a while on your main? Because a lot of things have changed. We're hitting mod 33 next month. Yeah, so I probably quit around mod 18. I think I stopped when Barovia got involved, the vampires, and the trading card game kind of got brought into it. Yeah, so I stopped around Barovia. No more players videos? Bang. What? No, of course there's going to be more players videos. That's like one of my main job things. I'm working on Icewind Dale at the minute. It's possible for me to do something and then go and do something else. For a bit, you know? Just for a little bit. Did I play Rogue Trader? I never did, no. I have heard of it, though. Right, Kalimvor, let's go. You guys all get sliced around because AoE is amazing. AoE is the best in this game. If you're dealing with a lot of enemies, you want to be killing a lot of things at the same time. You will do one thing and one thing only. Also, help me God, I will turn this stream around. Appreciate that. Thank you, Shade. Right, cool. Westfield done. I hope the questions of stopping X ends at some point. Visa, are you annoyed with it as well? Is it even getting to you now? I mean, Visa's got endless patience for my shenanigans, so if you guys are starting to annoy Visa, good lord, you are really testing someone. I think people started doing it as a joke, and then people realized that actually, if the only thing you ever say when a new game happens is, have you quit, blah blah blah, it's just kind of dull after a while. Oh, that's the... Oh, you must be a warlock, because you're using the massive Arms of Hadar attack, that huge big green smash right there. AoE is good in a lot of games. That's true. Is this game worth playing or is it pay to win now? Both. If you want to play a game because you find it fun, do it, because it's still fun. If you want to be the best in the entire game, don't without spending money. Like, two things can be true at the same time. Something can be really fun to do on a moment-to-moment level, and you can acknowledge that in order to become the best in the world at it, you will need to pay a lot of money. Both those things are true. Right, I think this is where I am now. Thank you for raising the banner. Appreciate that. Do I think I'll ever run out of MMOs to review? I think I'll definitely get down to some weird Russian or Chinese spyware eventually. I think the problem with running out of MMOs is eventually I'm going to have to start doing mobile games, which of course, you know, sucks for everyone involved. Thank you, Rogue. Appreciate it. And then you fly away in a cauldron. The great thing is that I do have a huge amount. There's a brilliant YouTuber called William Kitten. I don't know if you guys have watched any of William Kitten's stuff, but if you haven't, definitely worth going to watch. He reviews those crappy mobile games like Rise of Kingdoms and Whiteout Survival and stuff. And he has proven that there is a huge market for reviewing those kind of mobile games. I love his videos. He's annoyingly funny. If you get a chance to watch his stuff, definitely do it. Yeah, he does all the Kingshot games. So, people will always try and make MMORPGs. People will always say, hey, I'm making an MMORPG. That's what people will say. William Kitten.
No mere bauble, but the phylactery of Zaraflax.
He's very funny. Can someone drop the name of the game Josh is playing? Neverwinter. It's on Twitch. Like, you're in that category. You had to be in the category to see that I'm playing the game. Oh, you found William Kitten, thank you. What am I eating? Milky Way rolls. The ones with the crispy outer shell and the lovely kind of soft fondant middle. Mmm. Good choices. Right. I want to go this way first of all, because there is, I think, a quest. Ah, yeah, the obelisk. That's the one.
No, this won't do it all.
So currently I'm on a quest to try and find where a lich can live forever. It's quite funny. Bit of a comedic, tongue-in-cheek joke quest. We're trying to find a last resting spot for a lich.
No. This location is even worse. The Thayans would surely find my phylactery here.
He's asking you really kindly if you can find where he can be put down. Just because of your relaxing voice, I'm downloading Albion for the first time, but I'm not subbing. Great. Do you mean to Albion or to me? Like, if you wanna not subscribe to Albion, that's fine. I do find it a tad weird that people find it very important to tell me that they really enjoy what I do and they really like the entertainment, but they're definitely not going to give me any money. It's very important that I know that. You don't need to. Enough people do that I'm able to provide a huge amount of this for free.
What have they done?
I think Inju, yeah, give Inju the money instead. That'll make them happy. Give Visa the money. You regret you have a single Prime to sub. That's fine. You can give it to a better Twitch streamer than me. That's fine. You would have been the only drama teacher I would have had not smelling of weed or cigarettes. I've never done anything like that. Genuinely, never smoked. Just never wanted to. It just never appealed. I was just a nerd, you know. I was into Magic the Gathering and Warhammer. I wasn't the cool kids hanging out around the back of the shed smoking. That wouldn't have worked. Wouldn't have worked at all. Thank you, Firefly. I appreciate that. Guys, listen. The content's always going to be free. Right, I've done all these quests for you. You, give me a better longbow and some better blades. Beautiful. You, give me some cool braces. And you, give me... Where's my level up? Okay, more... The story here doesn't really matter, let's be honest. The story is pretty much we are just helping some Doom guides deal with a load of undead stuff. Hey, Pig, well done, man. You're making some stuff, making a game. That's good. Well, where are we traveling to now? Is this a new place? I don't think I've traveled here before. Oh. Oh, that's a big evil tree. Oh, this is the one where you have to defend the tree against waves of undead. I know this one.
This is it. This is the place. I can feel the evil power pulsing from the tree. We must prevent the Thayans from using it. I have to perform the
Alright, so the Red Wizards of Thay are being cheeky little chaps, as they always are. And we have to help the acolytes of, I think, Kelemvor do anti-evil things. So she is going to pray to this to start the ritual, and then we're going to have to defend her from waves of hulks, which are actually remarkably tough. And so I'm going to have to waste all of my... Yeah, just burn through all my encounter powers at the very start. Okay, here we go. Let's get everyone around. That was easy then. That was way easier than it was last time. That was like super difficult. What the hell? Oh, you're excited for EverQuest Legends. Is EverQuest Legends the the new server of the original EverQuest that lets you have 3 characters? Well, no, not 3 characters, sorry. 3 classes on 1 character. Is that what it was? I think it was, isn't it? EverQuest Legends is going to be a new way to play EverQuest. You're going to have 3 classes on 1 character, and it's going to be super solo friendly, which is going to be cool. So you can be like a paladin, necromancer, ranger kind of tribrid, if you will. Yeah, the tri-classing, solo friendly stuff. I still think that they're going to need to, if they want to attract new players instead of old players, they're going to need to really think about the new player experience. Because, let's be honest, in today's MMORPG landscape, EverQuest ain't doing well. Especially with a new player, a brand new player. You've started Guild Wars. It's free, lots of fun, has a little bit of goofy cosmetics. Yes, it does. No MMO is perfect. Since you haven't played Barovia, Cryptic is offering a free limited-time new character. Yes, I saw that, but you can only be a Guardian Fighter, Control Wizard, or Divine Cleric. And I'm showing my age by still calling them that, instead of whatever they're actually called now. Why doesn't the Archer get the Snapshot ability? The Snapshot used to be a daily power that immediately fired a really quick arrow that interrupted the enemy's attacks. And the fact that I haven't got it makes me sad. They're not called that anymore. No, they changed the naming of the classes in Mod 16. Which to me is a shame. I don't think they should have done. Hey, it's a battle white. Let's get rid of you. Do I like PvP? Only if I'm playing as a Trickster Rogue and get to one-shot people. Or if I'm playing as a Paladin, an Oathbound Paladin, and I get to use the bubble glitch, where if you stack 3 Paladins together, they could just never die. Remember that?
We did it.
Will there be a Palia video someday? Maybe. Maybe one day. Oh good, the graveyard's sunny now. People were complaining about the colour palette. See, now we're back to lovely sunlight. So there used to be a Paladin ability in Neverwinter that when you place a defensive bubble around yourself, and damage that was done to other people in kind of close proximity would be done to you at a reduced rate. So what would then happen is you'd stack 3 or 4 Paladins together, you'd all bubble at the same time, and the damage would kind of chain reduce from everyone down to 0. While playing, react to my old Neverwinter guides. I can't watch a video and react and play and stream at the same time. Have I ever played Cabal? No, but I've heard of it. How many days till you and him again on this game? How many days until me and what on this game? Not with that attitude, I can't. I can give you a good bit of entertaining, or I can give you a bad bit of entertaining. You get to choose. Hey, rewards of level 4 and Rain of Arrows. Finally! That's the spell that I wanted. Right, that's the spell I needed. Also, I forgot that I should probably be equipping some new stuff. onto me. So, equip the bow gives me more combat advantage and damage. Equipping the blades of aim gives me better everything. Equipping the scout's leather braces. Let's equip... Oh, no, you are stupid and bad. You, however, are very good. Cool. And we've now gone up to item power 5,000. My main character is like 20,000. God damn. Oh, I can increase my ability score at level 3. Dex. Movement speed, critical severity. Yeah, you pretty much want to just have crit with any kind of archer build. Because we're going to get to a point where we're doing more critical than anything else. Increase the chance that you will land a critical strike with a hit or a healing spell. When this rating is equal to or greater than your total item level, its contribution is 50%. Okay, cool. So the chance of me landing a crit is high, I think. Oh, you get one more point. I suppose strength, because that's physical damage, and I'm only ever doing physical damage, aren't I? Cool. That works. Not sure what your aim is for playing Neverwinter again, but have you seen there's a returning player event? I have. If you start playing Neverwinter right now, they give you a free level 20 character, which is maximum. But you can only be a wizard, a cleric, or a tank. I think you only get one of those three. You tried Albion online, but you find the multitudes of gear a bit confusing. It is confusing, that is true. The longer you play it, the more sense it makes. Am I into the daylight cycle depending on the server real time or a fixed, for example, 45 minutes? I think that it should be fixed within the game and cycle through quicker, because if you're only ever... If you match the server day-night cycle to real life, then depending on when you can or cannot play, you may never experience the day or the night of a specific game, which I think would be a shame. Right, let's see if... Hang on, have I got the new spell yet? I don't think I have I? No, that's level 4. Okay, cool. Mechanic, class features, we've got Seeker's Vengeance. When you strike a foe from behind, you deal 10% more damage. Cool, that doesn't actually work until I'm in a party, because then every character's facing me anyway. So, I like how the main thing that a ranger does is bring a huge amount of group damage, but you aren't playing group dungeons until later in the game. Like, I only really shine when the enemies ignore me. So the way that it works, the day-night cycle works in World of Warcraft, is it's not a full 24-hour cycle. You can still, in World of Warcraft, experience what the day and the night is like in a game by just standing there for a few hours. It's more or less max level and a halfway point to max item level. Yes. But I want to play the game. I want to just start. You know, see what's going on with it. Also, can we get rid of this? Is that always there on the screen? I forgot about this. Can we get rid of you? You might just always be there. Yeah, that's just always there. Neverwinter is one of my personal favorites. Yes, yes it is. I don't know if it's my personal favorite now. It may not be. It may have changed. How far am I willing to go in Neverwinter? I don't know. I'm just playing the game. Sometimes you just download a game, sit and play it, and focus on the moment to moment. I'm not thinking, right, what's the meta? What am I going to go to? What's the best items? What's the build going to be? How long am I playing this for? What's happening next month? What's happening next year? Am I going to quit this? I'm literally just killing the guys in front of me. That's it. You can remove the events. Good. How? Please let me know how. Right, I'm not thinking too far ahead. Hide it when rearranging the HUD. If item... Is it event notifications? Okay, if I hide the mission tracker... Yeah, that works. Cool. I don't know. Sometimes people are... they're so concerned with how long I'm going to be doing something for. Almost as if they don't want to bother getting involved with something unless they know it's going to ask for a long time. Like, I know that. I know that a lot of people really want the value of, please explain to me everything that's going to happen over the next however long. And I get why you do it, because you want to feel that your time is invested valuably. But it's okay to not see gaming time as an investment. I don't like approaching my gaming time as an investment. What the hell? This isn't the graveyard. This is Castle Never. This is the original Castle Never dungeon map. Oh, you're just reusing stuff. That's fine. I know Castle Never dungeon quite well. Dodge in. AoE. Dodge back. AoE. Remember, guys, you're here for a good time, not a long time. It's totally okay to say that you're not particularly bothered about... Oh, Castle Never used to be so difficult. Hang on, you also used to be able to jump off the edge. Why can't we do that anymore? Why can I no longer fall off the edge of Castle Never? No! Bring back falling off the edge. Yeah, you can jump that way. This is just an old dungeon. They've just reused old dungeon maps for newer missions. And I get why you would do that, you know. I do get it. You're here for a whelming time. That's what you guys are here for. So when Neverwinter Module 0 released, which was just the core game, don't get me wrong, it was rough. But I think it was rough in the way that World of Warcraft Classic was rough. Like, they hadn't really learnt the lessons that they needed to learn yet, and there was definitely dodgy mechanics in it, don't get me wrong. But I also really liked what the game is and was. It was more raw. Yeah, absolutely. I think that a game needs to be able to let you make mistakes. That's something that I notice. A game needs to be able to let you break it. Because once you start to try and codify and sanitize everything... Is this a dungeon? This is just the main campaign. Dungeons need 5 people. Straight up. Does this game still have the player-made adventure thing? The Foundry? No. Now, I actually did speak to a couple of the Neverwinter guys. Oh god, it's got to have been years ago now. And I did say, hey, what's up with the Foundry? And they gave me an interesting answer. They said that the Foundry was a great idea that they all loved. Unfortunately, so the Foundry was... You could actually download a creation toolkit and you could make your own Neverwinter Online dungeons. You could make your own missions. You could... Almost like the Neverwinter toolkit in Neverwinter Nights, and then you could upload them onto a server and then players could play them. I remember playing through a Neverwinter Online mission based on the Lovecraft mythos. And I remember playing through one where you were a goblin and you were training in like the goblin barracks and the goblin war. And then I remember playing one where you had to go and effectively cull Strathbone in the game. So there was a Warcraft reference to it as well. And the Foundry was fantastic. I think Star Trek Online had it for a while as well. But they had to remove the Foundry because of 2 reasons. One, players were abusing it to create player-made missions that dropped an insane amount of experience and an insane amount of items, because you could balance the item or the gold drops in the game based on how many enemies you asked the player to kill. But then you could just put really high-level enemies in areas that you could shoot into that they couldn't get to you from. So people used it as a grind. which was a real shame. So they had to disable it because people were exploiting the mechanics of the Foundry. The second reason, and this was what I discovered when I was talking to the guys, they said, so the truth is that there's just nobody that works there that knows how it works anymore. Like, all the staff that now work on Neverwinter looked at the code of the Foundry and basically went, this is magic. This is some kind of ancient hieroglyphs, and we don't want to touch it because we have no idea what it's going to do to the rest of the game. So it was the safest thing to just be like, no, we can't let players do this because we don't have the manpower or the time to teach someone or the knowledge to work out how the hell this even works. Just huge tech debt. So they took out the Foundry for two reasons. One, technology debt and the people that worked there not knowing how it worked. And two, players were making Foundry-made missions that just massively exploited the mechanics of the game to give people huge amounts of gold and items and stuff straight away. Is this game complicated for new players? No, not really. What's weird, though, is that I know this as the ending of Castle Never. I have got so many memories of this exact dungeon, and that would be Orcus, the big bad demon boss that would drop, if you were lucky, the longbow of Castle Never. So, the fact this is just like a regular, like a normal dude fight at this point. Alright, you've got guys, have you? That's fine, I've got AoE. Okay, cool. I remember the game being highly pay to win. Oh yeah, still is. Straight up still is. And two things can be true at the same time. I can absolutely love the game while completely admitting it was pay to win. What do I describe as the perfect MMO for me? The one where my friends are. How hard is it to die? Can you do nothing and take some damage? Let's find out.
Adventurer, Doom Guide.
Let's level up to number 4, get the actual spell that I want. Hooray! Wearers of Purple. Oh good, the Harpers. Alright. You're equipped, and now I'm looking like Robin Hood. Oh yeah! There we go. Cool. This should also get me you. I want on E. You go there. Cool. So, that should now be Rain of Arrows, which is the aimed beautiful. And what is the Rain of Arrows melee version? Rain of Swords. Strike down with your blades in a large area. Cool. Excellent. So, we've now got my favorite triple AoE on the melee, and we've got double crowd control, no, triple crowd control on the range. Cool. That is what I wanted. And we're talking to you, the Harpers. You playing Windrose? Oh, fantastic. Never paid a dime and had a blast. You don't need to pay for anything. That's true, Cloud. I mean, I can show you in the shop right now mechanics that I think are unfair. I can enjoy two things at the same time. I can enjoy the gameplay and I can hate the way that it's monetized. Now let me show you this, okay? I'm going to finish this quest. I'm going to move on. Oh good, we're killing dragons already. We've been in a dungeon, we've got to kill a dragon. Let me see if I can find the thing that I think is dumb. Remarkably dumb. So, the Zen store. Zen is the premium currency that you can buy. What we're going to want is... We're going to want... possibly... supplies? Yeah, that'll work. Stone of Mass Life. There we go, cool. Scroll of Mass Life. That item there is called the Scroll of Mass Life. If you use it, it recovers you and your entire party from death. With full health. But Josh, does that mean that you can just throw your entire party at an endgame boss, everyone die, and instead of wiping and needing to start again, just use a Scroll of Mass Life and continue to fight the boss from whatever health you got the boss down to? Yes, it does. Is there a limit on how many Scrolls of Mass Life you can use? No, there aren't. So that does mean that you can absolutely give this game as much money as you want to give it, and it will give you as many chances to fight the boss as you want without taking away your progress. There is a limit, 5 in a row. They've added a limit. Is that a limit of 5 in a row from one player? After dying 5 times, you die permanently. Right, gotcha. That wasn't a limit when I played. I'm glad they've added that. It does unfortunately mean that bosses are incentivized to use party wipe mechanics. Kind of wrong about the Scrolls of Mass Life. S, just tell me these things. The last time I played this was Mod 18. I quit the game back when Barovia was released. When it wasn't a problem, you could just keep using it forever. Do you still have the thing where if someone is a VIP in your party, they make everyone else stronger as well? Let me check. Hang on. So, you can purchase VIP. And by purchasing VIP, you got, depending on what rank you were, you got better stuff. So the VIP info, and you had to pay more money to get higher ranks. Okay, cool. So there used to be a I don't know if it's still this way, I'm checking. There used to be a VIP benefit that would affect everyone in the party. So if I'm wrong about something, correct me on it. But I'm almost glad that they're not buffing up as much as the... yeah, the power of VIP adds 1% maximum hit points to every member of your group. Does that stack? I think that does stack, doesn't it? So if you had 5 VIPs in the party, your entire party got 5% more HP. Was that correct? I think it was. You'll have to double check. But I do remember that the paid races were also much better. They had a massive Astral Diamond farming community. Oh god, yeah. You don't know if that's how it works anymore. Yes, it does work that way. You can farm Astral Diamonds and then you can turn them into Zen. Astral Diamonds are the premium currency. No, sorry, Astral Diamonds are the in-game special currency, and then you convert those to Zen, which is the Arc Cryptic special currency kind of thing. So I can look at Neverwinter and I can say, mechanically, great game. Monetization-wise, very exploitative game. Which I think is fair. Do they still have those pay-to-win races? Yes. So like the Metallic Dragonborn is just better than other races. The Gith is really good. The Menzo Berenzan Renegade. It's the exact same as Dilithium from Star Trek Online. Same company. Straight up same company. You don't know about Massively Better, but it used to do more stuff. I see. So, when you have extreme high-level hardcore bosses that really did need you to push the damage you were doing, it got to a point where an extra, 1 to 2% did end up mattering. The free races are as competitive. In certain builds, I would say yes. I would say in other builds, the paid races are much better. Because if they weren't, people wouldn't buy them. Oh, hang on. The Metallic Dragonborn has been nerfed. Good. Because I remember when that first released, that was super overpowered. It was fun, don't get me wrong. And to anyone that thinks I'm shitting on the game, I think people should play this. I think you should give it a go. And I think you should give it as much money as you think it's worth. And not a penny more. That is, I think, fair. I'm killing stuff because I keep... Part of me is like, yeah, this is where you get experience from, but I forgot that you don't get experience from this anymore. Oh, you asked how easy is it to die? So, let's find out. Like, the gameplay-wise, phenomenal. Excellent gameplay. Awkward monetization. You can stat cap without the premium races. Do they give you an advantage over the cap at all? Such as an extra, 2% critical strike and stuff like that. Gameplay is great, not a fan of not getting experience from killing things. That's true, I would prefer they go back to the old... Honestly, I think 1 to 60? I think 60 used to be maximum level. Was it 60 or 50? They increase HP, not stats. Gotcha. There is an undeniable connection between money in and power out. That's true. It was 80. Was it 80? No, it was 60 on the core mod 0, if you will. Sure it was...
Have I told you good day? Christopher Chettlebell.
Sure it was 60 on mod 0. You've been playing Guild Wars Reforged? Oh sweet, Guild Wars Reforged was great. Of the Black Lake Moninis. Is it needed to have people to play it with, or are you having fun on your own? I'm having fun on my own, man.
While we were inspecting the family crypts in Craftsman's Rest, we were set upon by uncouth hooligans in purple robes.
Stop talking, please.
I managed to escape.
There we go. Do I think this monetization system, which leads to the loss of some players, pays off better than the monetization in PoE, which does not push players away? I believe that players want to pay a fair amount of money for a fair amount of game. However, there is also one of those race to the bottom kind of things with monetizations of games. A game wants to be able to be monetized fairly, and the problem is that players demand exceptionally high quality games for free with very little monetization. And the reason that people demand those is because those games have been supplied to them. So someone will say, look, I want a really good, high-quality, AAA, world-class game, and I want to pay nothing for it, and if I think it's good, maybe I want to give it £5 to £10 a month. I'm like, okay, how is anyone affording to make this? Because what you want is a huge amount of work for a very small amount of input. So I think that we need to find a way to monetize games fairly. And we can normally monetize them through cosmetics. We can monetize them through paid expansions. We can monetize them through kind of, one-off big paid support, that kind of stuff. And people want to try it for free. Turtle Devil, I always see you leveling new characters. What games do you run more endgame on? Maybe this is endgame here, but I don't... No, this is nowhere near endgame. This is the very start still. So, I've done endgame RuneScape. I've done endgame Warcraft years ago when it was Battle for Azeroth. I've done endgame Neverwinter for a long time. I got to the endgame of Guild Wars 2. But I just don't enjoy those aspects as much because it is just doing the same thing again and again and again and again. And I kind of like the complexity and the changing of the level up experience and how that goes. You're talking specifically about multiplayer monetization online. Yes, I am, because that's where my kind of knowledge is. That's what my specialty is. And Warframe does it pretty well. Warframe is a very high quality game made by very skilled people who made Unreal Tournament, which is one of my favorite first person shooters of all time. What you also have to remember is it's a balance. We were talking about this yesterday. Imagine that you own a business and you make a game. Let's say it's an MMORPG. Would you rather appeal to 10,000 people who don't want to give you money, or 100 people who do? Now, most people might say, I'd rather appeal to the 100 people who do, but those 10,000 that don't want to pay you, they still have value. And the value they have is in fleshing the world out. If you want to attract a whale, which is what we refer to as an extremely high-paying customer, you need to have the krill for them to eat. If you are not paying for the game, you are part of the product. If someone comes along and pays £10,000 for the game and ends up destroying all of the free players, they only paid that $10,000 because there were free players there to destroy. If you are not funding the game, you need to have a value to the developers. And part of that value might be You need to exist within the game so people that are paying for it have something to do. You get the business perspective. It was just what made me leave that section for good. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, someone said, how easy is it to die? Let's just run into the next pack of enemies we find and see. We might not die. We might turn out that actually it's really hard to die. So there's like 4 kobolds over here that aren't doing much. Okay. Health to the bottom of the screen. Oh no, they're doing... They are hitting. Yeah, we're down to half health now. Nearly. There we go. Okay, so if you don't do anything, you will die. You can, of course, mitigate all of that by just rotating through your encounter powers. It's not like the early game is hard. I feel it was very much a game that was designed to be completed without putting any real energy or effort into the actual campaign. But the dungeons, I remember them being brutal. Absolutely brutal. So monetizing MMORPGs is difficult because if you monetize them at all, everyone just says, no, you shouldn't be doing this whatsoever. Okay, hang on. Do I think MMOs can exist as a passion project in this modern environment as opposed to designed to feed whales? Triss, they can exist as a passion project. The question is that will they be successful as a passion project? And the answer is no, because it's not the player's passion, it's yours. If you were developing it. You can make an MMORPG, that's fine. You're not going to get a massive amount of people playing it. This is what the sewers used to be, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is the original rat sewers. It's so weird that I'm recognizing all these old things. So I guess the challenge for me now is, can I complete the encounter, you know, without... Can I get to the boss without dying? The scope of MMOs, so that's a good point. So many people say they're making an MMO as a passion project, when what they fail to understand is that in order for an MMORPG to succeed, it needs to hit a critical mass of players. And if you're not hitting a critical mass of players, it's not going to succeed. You need to hit a critical mass of players relatively quickly, otherwise you'll just get a load of YouTube videos and written reports that say, dead game. People always say, oh, this game isn't the most successful thing we've ever seen online, therefore dead game. It's also expensive. People sometimes forget that making things cost an amount of time and an amount of money. Well, I haven't played Gothic. I've got it, but I haven't played it yet. It's online, though. Sorry, it's on my Steam account. I think instead of making MMORPGs, people should try to make an RPG game. And the reason I say this is, whenever someone says to me they're making an MMORPG, the first thing I ask them is, could you make a good game if it was just an RPG? Could you make a good game if you didn't have the benefit of players in the game giving other people stuff to do? And I don't think they could. Well, they say they couldn't anyway. Because mostly the good MMOs are also good RPGs. Warcraft did not start as an MMO. EverQuest Online, and that was one of the early ones, but that was a social experience. We cannot recapture the social experience. RuneScape was an extremely simple game at the time. Elder Scrolls Online had the Elder Scrolls behind it. Guild Wars 1 wasn't an MMO, it was just an online RPG. There are a huge amount of MMO games that benefit from actually being good games outside of that. I get that a lot of new game devs like MMOs and they want to make one. But it's almost like saying that you like cars and therefore you're going to, for your very first car ever, build a Formula 1 car. you need to start a little bit lower down. And if you want to do it as a passion project, fine. I sometimes ask people whenever, because people come to me for advice a lot. And I say to people, do you want advice from a business point of view, or do you want advice from a hobby passion point of view? Because if you want hobby passion advice, just do whatever makes you happy. If you want business advice, why are you going into business in one of the riskiest, most expensive, most oversaturated markets that by design does not want to release its player base to a new game? Why are you attempting to make money by appealing to a demographic of players who historically don't want to leave the game they're already enfranchised to and don't want to give you money? You need to launch with a game that is so good that not only is it good enough to stand on its own 2 feet immediately, it's good enough to dislodge a player base that has years of entrenched fandom within its own specific game. Now, I'm not saying it can't be done. I am saying that some of the biggest business minds have pulled away from doing it because of how risky it is. Now, maybe you want to risk and you want to, take that risk. Fine, more power to you. Fully support that. Unfortunately, I think you're approaching this with hopes and dreams instead of a business plan. The amount of businesses that continue to succeed after their first year, restaurants are a great example of this. It's very small. I got a better item on me. Oh yeah, I've got a ring, which gives me some cool stuff. Let's equip you. Have I ever played .hack? No, I've not read it yet either. Or watched the moving manga. You missed the early games of MMOs. The early days of MMOs were actually their greatest strength. And that was, it was a social experience online.
The cultists wanted with me. For what little I was able to overhear. It sounds as if they are searching for something that belonged to one of my ancestors.
Social experiences used to be novel. Is this game start playing or is dead? Doing well, if I say this game is dead, would that stop you from playing it?
I can find my own way home. Thank you again for rescuing me.
If I said there are not that many people who play this game, would you not want to play it? Do you only want to play a game that's super popular? In that case, just go and play World of Warcraft. Because old MMOs were just a social room with a game attached. It looks cool though. Cool, play it then. Stop asking if a game is dead and start asking if you want to play it. If I kept asking if games are dead and therefore not playing them because they're not popular, then my entire taste is being guided by what other people are doing. I don't want my entire taste to be guided by what other people are doing.
I'm so relieved, Miss Monini said her captors spoke of someone named Azazel.
You.
I seem to
give me your quest, whatever it may be. A shirt? Love it. I think the fear that some players have is they get invested into a game and the game shuts down. That fear can happen with any game. All you're trying to do is mitigate that fear. And if your gaming choice is based on mitigating the fear that your time invested is not going to be wasted, you're not really looking at enjoying the game, you're looking at the time that you spend now still having relevance to you in 5, 10, 15 years' time. Some of the best stuff in the world is temporary. That's okay. You don't not watch a TV show just because it doesn't last forever. You don't not listen to a band because at some point they might stop making music. You don't not enjoy an artist's paintings because at some time they might stop painting. It's okay to invest time into a video game as an enjoyment and then have it shut down, which sucks, and then go and invest it somewhere else. I hate the word invest because it implies there's monetary value to it, but everyone seems to use it, so that's what I tend to go with. Is Neverwinter good again? It's good enough for me. If you prevent yourself doing something in the present, because that thing may not matter in the future, then you are losing the present to a potential future that may or may not happen. If you need guarantees before you do something, you are going to miss out on a huge amount of stuff that you could have potentially really enjoyed. Spend time having fun, man. Avatar Well of Souls. No, not yet. Final Fantasy 11. Is that? Yeah, that's still going. People love FF11 still. But don't MMO players focus on the guarantees? Certain people do, certain people don't. If MMO players only ever focused on the guarantees, we wouldn't ever have any smaller MMORPG communities, would we? You can be lonely in a group of 1 million people. You can feel the most cared for, the most seen, and the most powerful sense of belonging with 5 people. The amount of players that a game has does, of course, change the reality of it maybe shutting down one day, but it does not mean that you are guaranteed to find a sense of belonging. You can be lonely in a crowd. You can be home in a small group. If you're simply saying, I'm only going to go where the biggest crowd is, because that has the highest potential of remaining as a crowd, but you aren't actually enjoying the crowd, what's the point in being in it? MMORPG players often do say they only want to do something that's going to remain. In that case, don't play video games at all. Go and work on yourself. You are the most permanent thing you have. We saw, the moment New World was announced as shutting down, a huge exodus of players from it. Massive exodus of players. People that were having fun moment to moment suddenly didn't want to play it. And that was because they realized that the time they were spending playing it, they weren't actually enjoying. They were simply doing it because it may have had value in the future. I'll happily take the value of day to day. But in all seriousness, do go and work on yourself. Best way to do it. Most people play MMOs for relevancy, not the experience itself. I can understand that. As a game, they're not normally that good. As a social experience, they are. And people don't want to invest time in a social experience that may one day end. I get that. I don't regret the time that I spent in any MMO that ended. Runes of Magic, Neverwinter, New World. These games either did or didn't continue, but I had a good time in them. And that gives me a great amount of, stories and memories, and I have fun with that, which to me is important. Love the amount of AoE damage this thing does. Oh, if you've got the email from Neverwinter, it's because they're doing a free character event, and you get a free max level character. It's amazing how much MMO pressure disappears when you have kids. Now you can enjoy them for what they are without feeling obligated. Have any of you ever gone through that moment where you realize that you don't actually owe the game your time? The game, instead, should be able to provide you with a fun way to spend your time. A game can give you a great way to spend your time. If the game is not giving you that, if you aren't enjoying that... Now, I'm not saying that you can just turn your brain off and be entertained. Games, especially MMOs, RPGs, are often a dance, a collaborative effort between you paying attention and them giving you what they can give you. There is a give and take to this. But it's also nice to be able to just log in, do what you like, log out for a little bit. That can work. Right, if I put that on, I get Do I have one ring slot? No, I've got 2 ring slots. What do you want about? There we go. Cool. I'll get a necklace item soon and a better bow. Josh, ignore Hayes, never answering the important questions. What's that? What's the important question? Hang on, let me scroll back up. What am I ignoring? Let me know and just ask it again. Does anyone still play PvP? I don't. More validation. You are being validated. What color socks am I wearing right now? Black. Was this the game you were good at? Yes. It's changed a lot since then. So I'm definitely nowhere near as good as I used to be. And I've not got the equipment and I'm not doing the boss fights that I can remember. But I don't think I'm doing terribly. I think I want to be collecting some of the items that these guys drop. I also don't have anywhere near as high recovery as I used to have, which is a stat I think is in the game still. Let me double check. Recovery used to be very important for me. Is recovery still there? Recovery was the stat that allowed your encounter powers to recharge quicker. And if you had... yeah, recharge speed. Okay, ability scores +3. So it's not called recovery, it's called recharge speed. So I need to increase my recharge speed because ideally I never want to be using my at-will powers. Instead, I always want to be using my encounter powers, which means faster recovery is needed. Now I also seem to remember that there were some shields that you needed to interact with within this area. And those shields on the walls gave you some of the items we were looking for. That one. Can I still interact with you? No, not anymore. Okay. Is Ranger good in this game? Yeah, I like it a lot. It's a really good melee and range-focused DPS that is pretty much all about switching whether you're in range stance or melee stance. What are encounter powers? So, Neverwinter is based on the, I want to say, 4th edition of D&D. And there is what they call at-will powers, which are bound to left-click and right-click. And you can change around what you have. So your at-will powers are left-click, right-click, and instantly refresh all the time. Your encounter powers are your abilities, if you will. They are, by standard, bound to Q, E, and R. And you can change those around as and when you wish, and as you level up you get more, and eventually you get into the Paragon path, where you get specific abilities based on the thing that you choose to go and do. So you get more stuff, more attacks. I think I want to go with Warden, because that was the AoE stuff that I really enjoyed. It's a shame that you don't get all of these on the same one. That's a real shame. So encounter powers are your abilities, and then you have a daily power, which isn't actually daily, that's more like your special ability that you build up to. You then have your special tab power, which changes based on the individual class. So the tab power of the ranger is they switch from their ranged weapon to their melee weapon. The tab power of the wizard is they cast a certain spell more powerfully. The tab power of the rogue is they turn invisible and go into stealth. The tab power of the warlock is they, I think, destroy whatever curses they've placed on the enemy for a huge amount of damage. So it's each class plays very differently, which I appreciate.
With my book. Oh, it's in such a state. Nevertheless, I must persevere. Let's take a look.
Take care. Nice work.
Ah, this is where we go and interact with the shields. I'm just accepting all these quests so I can just push my way through.
Ancestor was both a powerful member of
Are you back to remanis about what was once lost? I am definitely thinking about it.
When he died,
you get equipped.
Orders for the dragon Azazel
belts,
to be entombed with him. You really must deal with Azazel before Valindra or the cultists gain control of him. Harper Windle has knowledge of the tomb's physical loss.
Did they update the graphics? I'm sure there's probably been updates over the time.
I'm afraid
Yeah, now we
have to
interact with the
travel to
shields. That's the
Shadowfell
one.
to trip this final lock.
The tab power of the Bard. So the Bard, I think, does some really cool actual playing music stuff, which I really like. I like the gameplay of Neverwinter enough to be able to ignore the stuff that I don't like. There is no video game, especially MMORPG, that does stuff that I only like. All the games have stuff that I think is weak. I think what I've realized as I get older is if you look for a reason to dislike something, you will find it. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying with that, or if you agree or disagree. But if you look for a reason to hate, you will find it. You will dislike a mechanic in the game. You will dislike the company that make the game. You will dislike the monetization of the game. You will dislike the player base of the game. You will dislike a content creator of the game. It's in the Shadowfell. Let's pop in here. The fault finder will find fault. The pay to win can be disheartening. Absolutely. I could give you multiple reasons not to play any specific game. I could. The problem with that is if you follow that, you're never going to play any games ever, are you? People have said that they don't want to play World of Warcraft because they dislike how Blizzard is. You know what? Understandable. I was the same for a long time. People have said they don't want to play RuneScape because they don't like how the graphics look. Again, understandable. I completely understand that. People have said they don't want to play Elder Scrolls Online because of how the combat is. Ah, we're in the Shadowfell. People have said they don't want to play Neverwinter because of how the monetization is. And you know what? I actually get it. I completely get exactly what you're saying and why you're saying it. But you seem to be looking for reasons to not want to do something. And if that's the case, you don't need a reason to not want to do something. I'm not defending negative parts of either companies or games. I can absolutely dislike what I see as bad decisions. But I can also say to myself, am I going to avoid engaging with this because of my dislike? Now, if my dislike of something is extreme enough, then yeah. If it's like a moral failing that I absolutely cannot 100% get behind, of course. But you do have to at some point say, right, at what point are you willing to accept something? You need to be honest with yourself about that. If your moral conviction, if your mechanical enjoyment of something is so ingrained, so intertwined with whether you do or don't agree with outside aspects, that's absolutely fine. You know, more power to you if that's what you want to do and who you want to be. Not going to tell you you're wrong with that. What I am going to say is that I've had so many people message me and say they don't play this game for this reason. They don't play this game for this reason. They don't engage with this for this reason. Okay, I get it. And then the game that they do play, what they tend to not realize is that it is also guilty of all of those things. They just like it enough to avoid it. Can you please explain your big points where you dislike an MMO so you don't want to play it? I think I will stop playing an MMORPG if the moment-to-moment gameplay is either remarkably dull and boring, or I've realized that they are deliberately creating a problem in order to sell a solution. If I'm enjoying something on a moment-to-moment basis, I sometimes need to ask the question, am I enjoying this enough to just keep going with it? Normally the answer is yes. Like, I've had people message me back when Jagex put the price up for RuneScape, saying, hey, I will never support RuneScape ever again because they've put the prices up. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Some people, many people, will continue to enjoy it. Hey, long-time YouTube viewer, welcome! Watched your video on teachers and the hierarchy. I'm doing a master's, give me a second. You did 2 years in English, and you're going to special. What kind of homunculus amalgamation of teacher are you going to become, and where will you sit on the hierarchy? The fact that you'll have a master's in something means that you will be looked up to. If you do not fit within the teacher hierarchy, your position will be chosen by what kind of biscuits you choose to bring to the staff room. You bring nice biscuits to it, you'll be high, you'll be respected. You'll potentially be loved. Isn't a mass resurrection scroll as an iteration for a problem creates a solution? Yeah, it could be. So, a mass resurrection scroll is something I massively disagree with as an item. I think it completely destroys the integrity of attempting a boss fight and trying to learn the mechanics and get it first time. I believe that adding in an auto-kill mechanic to a boss specifically to force a player to buy the mass resurrection scroll is a bad game design move that is done in order to facilitate sales and not to make the game better. I dislike that. Now, you can kill every boss in Neverwinter without dying. That's possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. If a boss fight included a mandatory death, like you have to die halfway through, and the only way to mitigate that is to purchase our mass resurrection scroll, then I'd have a massive issue with it. Maybe this is just me justifying it and doing the same thing. I don't think that they have created a problem that is not solvable in other ways. If they ever do create a problem that you can only solve with the cash shop, then we're going to have words. Is this some sort of Death Realm? Yes, this is the Shadowfell. Then we return to the graveyard. So yes, that was the Shadowfell of this area. So I would definitely have a conversation if a design was placed into the game whose only purpose was to make you spend money. If you can mitigate that mechanic by spending money and you can also mitigate it by just being good, then there's a bit more leeway. Is there the Feywilds? Yes. What game have I played that had the best story or narrative? Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. Can you do all content solo, or at some point will you need to look for parties? You've got dungeons that you need to party up for. I think there is still a... I think there's a find party? Yeah, you've got a find party button with that. And I think there's a dungeon finder mechanic at some point. Where is the dungeon finder mechanic? Which one was it? Adventures and campaigns, not the auction. There used to be a dungeon finder mechanic. It's probably in the main city somewhere. Or is it a campaign thing? Because there was a way that you could queue up for stuff. It's one of these things. The calendar was cool, because you get to see what's happening at certain times and what's kind of going on with stuff. The irony of not being able to find the dungeon finder. Press L and go to the queue tab. Ah, yeah, there we go. Cool. That works. The irony of not being able to find the dungeon finder. Absolutely.
Excellent.
Right, you give me a haunted longbow, which is way better than my current bow. The numbers that we're dealing with are just way too big.
Excellent.
I don't like dealing with numbers that are immediately in the hundreds and the thousands at the start of a game, especially for a D&D game. Right, you're going to give me level 5 if I complete this, which is nice. Scrolls are not used the way you've described. We use them to continue the fight and learn the mechanics, but it comes at a cost. Every time you go down, you get a debuff, which reduces your damage for about 10% each time to a max of 5 downs until you're dead. Yeah, but they still cost money. Like, you still need to spend an amount of real money to get them unless you're just grinding the game. Like, I'm not saying that they have ruined every way that a boss fight works. I'm saying that there is a direct correlation between the money that you spend and the chances and the power that you can get. So, the Zen store would be... Is it supplies? Okay, Scroll of Mass Life for 200 Zen. How much is 200 Zen currently? You don't have to get them in the Zen store. No, but you can. That's the point. You can buy them on the Astral Diamond Marketplace, can't you, as well? Auction house? So, we type in Mass Life. Okay, 16 Scrolls of Mass Life, 63,000 diamonds. Okay, cool. So you can get them in-game by spending in-game currency. What I'm saying is there is a way to transfer real money to power. Or real money to advantage, if that makes sense. When people say, is the game pay to win, and I tend to defend it and say it's pay for advantage, what I'm often asking myself is there a direct correlation between money put in and advantage gained? Because for a long time, MMORPGs didn't have that. And I think it's now becoming standard practice. Even EverQuest does it. When you I don't know if you guys know this. When you subscribe to EverQuest, the original EverQuest, you can augment your subscription. And you can augment it with one of 3 bonuses. And the bonuses do something like, one of them gives you cheaper prices with merchants, one of them gives you less death debt when you die, one of them gives you, something else. And you can augment with all 3 if you want to, and you just spend a bit more money to do that. That does mean that if you get a more expensive subscription to EverQuest, you will have an in-game advantage. That's just an undeniable mechanical fact. Now, people that like EverQuest will turn around and defend this. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying I like EverQuest, but I'm not going to defend it. This is what I think people aren't getting. You can like something, and you can dislike a thing it does, and you can not feel the need to defend it. S, you disagree about pay to win. More as pay to progress. Faster, but not necessary. Aragon, a Neverwinter YouTuber, has a great way to get to endgame without paying. Most Zen stores don't help your character being able to get to endgame. Okay, we're not talking as much about endgame stuff. We're now talking about is there a direct correlation between money in and advantage out? If there is a direct correlation between money you put in and power you can get in the game, then it is definitely pay to progress. It is definitely pay to advance. When people say pay to win, they often mean, is there something that you can only get in the game through money that you cannot in any way get through just paying the game? Sorry, just playing the game. So, consider this. We can purchase Zen, which is the premium currency. No advantage, no power. So we can purchase Zen, which is the premium currency. We can then trade Zen for astral diamonds in the game. We can purchase them from another player. We can then use the auction house to buy pretty much whatever we need. So we could go and buy a mount from, the auction house if we wanted to. So we could spend 10 million astral diamonds to buy a red dragon. I don't know if that is a good mount or not. I've been out the game too long to know. But there is therefore a direct correlation between money that you can put in and stuff that you will then have access to in the game, which you can mitigate a huge amount of grinding for. Is Neverwinter a good game? Yes. Does Neverwinter have aspects of pay to progress or pay for advantage or pay for power within it? Also yes. Denying that is not defending the game as much as it is, I think, trying to almost trick the new players that it doesn't have that. I don't want players to be... I don't want to trick people into playing this game. I would rather be completely 100% upfront with you and say, look, I like this game, I'm having a good time. It has stuff in it that I disagree with. It has stuff that I think you will disagree with. It has stuff that I would consider acceptable. It has stuff that I would consider completely egregious and unacceptable. Beyond all that, I still have a good time moment to moment. I still enjoy playing the game. I think that trying to justify why pay to advance or pay for progress is in there is placing the interests of the company above the interests of the players. And I would rather the players feel completely understood and listened to instead of trying to explain why the company is doing the things it's doing. My loyalty is not to the company. My loyalty is to the people that want to play the game with me. That's what it is. The problem is that if you see a flaw or an issue or a problem or a pay to progress, if you see something that causes friction with the player base within a game, and your first response is to justify that it either isn't there or is totally okay or doesn't matter, it has the energy of trying to protect the feelings of the company over trying to empathize with the pain of the player base. And I would rather empathize with the pain of a player. If someone comes along to me and says, is Neverwinter pay to win? I'm not going to go into a long spiel about how you can get everything outside of that. I'm just going to say, look, quite frankly, yes. Because if I need to start justifying and explaining why it is, why does the justification and explanation exist? Because the game doesn't want you to say yes because it knows that it hurts it. And so what it's trying to do is say, well, it kind of is, but also it kind of isn't, but it's like that. You're giving yourself the plausible deniability. And that, to me, I think, is coming at the cost of the player-based trust. Imagine if somebody started playing this game and then, you know, a week or two in, they went, oh my god, I can't believe this, I've just discovered the cash shop, this is disgusting, I'm going to quit. You've hurt a player. If instead you start the conversation with, look, it's a good game, but you've got to be prepared for this. If people start with the, okay, I'm prepared for that, I'm ready for it, I'm going to play the game now, they're much more likely to stick with the game over the long term. I'm just going to kill this warrior from here. That, to me, I think is the fairest way of doing it. I think a lot of players, and that I completely agree with that, what you've just said, Hob. A lot of players have a really good time in a pay-to-win game right up until they get to the bit where they need to pay. I don't know if it's still the case in Neverwinter, but when I played, it was a massive pay-to-win game. You could use money to buy full gear with best-in-slot enchantments, runes, and everything. Yes, correct. I believe it still is. Is this game good? Yes. So I think you still can just purchase, like, the best enchantments in the game. I mean, we'll have a check. So, enchantments, search by money, Mythic Swift Synergy. Your attacks grant you a stack of preparation. Each stack increases your combat advantage and critical severity. Maximum 6. When in a party, it evolves into Swift Synergy, allowing up to 12. Okay, so it just sounds like that's good. That's just like a good item. Mythic, 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 mythic. Whatever these things are that are doing stuff. Mythic Radiant Sanctuary. Whenever you heal an ally, there's a 40% chance to grant Radiant Sanctuary, which is more stuff. So These, I assume, are good things. And there also isn't a level or specific skill requirement to equip them. So you can absolutely just spend real money and get these. Getting them in the game would take you weeks, potentially months. Are coalescent wards still a thing? Where if you attempt to upgrade something and fail, you can destroy it? Does the game have jiggle physics? Yes, actually it does. There's an upgrade system in the game where when you try to upgrade your artifact or some stuff, if you don't succeed, you lose the reagents. And the reagents are quite expensive. So what you can do is purchase a coalescent ward, which means that if the upgrade fails, you still get to keep the reagents. And you can buy coalescent wards with real money. Cool! It's like a big, massive 3D clock that you can see down through. That's a cool area. That sounds awful. It is. It is, and I disagree with it. I would say that you can probably very fairly complete this game with about 70 to 80% power maximum. But there is definitely a way of spending money to get to that 70 to 80% quicker. No doubt. And denying that, I think, is denying the mechanics of the game. Is this the Neverwinter MMO? Yes. It's a game that I like a lot. It's got flaws, but I have fun with it. Someone said earlier this reminds you of Final Fantasy XIV player base trying to justify all of the flaws in the game. I think my issue with attempting to justify a flaw in a game is if you like a game and someone else comes along and asks if it has flaws, if the first thing you start doing is running defense for the game, you almost set yourself up in an adversarial position to the player. And it has the energy of... stop me if this doesn't make any sense. If this does make sense to you, let me know in the comments. If you ask a question about a game, and the answer would make the game seem bad or negative, if the person that you're talking to starts justifying the bad, justifying the negative, running defense, trying to downplay what you're asking, it almost feels like a sales pitch for the game. And you feel less like a person that they're talking to and more like a consumer or a customer that they're trying to convince. Even if they're just a player of the game, there's almost this immediate juxtaposition setup of, hey, is this game bad? Does this game suck? Is this game negative? Does this game have pay to win? And they start going with, well, no, actually, you can do this, this, and this, and not this, and not that, and not that. There's a justification. Whereas I tend to find that I'm actually much more comfortable if I ask a negative about a game and the player base are just like, yeah, it's still fun. Like, it's there. But that bit, that sucks. And that's almost, that makes me more comfortable, because then I can kind of go like, all right, yeah, you all acknowledge it sucks. We all get that it sucks. We can all have a good time with around it sucking. Let's just keep going. Yeah, that would be the way that I look into it. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is an incredible MMORPG. You know what? The opening of that sucks. The pacing is dire. Let's be fair. Let's all just get together and absolutely admit that the opening section of FF14 is just straight up bad. It gets good 100 hours in. Yes, it does. That's not an excuse for the opening being bad. The opening will continue to be bad until we push back enough against it. I still think it's an incredible game and it doesn't take away from the good end game. But it's glacial. It really is. People also think that if you like a game, you have to like all of it. No, you don't. You can think certain bits suck. Uncharted has a stealth section halfway through for some reason. Did the game go less pay to win? Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. Like, I've been able to do everything with the stuff the game has given me so far. And so far, I've had a good time with it. I think people just start to feel a bit... They almost take ownership of their favourite bits of media. And they start to act as if they don't defend them. People won't like them as much. Yeah, and it does, Mara. Why does Uncharted have that random zombie horror section? Like 2/3 of the way through the game. Oh, hang on, I wasn't paying attention, that was a mimic. You guys distracted me and I got attacked by a mimic in the game. There we go. Oh, cool. Scout Cultist's Boots. Purple items, which you should never get purple this earlier in the game. Why on earth are you giving me purple stuff? Item level 325, recommended, class level 5. Cool, can't need those yet. I don't agree. Running defense when the question is inherently about the negatives seems straight up reasonable. If someone asks me, is this pay to win, and I start talking about how awesome the combat is, to me, seems like you're trying to avoid the pay to win aspect. I'd rather get a straight up answer of yes, but then I can make an informed decision. Duke, that's fine. That's not running defense. When I say running defense, I mean immediately trying to justify why the negative spin that they've put on the question is wrong. It's almost... There are certain situations where video game players, especially MMORPG players because of how emotionally invested they get, seem more interested in defending the feelings of the game and the current player base and less interested in actually connecting to the person asking the question for a genuine reason. Does that make sense? It's almost as if they immediately put themselves in position of champion of representing the game versus person who is down talking the game. And the entire interaction then becomes must win for the glory of the game. Does that make sense? Oh, I got a Warriors tainted shirt, which I'm already wearing. Yeah, if someone says, is this bad? It doesn't mean, should you dislike this? I watched a video recently by a YouTuber who reviewed the original Power Rangers movie. I bring this up a lot. Power Rangers with Ivan Ooze. Anyone seen that film? I love that film. It is a bad film. Like, it is not a good film. I adore it. The VHS is amazing. Action Boy Now, Action Girl Now is an absolute tune. It is brilliant. It sucks. Like, it straight up sucks. The CGI at the end is bad. The plot gets randomly nonsensical halfway through. I mean, the only thing defending it right now is Dulcea being the sexiest thing in the world. Apart from that, would I say it's a good film? Not at all. Ivan Ooze was a great villain. But if someone says to me, is Power Rangers the first movie a good movie? What I would say to them is, no. But you will have fun. Like, you'll enjoy it. We'll sit down together, we'll get a pizza in, it'll be a good time for both of us. Straight up not a good film. Which I think is a fair way of putting it. What's a VHS is crazy. People don't know. There are some people here that were born after VHS has stopped. Nobody wants to hear the thing they dumped 2,000 hours into might be bad, if only in parts. Bit odd to me. I'll drag the things I love through the mud for their downsides. Oh yeah, you still love them. I think it's because people aren't confident in themselves. I know this is going to sound like a weird psychology answer. People are not comfortable or confident in themselves, and so they replace the comfortableness and the confidence in themselves with the confidence in a product, in a media, in an idea. And so they feel that they need to defend that product as a way that defends themselves. Like, if you're super comfortable and confident in yourself, you can just say, yeah, this sucks. You still love it, but it sucks. Like, I like super cheap mac and cheese. Is it good? Is it healthy? Not at all. I will eat mac and cheese from a can and have a good time. I'm not telling anyone that's a good meal. I think there's an understanding that critiquing something you love is almost important. Protecting something you love from critique, even if it makes the thing you love seem bad, isn't love, it's delusion. People do two things that irritate me. First of all, they refuse to acknowledge something that they like might be bad, but we have to make sure we aren't doing the opposite. You also must acknowledge that something that you don't like might also be quite good. People have this thing where if they don't like it, that means it's bad, because if it was good, they would like it. I don't particularly like Fortnite. I think it's a very well-made, very good game. It's not for me, but mechanically I think it's really impressive. I don't particularly care about Rocket League. I think it's a very good game. I don't particularly care about Roblox. I think, you know what, mechanically, there is some benefit and there's some impressive stuff that they've done. It is possible, and even important, to acknowledge that something that you don't like might still be pretty bloody good. Oh, hang on, gelatinous cube, this is a problem. Now we're in classic D&D territory. Stay away from the gelatinous cube, otherwise it will just absolutely rip you apart. Those things were brutal back in Mod 0. You feel that about a lot of things. You can appreciate stuff without liking it. Stuff doesn't need to be for you. But everyone, of course, is the main character in their own life, which means if something is good, they'll like it. If something is bad, they won't like it. Which also means, retroactively, if they like something, it's good, and if they don't like something, it's bad. If someone comes up to me and says, should they start playing EverQuest? I think EverQuest is an incredibly impressive MMORPG. And unless you have already played lots of MMORPGs, I would absolutely not recommend EverQuest. Because this is another really, really important thing that people do not get. I think you guys will be able to understand this slightly more. When someone asks you to recommend something, they're not always saying, what did you have the most fun in? What do you like the most? What do you think the best is? They're often saying, how would I get into this process? How would I get into this genre? So if someone says, hey, what's the first MMORPG we should start with? I would not recommend somebody start with EverQuest. Because the quality of life updates that we now have are just way better. I think that the Stanley Parable is an excellent game, and I cannot, in good conscience, recommend the Stanley Parable to someone who hasn't played video games. Because the Stanley Parable is a love letter to video games. And if you haven't played them, you wouldn't understand what the love letter is saying. Sometimes, in order to understand the complexity of something, you need a huge amount of context for it. It's a deconstruction, yeah. You can only deconstruct something and have it be impressive if you know what the original construction is meant to be. For your first MMORPG, I would recommend either World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2, or Oh god, what would be a good one to start with? Probably RuneScape? There is a skill to recommending things. Elder Scrolls Online would be a good one as well. There is a skill to recommending things. There is also a skill to recommending video games. I don't think anyone's first video game should be Crimson Desert. Because there are so many mechanics in that game that you kind of need to have already... Gaming is a language. The more we game, the more we learn that language without really trying to learn it. And when you play a game, you instantly know the language it's talking to you in. It's not difficult mechanically, but it does expect you to already talk the language. Put it this way, there was a really interesting review in a PlayStation magazine about the, I think it's Alien Trilogy? And it's like the Alien games from years ago. And Alien Trilogy was one of the first games to really kind of codify the left analog stick moves the character's body, right analog stick moves the way they look around. Because previously, the left analog stick strafed you and looked up and down, and the right analog stick moved you forward and backward and made you look left to right. It was a really complicated thing where both movement and vision were mapped across both sticks instead of one stick for each of those things. And when... was it IGN? And they spoke about it saying one of the most horrifying things is the control scheme. But that control scheme became industry standard. I think there's a lot of stuff that becomes industry standard. Okay, hang on. We have a quiz. I am the most ominous and portentous hour, both the darkest and the lightest, and the greatest of them all. Midnight, noon, or 12? Well, it would be 12, because darkest and lightest is both going to be afternoon and midnight. You answered correctly. In we go. The time before WASD was a thing as well, when it was like Z and X. God, treasure chest over there. I want this treasure chest. Now, I believe there's actually a way that you can tell if a chest... I'm not sure if this is still correct. I think there's a way that you can tell if a chest is a mimic before opening it. If it's a mimic, your aiming receptacle does not change. If it's a real chest, the aiming receptacle changes to have a little open icon. Right, so that has the little open icon. So this should be real. Hang on, gotta kill this thing first. It's a phase spider. You can also look at the chain, can't you? Because the chain, if it's a mimic, bounces around a bit. This should be real. That's real. If we find another chest, we'll have another look, see if we can find a mimic at some point. Is Fallout 76 an MMO for me? Probably. I'm not sure what the word MMO even means anymore. It's probably fine. It's a game that can be played online with some aspects of multiplayer. Therefore, yes. Sir Biz, we've literally just talked about this. You can say that Fallout 76 isn't a game for you. You don't need to say it's dog shit, because that honestly makes your critique look like the critique of a 12-year-old. We're trying to think a little deeper about things. We're trying to maybe have more of a, you know, nuanced take with it. The reason that I push back against those kind of critiques is because it makes people that play the game feel stupid. It makes it feel like you're insulting them. Don't insult the players. Critique systems, not people.
And the right of the Dragonage.
Oh, hello, Valindra.
Oh, hello again. Your friend is well, I hope.
Cool. Big spider boss. Let's go. Right, how much damage can we throw onto you quickly? Where are you, big spider boss? Yep, there you are. Hang on. Got to actually focus on this boss for a second. Give me a minute. Problem with being a ranger is that you do more damage if you're behind the enemy, but you can't get behind the enemy. While there's no team to help you do that. I like how every class will deal with this fight differently. Nope. Dodge out the way. There we go. We've not used any defense yet, which is nice. There we go. Did they update the what? What's been updated? What happened to WoW Classic? I want to watch more clips on the JoshStrifeSays. Visa better be clipping this cool-ass shit too. Yep. Yeah, he probably will be. I feel that what happened was that nothing happened. It's still a game and I'm still going to play it at some point. I think what gets to me is that there's two kind of responses to seeing something new, and one of them is, oh cool, something new. And the other response is, oh, what happened to the old thing? And it's always what happened to the old thing. Your review of this game was scathing at the time. Of course it was. It still is. I can hold two contradicting opinions. I can hold the opinion that this game is fantastic and I love it, and I can also hold the opinion the game sucks compared to what it was. Like, I can say, hey, I had more fun with this game years ago, and I can still say I'm having fun with it now. Yeah, you can love something and critique it. If anything, I think you should. I'm surprised you're playing this thing. Why? Why are you surprised I'm playing it? What surprises you about the fact that I am playing it? If I could only play one ARPG for the rest of my life, what would it be? Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. You know it's the correct answer.
Have I told you I'm at Valindra escaped
Level 5!
Perhaps it's
Hooray!
time to visit my academic colleagues in Waterdeep. I suppose you could consider the bright side. Now that Valindra controls an army of gnolls and undead and a blue dragon, it's highly
see, this is something I dislike a lot.
Leave Neverwinter in peace.
This is something I think sucks. The game has just given me a bank slot reward. It's increased the amount of bank slots I have, but the way it's done it is by giving me a token for the Zen market, which grants me 100% off the 16 slot purchase. The reason I dislike that is because it's done it this way to get the player to open the Zen market. They could have just said, hey, as a reward for that quest, we've now given you 16 bank slots. Cool. But they haven't done that. They've said, we've given you 16 bank slots, but in order to claim them, you need to go to the shop. Which means that you are forcing a player to access the shop. They could have just given you the reward. But the reward isn't the point. The point is getting the player to open the shop. Which I'm not a fan of.
Valindra escaping with the right of the Dracolich, however, is certainly a setback. We're sure to see her again, Though it may take us...
Right, Neverdeath pretty much cleared. You look very cool. God damn. Inspect. Wow. Okay. Total item level 133,000. The Doom Cleaver weapon. Maxed out, it seems. God damn. Female half-orc Blade Master Barbarian with max everything. Cool. Oh, good lord. Okay, that's an endgame player right there. That's pretty damn impressive. And there are people chatting in the zone chat asking for people. I like that. How busy is the old... No one's using the seal traders anymore. How busy is the auction house? Is that still over here? Nope. I seem to remember this being the auction house. Oh, it is. Okay, but you don't need to use it anymore. Oh, because you just use the auction house straight from the menu now, don't you? Are people still doing weird RP in the Moonstone Mask? I don't want to find out. There's a couple of... You know what? Some knowledge should stay unknown. Some stuff should stay esoteric. This game looks better than WoW. How is it not more popular? Because looks don't matter. Gameplay does. And certain people don't like the gameplay. And certain people don't like the monetization. Which I can actually completely agree with. You're right. Nox, listen to me, bro. I've cleared Neverdeath Graveyard.
Protector's Enclave needs your help.
Graveyard. Done.
Valindra.
5 keys to success. Learn about lockbox keys, invoking the gods, companions, the seal store, and queues. Of course you're going to give me an entire quest that's literally about just accessing the shop. Friends in high places. Claim the rewards claim agent. Done. Right. So, a quest to open the Zen market. A quest to go to a quest somewhere. Packs? None of these are important. Is that just going to keep pointing at that? Featured? No. Oh, shimmering keys, free. Let's claim them. Cool. And then we use the special keys to open lockboxes, because of course we do. Shimmering lockbox. Opal, dominance, trade bars. I forget the trade bars were a thing, weren't they? You can train those for actually cool looking equipment. Let's open another. A Stone of Health. Instantly heals you to full health, has 50 charges. And a horse. Right, the Stone of Health now goes on hotkey 5 and mitigates the need for potions forever. That was actually a quest to do that. Invoking is quite cool. You get to pray once either every day or every couple of hours. So just stand at a... and then invoke the gods. And you get a blessing. And the more blessings you get, the cooler. Right, Astral Diamonds, Ardent Coins, Celestial Coins. I remember with enough Celestial Coins you could get some really cool companions, couldn't you? Was it Celestial or Ardent Coins? And you got cool stuff with them. Hang on. Spend Ardent Coins? Yeah, if you had enough of them, you got the Angel of Protection, which was like a super cool companion thing. I think I've got that on my main. I've not checked in ages, but I'm sure I've got that somewhere. And the Ardent Coins, or the Celestials, were different as well. Yeah, they just gave you some stuff. You had to log in for 2 weeks to get a special thing. How would companions work in an MMO? They are just pets that follow you around that give you static boosts and static buffs. So when Mod 0 released, when the core game was the main thing, if you were a tank class, you would take a companion that did damage. And if you were a damage dealing class, you would take a companion that healed you. So there was a way to almost build into what you needed, which was kind of cool. You appreciate the background noise to keep the thoughts at bay. That's what I'm here for. Want to make sure that you guys don't need to think. Companion vendor.
Do
you sell me a companion.
Companions were excellent.
Right, do I want a man-at-arms, an apprentice healer, a wayward wizard, or a dog?
I will gladly tell you all I can about
What companion do we want?
Which companion would you like me to tell you
Tank, healer, damage dealer, or dog? I think the answer is dog.
Dog, special item.
Item received. Dog. Equip. Cool. Your companion. Dog. Bind companion. Give your dog a nickname. Dog. Companions. Summoned companion. Summon dog. Let's go. Sup, dog? You start off as a puppy. Alright. You're looking a bit mangy right now, but it's okay. You'll get better. Come with me, dog. We're going on an adventure.
Hello there.
Companion equipment. Yes, so you can put stuff on your dog. You can give your dog special powers. There is indeed a growth system. As the companions get better, they change how they look physically. So you use the companion levels up with you, and then you get young dog, mature dog, and beastly dog. I had all of the Archons on my main character, and the Archons look super cool when they level all the way to maximum. Loved that. Loved that a lot. Right, Seal Merchant. This dude is interesting. So, the way the Seal Merchant works is... Let's say that you go and do a dungeon, but you don't manage to get the drop that you want. You might still get, from the mini-bosses and the final bosses, some seals. Seal of the Adventurer. And then you can come and spend the seals on equipment like this. It's basically a pity system. Now, this stuff isn't necessarily as good as the stuff that the boss could drop, but it does mean that the more you grind the dungeons, you are pretty much always building toward some better equipment somewhere, which I think is good. It means that you're never doing a wasted dungeon run, because you're always getting a slight amount of benefit, which I think is cool. How's that? That's how the system works. What a pity. Hey, good joke. Queues. Sometimes you'll need to work with other adventurers to overcome challenges, dungeons, skirmishes, and trials. And then we queue up. Right, I've given you all of those. Give me some cool stuff. Oh, finally, an area that I like. The Lost Belt of the Companion. Companion equip only, that goes onto my dog. The Lost Ring of the Companion goes onto my dog. And the Lost Necklace goes onto the dog. Which means the Companion is now actually quite good.
Means Valindra could be involved. And I've heard rumor that the Thayans are up to something there.
Right, so apparently there's some dodgy stuff going on in Neverdeath Graveyard. Completed, gain some rewards. Thank you. We're off to Velosk. I love the Velosk map. The Velosk is a really nice forest. You're going to stretch your legs? Oh yeah, good point. I've been playing for 3 hours. I forgot about that. Let's jump on the horse. Pop over to Velosk. In fact, I've got the horse now, which means I might be able to glitch my way into... If I can't do it with this character, I'll jump on a rogue and do it with them. But I think, unless they've patched it, I should now be able to... Ah, they might have patched it. Right, we'll try again. So there's an area in the game called the Rooftop Garden, which you're only meant to be able to get to if you're a paying VIP player. But never doubt how much... Ah, damn. That would be the only way they can get to there without paying. I don't think the Hunter Ranger has a long enough dodge to be able to do this. I think you need to go back with the... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, then you start falling endlessly, which was the problem. I think this was where you needed the horse. Hang on. And then from here was where I think you need the rogue. It's kind of like a Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzle, except not designed to be, you know, broken. Was it over to that side and then you jumped from there to it? It may have been. Yeah, there was a way of effectively glitching to... Ah, you jump from there to there. So yeah, you can get to the secret area without doing it. Some of the Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzles were definitely designed on what you ended up being able to do with this game. It was always just fun to kind of glitch out of bounds, you know, and do that kind of area stuff. Damn. Okay, hang on. Hang on 1 second. Before we switch some stuff, I just need to see if I can do this on the rogue. Because the rogue had a different dodge. And I'm sure I had a rogue... Yeah, there we go. I think I had the cool-looking Jester's outfit for the rogue as well. Environmental gameplay. Hell yeah. We're all the way in Roth Valley. I do not remember what this rogue has on it. Okay. So, the rogue was kitted out in... God damn. It's full draconic stuff, which is super old. Your quest is out of date and will be restarted. We apologize for the inconvenience. Understandable. And what did I used to go with this one. Yeah, the rogue is a much longer roll. So I think... Yeah, you could dodge much easier on the rogue. That was the one. So different classes have different dodge ranges, if you will. And the rogue just had the longest. It was either that one or that one. I think it was that one. I know this isn't needed. This isn't necessary at all. Like, none of this is needed. But I just like the fact that you could try to do it. I think it was from there to there. This is not meant to be in the game at all. Ah, nearly. Then you get to there and jump up there. Anyway, that was the rogue. The rogue goes invisible whenever you use the special ability, and then you use the massive one-hit kill, which just instantly stabs the enemy to death, which is super cool. Is this the official path done by the devs? Nope, I don't think it is. But you know what? Maybe the wizard could do it. I did appreciate the rogue's invisibility. The rogue was super fun when it went invisible. Oh, you thought I was playing Neverwinter Nights. You don't know what this is. This one is Neverwinter, the MMORPG. The rogue is a PvP machine, from what I remember. Also, yeah, I agree. You know what? The music in this game absolutely kicks ass. Music in this game is fantastic. Can the wizard just teleport there? Because I do have a maxed wizard as well. Hang on. Let's just see what we did with the old wizard. Jump in the game, wizard. Let's see where you are. Oh, you're in the Dread Ring. Of course you're in the Dread Ring. My favourite area in the entire game. What were you equipped with? You were equipped with nothing good. Hang on, didn't I have... Where's my snail? Oh, I've got the Erin, yes. Right, when I said I've got some old companions, I have some old-ass companions. Ion Stone of the Feywild. God, that was old. Just doesn't even do much. Okay, so we've got some old companions that just don't even do anything. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Where were my mounts? That was the question. You... Can I change how you look? Right, you have no other special mounts. Cool. Right, White Tiger, let's go. And... How did we leave the Dread Ring again? You've got Tensor's... That's the mount I always wanted. Tensor's Floating Disc. Loved it. Yeah, so... The wizard just teleports in a much further direction. Yo, Nox, can you send me back to Protector's Enclave, please? I want to see if I can get to this garden. That's all I want to do. Just want to get to the garden. Josh complains Neverwinter became a completely different game after all the updates. Oh, Neverwinter Nights hasn't changed. Neverwinter has. Did I get a new horse in the chest? I did, but we're not using that horse. We're using the White Tiger. Right, I think this was the way that I need to go. I'm going to remember this. I'm going to find out what the glitch was. Yeah, it's way easier. Okay. Okay, cool. Was it that way? I think it was. God, this is so much easier with the wizard. Okay, so I now know that wizards are much easier to maneuver than rogues are. You've got to kind of jump around the side. Like that. Damn it. It can't be this way, actually, because if it was this way, we could literally just do this instead, which will glitch up there quick, but it's got to be on the other side. Funny how we remember all the maps in the games, but we can't navigate through the city. Oh, I mean, you're not meant to do this. I'm pretty sure this is not meant to be the way this is played at all. This is based on 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons, yes. 4th edition D&D. Did I quit Albion and WoW? No, people just kept saying annoying things. Okay, so you can't go that way because you're not meant to. You can run this way because you are meant to. And then we get to here. Okay. Ah, it could be that way. Let's find out. That's fine. We'll try a different thing later. Can we stream Devil May Cry 2 again? Why do you hate me? Why would you hate me like that? Why would you do that? Anyway, guys, let's take 5 minutes because it has been 3 hours. What's making it worth coming back for you? Curious, as I never tried the game and have heard bad things about it. I'll tell you bad things. I'll tell you bad things about it right now. It's incredibly pay for advantage. The new expansions completely invalidate the old ones. It has suffered from feature creep and power creep to an absurd degree. PvP is hugely unbalanced in the rogue's favor. There's a lot of pay for advantage in the shop. So I can tell you bad things about this all day, and indeed, if you give me the day, I would do. However, on a moment-to-moment gameplay level, I just really enjoy the game. Is this the game you said is greater than or equal to WoW? No, Dio, I wouldn't say it's greater than or equal to, I would say it's different to. As far as just the combat goes, I really, really like this game. Now, the wizard themselves is also super interesting because the wizard's powers, you can put one spell in the tab slot, which makes it more powerful. And if you put repel in the tab slot, you can just throw enemies off bridges, which I think is really fun. What is Neverwinter? It's an MMO, it's an action MMORPG based on the city of Neverwinter from the Dungeons & Dragons Forgotten Realms campaign setting. So there's a lot of fun to be had here that I will continue to have. But what I will do right now is I will go and I will grab myself a little snack. And after grabbing myself a little snack, I believe it is probably time for us to see how the guild is doing and jump onto a little bit of Albion Online. That's what we're going to do. Have I read the Forgotten Realms books? I've read the Crystal Shard series with Drizzt Do'Urden. That was fun, actually. I really enjoyed the Crystal Shard series. Let me just turn down the noise slightly and jump onto Albion Online and see what's new with these guys. I am considering trying the game. Any recommendations for a non-melee class to try out first? If you want DPS, I would go with Wizard, or I would go with, I mean, the Ranger is melee. So you're pretty much going to be looking at the Wizard or the Warlock, if you want to go with that. Wizard and Warlock are going to be your ways to do things. Did you quit Neverwinter? My God, you don't give me any chance, do you? You guys just absolutely do not. You don't stop. You need to know all the time exactly what has been quit at any given moment. Let me see if I can just capture the add existing game capture. And that should be able to capture Albion. Let's just see what we're doing with this. Give me a sec. Albion Online Client. There we go. Beautiful stuff. Then we rearrange it to be this big, and then we drop it down to the bottom of the list. So I appear on top. Perfect. Right. Let's see what's going on with the old Albion. And what I'll do is I will change from Neverwinter to Albion Online. That's not the right game. Albion Online. That's the right game. And we do background noise to keep the thoughts at bay. Crucible. Sweet. Am I going to change my jumper? No. No, I am not. What I am going to do, if you're currently online, how many guild people are online right now? If you, 31 people, how many guild people have not been online? And last seen 5 days ago, get out of here. My goodness. Goodness gracious me. 5 days, you are being kicked out of the guild. Let's do a great kickening of the Albion guild. Anyway, guys, 5 minutes. Let's full on yeet people out when we need to. What Neverwinter was I playing? The MMORPG. This is the elitist mindset. If you've not been online in 5 days, what are you doing? Enjoying your everyday life? That's not what we do here. We are full on 100% game people. Here's a DVD logo. Here's a countdown timer. Here's a 5-minute timer. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. All right, I'm back. Don't go anywhere. 200 people left the stream. 200 cowards. Can't handle the neutron style. 200 people wanted to be back with their thoughts. No more DVD logo. It's gone. Countdown timer. That's gone as well. Right. Okay, cool. Let's do some stuff in the game. Please don't quit the DVD logo. Oh, you don't tell me what to do. I'll decide whether I want to or not. Hey Josh, just wondering, how does your experience of Guild Wars 2 compare to your retail WoW experience? The Guild Wars 2 community are much more chill. Substantially more chill. Is it PvP time? I don't think so yet. I don't think it needs to be PvP time yet. Do you guys think it needs to be PvP time? I don't. Let me just do some quick admin here. Do some quick moving around stuff. Give me a second. All right, cool. The bot said you were playing Neverwinter. I've been bamboozled. I just was for 3 hours. We've had 3 hours of Neverwinter. You're trading me? Yeah, sure, I'll trade you. You're giving me a pie? Thanks for the pie. Have 1,000,000 silver. Why the hell not? Let's just do it, see? Let's just flex. We're spreading the love. Who needs some... Let's get rid of the desktop. There we go. DVD logo, that's gone now. Who needs... Oh, hang on. That's what I got rid of. I got rid of the noises by mistake. Yeah, now you guys should be able to hear the game. You should be able to hear the game? There we go. Who wants some money in the game? Anyone want some silver? Come to the Guild Island. Come to the Guild Island, you want some silver? I'll share it with you. Do it. Might be a track. Might be a trap, you never know. See what happens. Might be a trick. It's an expensive pie. Yeah, it is an expensive pie. In the game, obviously. Yeah, in the game. You got some yesterday. I don't want to be greedy. I appreciate that. That's value right there. Is there still Neverwinter Online? No. No, it's not. This is now Albion Online. How do you get to the Guild Island? Travel, dude, from Fort Sterling. Just to the east of the center. Came to see if it's a trap, though. You want to see if this is a trap? You're willing to risk it? Why do I keep clicking on the bank when I want to click on you? I want to click on this character. God, he's in the bank, maybe. Right, you, trade me. Have 1,000,000 silver. Listen. The reason that I'm giving people 1,000,000 silver every time they trade me is because I'm going to run my guild the British way. I'm going to pay people to do the things I don't want to do. Guild applicant, yes. Let's get involved. You, applicant, yes. You, applicant. I was previously in the guild, but when I logged, I was no longer. I can't think of any other reason I may have been removed. You were probably removed because you were inactive, but welcome back. Bamboo cider, yes. Get in the guild. You're already in a guild. You've hurt me. You've straight up hurt me. Right, close that. Who else needs to be here? You. Get involved. Player was already in a guild, already accepted. Lemmy and Josh, you've been let in. Let's go back to like 2 days ago. 6 days ago. Yeah, sorry. Sorry that I haven't let you in for 6 days. Now you're in. 300 people are now in the guild again. Can you join? You can try. The waiting list is only 253 people. Will you be one of the lucky few? Who knows? Nobody truly knows. Now, let's go down. You have not been online in 5 days. That is too long. What are you doing? How dare you have a life? Get out the guild. Listen, we're not letting anyone... Who's up jorting right now? Who up jorting the centipede? Right, we're kicking people out the guild and we're inviting people in. If you've been offline more than 5 days, clearly you don't love me. That's the important thing. Look, I get that you guys have a life. I get that you've got families. I get that you've got jobs. I get that you've got stuff to do. And all of that is going to slow you down. It's going to slow you down within this specific instance. And John Albion has not been online in 5 days. I'm sorry, John Albion, but you're clearly not committed to me. You've not been online I think 4 days is enough to be able to push people out at this point. 4 days when we have 200 people that want to join. We need you guys to join. We need you to help, to fight for me. If you're not fighting for me, what are you doing? Like most people were online within 2 to 3 days. But these guys, oof, goodness me. Hang on. Online. Yeah. Online. Last seen so long ago. I think 4 days is enough to be able to kick people off. If you've not even logged on to just, you know, even skip the system. Because I don't mind people logging on once every 3 days. That seems fair. You can get the game on your phone. Wasn't it 3 days? The reason I'm being harsh with this is because the Crucible is only a 2-week event. Ah, you've accepted me. Hang on. Just give me a second to get some gold. Enter amount. Sell 2,000 gold. No, sell 2,000 gold for that much. That's 14 million silver. Okay, cool. Yeah, now I can do some more trading. Okay, cool. Who wants to trade with me? Whelming Healer. Trade me. Have some silver. You got any games on your phone? If you don't got games on your phone, you should put Albion on your phone. All right, Whelming Healer. You. Trade me. Have 1 million silver. Okay, you know what? Let me show you one of the worst designs of Albion Online. And I'm sure this will become a clip at some point. It's such a specific thing as well, that unless you are looking for it specifically, you won't notice it. Here is one of the most annoying... Let me just give this person some silver. Here's one of the most annoying design flaws. When you open up the guild management window and scroll down, one of the problems is that scroll wheel jumps back to the top if somebody logs in. So if I scroll this to the bottom, and I'm spending some time reading these names, as soon as somebody logs in without me clicking, that will jump back to the top straight away. That's really annoying. That's really bad design. It refreshes because somebody has logged in, and when it refreshes, it goes to the top. You are sorting for online people. Yes, I am. The problem is, unless I hold left click down, which is what I'm doing now, when I get to this bit, if I scroll slowly, as soon as someone logs in, it jumps back to the top. The problem with that is that I need to scroll to the bottom to see who's been offline the longest. And then when I go to click kick, there is a chance it will immediately jump back to the top. So it would be super useful if we didn't have to keep doing this. Sorry, stiff nips, but you have been kicked because you've not been online in 4 days. Right, now we've got some space. How do we invite people? I'll show you how we do it. Randomly. And then even several from the top. And then even several from the final page, all the way at the bottom. Oh, but Josh, isn't there some kind of waiting list? There probably should be. Are you going to make a waiting list? No. Why not? Because that would be too much admin. Remember, guys, if the enemy don't know what we're doing, they can't formulate a defense plan. And if we don't know what we're doing, then the enemy definitely don't. The accept all button would be nice. No, we're not doing that. We're reading every single individual one. Players already in a guild, no loyalty. No loyalty whatsoever. Big fan of Josh. That's fine. Be an average fan of me. System, hide out low on food. Starve then. You guys clearly don't care enough. Dummy thick. Seems my Baldur's Gate took a few days and I didn't manage to log in. That's fine. Now you're back in. You want to join. Get involved. Players already in the guild. You clearly don't care. Right, listen, Dry Stand. I'm not starting a Justice for Stiff Nips campaign. It's not happening. They've not been online in 4 days. I don't care how stiff those nips are. You're no longer in the guild. Everyone is held to the same standard. The stiff of the nip does not mean that you do or don't get prioritized. We are just having to treat everyone fairly and honestly and randomly. How much more space we got left? 2 more spaces. Right. Orin, you're in. And Larry Albion, the brother of John Albion. No. You applied too long ago. Who applied recently? Journeyman. Do it. Well done. You got lucky. How's the Albion Online adventure going? I'm giving lots of money out to people. Right. Who hasn't got money yet? Radek. You not got any money? Trade me. Have some silver. Then I'm going to go and do some solo dungeons. Doing everything randomly is the most fair way of choosing people. It is, isn't it? Just straight up randomness. Who still needs... Trade me on the Guild Island for silver. Maybe you could clear out the apply list so you know future applications are new. Oh, we could hurt everyone. That works. That does work. Look, the problem is that I don't want unlucky people in the guild. And so the best way to filter that is to just randomly invite people, and therefore if you get invited, you know you are a lucky person. Is 1 million silver a lot? It's about 1 million gold in RuneScape. So if you don't have anything, it's a lot. If you do have a lot, it's not much. Look, if we were going to keep this guild going for like a year, then I would have an application form, I'd have some setups, I'd have some expectations, I'd have to have people treat it as a bit more of a serious thing. Right now, we are whimsy maxing. Right now, it's a 2.5-week sprint to do as much as we possibly can, have a good time with it, have a bit of fun, and just doing what we can, you know? I have a lot of stuff going on outside of gaming in real life, and I just don't have a huge amount of time to be a dedicated guild leader for more than 2 weeks, if that makes sense. Will there be a salary? No, you actually have to actively pay to be part of it. Otherwise, you don't really want to be here. Anyone who has actually led a guild in any game, especially a big guild, will know that a lot of it is just admin. Like, it's a huge amount of admin. Have any of you guys ran a guild in a game? It is admin. The amount of people, the amount of emails, the amount of Google spreadsheets that you end up having to use to work out who is and is not raiding. There is also... Have any of you ever been part of a guild or tried to organize a guild where you need to organize some kind of raid, and if people don't get into the raid, they get sad? Yeah. I don't play MMOs, but do some guilds give salaries? Some may, not many. I can't imagine many would at all. That seems like a terrible idea. Most guilds just give you the opportunity to do the content that you want to do. Yeah, there are specialized roles within Albion because PvP MMO games are they're serious business. People forget this. They are serious business. And it's very difficult to play lots of them well. So you tend to, well, you end up with this situation where, ooh, I banked a, can I stack? I can stack. Did I banked a dungeon map just then? You end up with a situation where you may have met these people. Some people take their hobby within a kind of a fun, whimsical MMORPG game very seriously. Some people take it very, very, very seriously. Thank you for the distraction from the daily toil. It's what I'm here for. Not what I'm here for. Most of the content is full loop PvP, so they go extra sweaty. That's fine. Some people want to sweat. Some people don't want to sweat. Play the game you want to play the game, and I'll support you with that. I'll never say you're playing the game wrong unless you're forcing somebody else to play the game you want to play. That is wrong. Having fun, you are playing correctly. Right, let's go and do a dungeon.
Looking for safe passage? Let's go.
I have met people who get so into whatever video game they're playing that they no longer see it as just a video game. They don't even see it as just really a hobby. They start seeing it as almost a culture or a society that they are then part of and they are then involved in. It becomes a part of their life. And you know what? If that's what you want to do, more power to you. Go for it. Live your best life. I'll support that 100%. It becomes the thing that defines you, and that's okay. You know, some people get really into Warhammer. Some people get really into the gym. Some people get really into reading or painting or whatever it is you want to get into. But I think what I always quite like, and it sounds silly, but I do like this. I like seeing when video games become these self-sustaining societies. And as an example, when we put our guild hideout down on one of the maps, you can join, by the way, you can join this game and come and get involved with us. When we put our guild hideout down on the map, Nomad Poncho, the second in command who is effectively actually commanding everything, he had to go and talk to the leaders of a couple of other big PvP guilds to effectively not necessarily ask permission, but to pay a level of respect to those guilds so they wouldn't just instantly kill us. And, I mean, can you imagine what that's like? It's a video game, but you've almost got to pay your dues to the Godfather. You've got to broker the peace. And that is interesting. It's political. It's diplomacy. And he is very diplomatic. Milky Way rolls are the one. A lot of PvP games do that. Sounds like a horrible game for a guild that can dominate other people. Well, for the people in that guild, it's the exact game they want. This is what you have to try and remember. A game that is exactly the opposite of the experience that you want is, I guarantee, the exact experience that somebody else wants. I don't always appreciate the fact that one guild can just dominate in this game, and then 2 or 3 smaller guilds can team up and kill them. But that's what people that play the game want. And it should exist. Just because it's not for me, it should still exist. And I'm finding enjoyment within this. I found the maps quite fun. Different strokes for different folks, as they say. My only complaint about the Crucible so far is that it has been held on live servers. I don't think it should have been. So I'm currently playing in what's called the Crucible event. And the Crucible, this is the second time they've done the Crucible. The Crucible event is a limited time sprint, if you will, where a load of content creators all start their own guild or clan. People join, and then people donate to the guild, they donate to the clan, and you can earn Crucible points. Now, there's a website, I believe one of the mods in chat should be able to link the Crucible website right now, the Crucible point scoring system. But if you're in a Crucible guild, almost everything you do earns Crucible points. Killing enemies in PvP, killing enemies in PvE, gathering, crafting, doing dungeons, going to collect things. There's loads of different stuff, loads of different things. If you want to sign up to Albion Online, by the way, there's a link in the chat right now you can use to let them know that I sent you. So the Crucible is a 2.5-week sprint where people get to earn points. And the winning guild at the end of it, there's like 100 guilds that have taken part. The winning guild at the end of it gets some rewards. The guild leader in first place gets a physical forged 2-handed iron sword sent to them. Like an actual massive, real, full-size, life-size, usable sword. Second place gets 2 daggers, third place gets a couple of other things, and then it goes down. There's also a load of Twitch subs. I think the streamer that ends in first place, I think will get 1,000 Twitch subs donated to them. Second place is like 500, and then there's a share of another 1,000 subs that gets split out between the top 10 places. So Inju has just listed the Crucible points. So you guys can see where we currently sit. I believe we are currently about 12th, I think, which is pretty damn impressive. Now, my problem with the Crucible, believe it or not, is actually not my problem with the game. It's got nothing to do with the Arthur Miller play. You did not see Bonnie communicating with the devil. Okay, so no matter what those hysterical girls are going to make you try and think, it did not happen. So my problem, believe it or not, is not with Albion. My issue is with the organization of the Crucible itself. I think you should join, and I need to be critical of it, because if I'm not critical of it, they can't do a better job next time. And what my critical analysis of the Crucible event is so far is, and again, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, I don't think it should have been held on the live servers. Because by holding the Crucible event, oh, but I've got my cosmetics, which make me look like a pretty princess. Could you all just tell me that I'm the prettiest princess? I'd appreciate that. Do you think you would participate in the Crucible again? I think if it's not held on the live servers, yes. The reason for this is holding an event on the live servers means that any advantage that people or guilds have built up before the event starts carries on. So if you already have a guild of 300 people who are all at or near max level, who all have a load of resources, who already have a guild base, who already are gold rank, who already are, you know, whatever they need to be, you are starting the Crucible with the best possible team. It's like having boxing but with no weight classes. And so when they approached me about the Crucible, I thought, and again, I'll say this again, I'm having a good time and I think the game is worth playing. I thought that it would be a 2-week temporary server. And I thought that every guild would be starting from zero. I thought that everyone would have to gather, everyone would have to make their own stuff, the PvP would be interesting at the start, which means that low-level resources would be hunted for, low-level dungeons would be important. And because every item, this is a cool touch, check this out, every single item in Albion Online is player-made. Every item, and you can actually see who made the item. So if I open up my inventory, this axe right now was made by Emu Axes. You can even click, and I love axes. You can click and see their entire character. They've got 120 million fame. This helmet was made by this player. My shield was made by this player. Because when you make something and put it online, put it on the inventory, the auction house to sell, it maintains your specific character connected to it. The enemies don't drop anything in this game. If enemies drop items, it's actually an item that's been sold to the black market by a player. The black market is an in-game system where you can sell equipment for decent amounts of silver, and when someone sells it to the black market, it gets put back into circulation as a game drop. That's super cool. Like, I really like that. But imagine if the Crucible took part on a fresh start server and you killed someone and you got their axe. You would then know that you could hunt them down again and kill them with their own equipment. You could buy an item from the inventory or from the auction house, and you could know who made it, and because the Crucible is a limited event, the chances of you running into that person are actually then really high, because all items only exist for 2.5 weeks. If you had a guild that was able to make things, you would actually have to think, hang on, do we want to sell these things? Because if we do sell these things, we're potentially making the other guilds stronger, but if we do sell them, we're getting a load more silver for ourselves. I think there's a lot of potential for that. But to loop back to the nature of the Crucible being a limited time event on the live server, think about this. The first place prize for the Crucible is very valuable. The physical sword is super cool. Last year, Zizaran won, and he won the 2 physically made swords, and he's got them in his room. And if he's streaming right now, you can go and see them. In fact, is he streaming? Is Zizaran online right now? He probably is, because he is absolutely no-lifing this in an incredibly impressive way. He might be finally taking a day off. But so Zizaran won the Crucible last year, and when I discovered that I was taking part in it this year as well, I contacted Zizaran, because me and him are friends. And he said, look, man, I'm going to be playing this for like 12 to 16 hours a day for the next 2.5 weeks. Like, he is going hard. He is lost in the sauce with this. But that made me question this. If Zizaran won last year, does that mean that he can just use his old character that won last time, that already has a load of items and advantage? Can he just get his old guild back together? Can he use all of the old advantages that he had from winning the Crucible last time? And the answer is yes. Yes, he can. Which made me question this. Winning the Crucible, or even coming top 10, would be a financial gain for me. In order to do that, I would need to heavily curate who is joining and almost have expectations of how they're going to play. And to me, that went against the vibe. Zizaran, speak of the devil, you're literally right here. We're talking about you right now. Go and stream. Why are you not streaming? So Zizaran, who's in the chat right now, is an incredibly sweaty tryhard. And he won the first Crucible event. And I think he's definitely going to win this Crucible event as well, because he has the knowledge, he has the experience, he has the player base, he has the support, he has all the items, he's got all that stuff. In order for me to compete with that, I would need to basically say, you can only join my guild if you're already high level and already know what you're doing. I didn't want to do that. So I kind of actively made the choice at the start of this, and I said, look, I don't care what level you are, I don't care how good you are, if you're a brand new player, that's fine. All I expect you to do is your best. And if your best ain't good enough, that's okay. We just do what we can. Ziz is the PoE master. Surely he knows Albion. Zizaran is a machine, all right? He is a machine that turns time into good gameplay when it comes to kind of action RPGs. He's also good at throwing axes in real life, I can tell you that much. We aren't just taking experienced players, but we have a mentor system. I don't. I've just gone with, no, everyone just gets to do this. But Ziz, can you understand that it's a little bit scuffed having this on the live servers? Which means that you're automatically going to get people who start with huge advantages. I really thought they'd be doing it the same way that RuneScape does it, by having temporary servers, because RuneScape's League has also started now as well. RuneScape's gone with, is it the Demonic Pact League? I would have loved a new server. That's what I thought we were going to get. I thought it would be like a brand new server, everyone starts new, everyone's at level 1, and then you just blitz it through from there. Everyone gathering the low-level stuff. That would have been super cool. If we do it again, and I want the Crucible to happen again. I think this is a good game. I think it's got a huge amount of potential. I think the mechanics are good, the controls are good, the graphics are actually lovely, they're really growing on me. I would love for the Crucible to be a low-level start that everyone just does their best on. That'd be super cool. There's an OSRS League right now. There is indeed. Oh, Ziz, are you streaming later? If anyone in this chat wants to see what an actual good Albion Online streamer looks like, go and watch Zizaran. He will show you the endgame stuff, he'll show you the PvP, he'll show you the massive wars. Watching you with all of those guys on horses is like watching Ride of the Rohirrim. It's fantastic. It's like the full-on charge in Lord of the Rings. It's super cool. You will be after this, after some kind of special content that you've got going on. Yeah, no, watching it is like watching... You know when Gandalf comes over the hill and everyone charges down into the Uruk-hai? That's what Zizaran does, and yet he is somehow both Gandalf and the Uruk-hai at the same time. It's like being charged at by the enemy. He's placing a hideout. Time to find him. I wouldn't want to kill him. I wouldn't want to scare him. That's what it would be. I know that he's scared of me, which is why he's not streaming right now. When you come back over to the UK, we will go axe throwing again, because after spending nothing but hours throwing axes in this game now, I feel better in my axe throwing abilities. Don't hunt you! That sounds like a trap. That straight up sounds like a trap, bro. Says, let me know if you can make RuneFest. RuneFest would be cool. Yeah, so I don't want to win too hard. That's what it is. But I think that the holding the game on the live server was a mistake. And I think that giving advantages to people who are already good at the game is a mistake. Because that means that what you're effectively doing, and this was a question I asked yesterday, you're just bringing in a load of new players for the experienced players to kill. Which the experienced players are going to love. Oh, guys, Zizaran's got 2 spots in his guild. Go and join. Sabotage him. Join. Log in every day. Do nothing. Do it. Pretend that you're doing something. Send fake screenshots. Log in. This is how we beat him. From the ins. The call is coming from inside the Albion. You don't want to poach from me. Oh, honestly, trust me, I am... My players, I was going to say they're the best of the best, but they are some players. This guild is definitely one of the guilds ever. This guild truly is the friends we made along the way. They play the game. They are the mid of the mid. That's what this is. Trust me, when you see us in battle, your days of taking us seriously will definitely almost start. I've spent the last couple of days just giving out millions of silver to all of the guild, kind of encouraging them to fight better, which is what I'm calling the British method. Fresh start will be the exact same. Experienced players will skyrocket because they'll head straight to the black zones with no risk and gain a bajillion more fame with the added benefit of a less populated black zone. I mean, potentially, Grime, but fresh servers would, of course, mean that everywhere seems and feels more open. You're always going to get people that have advantages the same way that people that know how to play on RuneScape's leagues know how to play and push through it. You're going to get the people at the top playing. What I don't want is people messaging me on Discord saying, hey, I really want to enjoy the Crucible, but I'm just feeling a little bit down because whenever we try and do something, established guilds that already have control of everywhere are just crushing us. And when that has ended up giving a feels bad moment to the people that want to join, because if it was just a 2-week temporary server, I can say to these people, look, man, this is a 2.5-week temporary server. Those people were able to get that established quickly. You're going to bump into that. Did I do a ton of referrals? I have not checked. Genuinely. But I do think that people should give it a go. It's a game worth playing, and it's a game with a lot of good stuff to it. Knowledge is, of course, the biggest advantage. But if we can remove the mechanical pre-existing advantage, you're going to get people that feel better about it. Because a lot of it is going to come off vibes. And if I make a video on Albion, I will absolutely bring up the fact that I'm holding 2 conflicting viewpoints. I think it's a game absolutely worth playing, and I think this is a game mode that itself brings some feel-bad vibes to people who want to join. You can learn from your failure. You can learn from the mistakes that you make. I want to see the Crucible 3. I want to see Crucible 3. I want to see temporary servers. I want to see them try some wacky stuff. You know how RuneScape with its leagues and World of Warcraft with its Season of Discovery and any kind of temporary servers. I think that Albion Online is an absolute playground for, wacky and weird stuff. I think if you had like a 2 or 3 week temporary game mode where you increased the experience gained by like 10 times, and then you had some crazy world bosses spawn, or you had different combination of weapons with different abilities. That would be amazing. That'd be fantastic. And then you just obviously delete the characters afterwards. Like, you make it so you know it's temporary. You've got no idea what the Season of Discovery is. So the Season of Discovery in World of Warcraft is a, correct me if I'm wrong, a kind of temporary game mode that changes around a lot of the core mechanics just to kind of test and see what can happen. Like the fact they created a warlock tank, and then they made a rogue evasion tank, and it's basically saying, hey, what if it was a bit different? And they did that, which was super cool. It would be a temporary server. It was like a peek into what Classic Plus could have been. Love you too, Ziz. Take care, bro. Now, I have a lot of respect for Zizaran. He's a very, very talented player and a very nice guy. He's very generous with his time. A Crucible fresh start would be a terrible experience for new players. The world would be dead. How would it be dead when everyone starts at the same time? That's the point. It's a temporary 2-week thing. Or a temporary 2.5 or 3-week thing. You literally advertise, hey, this temporary server is going online here, it's going offline there. At the end, when it goes offline, the winning guild will be the people who have done this amount of stuff. That'd be great, because it is specifically designed to be temporary. Leagues, old school RuneScape leagues, are temporary events, and after your progression will transfer onto your main character. It doesn't need to. I don't think it should, to be honest. I don't think that the progression made in a temporary league should necessarily transfer onto a main character, because if you do that, you need to make sure that the power gained within the league is not too fast, but the strength of the league is a fast gain of power. And remember that RuneScape are doing their leagues right now, and they are hitting the highest player counts they've ever had. By not transferring whatever you gain, you're freeing up a huge amount of design space. Do some wild stuff with it. I mean, Path of Exile leagues, they're the same, absolutely. And then once the Path of Exile league is over, it becomes a main character on the kind of core gameplay, but the PvP was never really the focus with that. Or you get some cosmetics. You throw them some really cool cosmetics. I love temporary game modes in MMORPGs, and I love short sprint challenge runs. Temporary server would make the Crucible even more unfair for new players. How so? FRC, because it's unfair now. Do you think it would be even more unfair? The Crucible could start right now with a guild of 300 versus a guild of 300, and one of the guilds could be brand new, and one of the guilds could be maxed out endgame players. That is already unfair. By design. You would struggle to make it more unfair. Because I'm getting people messaging me and complaining now. It will be unfair on new players insofar as they don't have the game knowledge. Read what Grim said. Okay, so you agree with what Grim said. Let me kill this boss, then go back. Was what Grim said that the experienced players will just rush into the black zones and start to benefit from there? Because, I mean, people will rush into the black zones and benefit from there. Yes. That's fine, I'll scroll back up. Because Grim is a very knowledgeable player. The benefit of live servers is to maintain those resources. You're not fighting new players. There are hundreds of non-Crucible guilds making your life harder. I think the point of the Crucible was to create that kind of friction, create that content, create those, attack modes where everyone does want to try and kill everyone else. And I think if everyone knows that it's only going to be there for 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it ends up being, people will be riskier with the stuff that they're doing. You also have to remember as well that for the guild leaders, there is a huge financial reward for winning. Most vets have maxed out Destiny boards and don't want to start over. Then they don't need to join. If you wanted, every time there's a RuneScape league, people that have maxed out characters join the league for a bit. I think it could be different by being temporary. I think it could explore what it can be mechanically by being temporary. You could even reduce the size of the world. You could say, hey, limited amount of Crucible, 2 black zones, 3 yellow zones, 3, blue zones. Go. You could corral everyone into a much smaller overworld. And you could keep that tension up. You could keep that pressure up. And the Crucible does give more points, more guild points, more Crucible points for higher level stuff. So as soon as the event starts, if one guild has higher level players, they can just immediately start grinding the really high level stuff and shoot ahead in points. From a marketing perspective, how do you keep those players playing after the event? I'm sure they want to retain some of the new Crucible players. Well, you don't. You make it very obvious that it is a temporary event. And if new people join and they enjoy the gameplay of the temporary event, you give them a cosmetic in the main game, and then you introduce them to the main game. You say, hey, thanks for playing the Crucible. Here's a little cosmetic to prove that you were there, that you can show off to everyone. Here's the main game. Go and give it a go. They will stay if they enjoy the gameplay loop. If they only like the temporary Crucible gameplay mode, then you do it again. Some people will probably join just to play RuneScape's temporary modes. And if people join for RuneScape's temporary modes, fantastic. Hey, cool, we got an uncommon dungeon map for a much higher dungeon. That's cool. If it will be an event once a wear, it can work, should be rare. Yeah, once a year, once every 6 months, that kind of stuff. Remember that Path of Exile effectively restarts itself every, 4 months? Is it a 4-month cycle that Path of Exile does its stuff on? This is exactly the WoW remix event you're describing. Yeah, temporary game modes like that. I mean, EverQuest does its relaunched progression servers. Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2. Relaunch stuff like that. I like Albion, and I like the idea of the Crucible. The main friction point that I'm bumping into so far is new players are saying to me, we like the gameplay, but they're being a little bit downtrodden insofar as there is no way that we could have possibly caught up to the guilds in first place because of the early game advantage they already had. Cyber, there has always been conflict between the super immersed long-term veterans and the newer, more casual player base. Some things will never change. I agree, Cyber, but you can't just say that these things are the way they are and therefore we can't change them when what we're talking about is an enjoyable marketing experience. I want people to come away from the Crucible having had a good time. That's the main vibe. Like, it would be... My main interest is introducing people to MMORPGs. I love this genre. And what I don't want to do is see a temporary game mode and think, right, let's go and get people that already know the game well. Let's go and get people that already play it fantastically. Let's win. When to me, this is the perfect time to say, hey, if you've had an interest in doing this, get involved now. This is an onboarding point. I love that. I love onboarding points for games. That's why I love Path of Exile so much. Every 4 months is an onboarding point. RuneScape's got onboarding points with new quests. I want new people to join the Crucible. I want the Crucible to be a chance for people to join Albion and see almost like a refined microcosm of what the whole thing is. Does that make sense? Like, it's a 2.5 week chance to get like a snapshot of the core gameplay loop. This is what you make, this is what you create, this is what you kill, this is what you get from it, this is how you rebuild. And if you can do that in 2 weeks, amazing. And I think one of the ways that we could do it with a fresh server is by limiting the amount of maps that there are. Only says, even on a fresh start server, the strategy will still be to recruit as many vets as possible. You aren't going to compete or win with new players only. Yeah, I get that. I'm not saying that this is going to level the playing field for everyone regardless of skill, because you're never going to get skill out of the equation. What I am saying is that we're going to try and remove one of the main complaints that everyone seems to have, which is this is a temporary game mode where people don't start mechanically in a fair way. Like, skill-wise, of course you're going to have the people that are better with an advantage. But you want to avoid those feels-bad moments. And the feels-bad moments are when a new player looks at the starting kind of setup and realizes that some people are so far ahead of them, they're not going to catch up. Experience is always going to be an advantage, but right now, the advantage that people have is the experience and the gear they've already got. If we can reduce that to just the experience, great. Bleeberry, how many times can you repeat the same content before it gets boring? I'm an MMORPG player. Infinitely. Is there a link you can use to download the game that would support me? Yes. There you go. It's in chat right now. Right now, it's effectively like you're starting a new game of Risk, but one player is starting with more zones and more troops. Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it, actually. I'm not going to say, because you can't say, that you're going to be able to take every single human being and put them on an absolutely, ultimately fair playing field, regardless of skill. Because skill is one of the most important aspects. But what we can do is try and make it fair mechanically. And you know what I would love? I would love the fact that so many people within this guild don't want to do PvP, but they do want to do gathering and crafting. Which would have meant that had we have started a brand new Crucible server, the gathering and crafting would have been super useful because the items just wouldn't exist. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but you don't actually get Crucible points for crafting. You get them for gathering, you get them for killing, you get them for dungeons and PvE, but I don't think you get them for crafting things. I'm also not saying that any kind of new fresh start servers remove anything from the current main servers, and they are temporary game modes. Hang on, give me a sec. I've got to actually focus on this right now. Damn it. There we go. Crafting could be cheating because you can just buy the materials. Yeah. I mean, just buy a load of stuff now anyway. But I understand that that is true. But if crafting were one of those things that's not being rewarded because you can buy the materials, a fresh start server would also mean that you're buying the materials from someone who's also doing the Crucible, which means the money they're then getting is going back into their guild and not to yours. Which means that you would have to balance, is it worth it to just buy a load of new stuff when you know that you're helping somebody else? Fresh start like a WoW seasonal event, transfer the characters to the main server post-event, potentially. I think that transferring characters to the main server is a danger, because what that does is that means that you can't do wild stuff with the Crucible. And I think part of the value is doing the wild stuff. And by that I mean, if you have a server that has 10 times the fame rate, and you say, right, 2-week sprint, 10 times the fame rate, when we get to the end of it, massive battle in the Black Zone. One of the best things to then do would just be to grind the fame rate as much as you can, then transfer it to the main server, and suddenly you've achieved far more. FRC says, I think when you're not experienced with the game, you feel it'd be better if you to have a fresh start server. When you get to understand the game on a deeper level, you realize there's a lot to be taken advantage of by experienced players on a fresh start world that would make it harder to compete in the Crucible, like rushing into empty high yield zones. FRC, do you believe those advantages don't exist right now? I understand what you're saying, but I think you're listening to the problems that we have, and you're listening to the solution that is being offered, and you're saying that won't work because it doesn't fix everything. That's an unfair way of looking at this. I'm not saying that I dislike Albion Online, quite the opposite. I think there's a huge amount of potential here for the Crucible event. I mean, this game is super successful. It's a Kickstarter success story. But what I think you're saying is, you're listening to the complaints we have, you're listening to the solutions we're proposing, and you're saying it's not going to be viable because it's not going to fix everything. I'm saying by doing it with a fresh start server, you are mitigating and reducing the mechanical advantage that hardcore players are starting with already. And you're saying they will still have an advantage because they know how to play properly. Okay, you know what? Do that. That would actually be great if a brand new player could see what a hardcore, skilled, talented guild could do within 2.5 to 3 weeks. That'd be incredible. And then we could see, hey guys, in 3 weeks we did this. That'd be awesome. Right now, advantages exist that are making new players feel invalidated. Mechanically invalidated. That's why I'm focusing on PvE, because I enjoy PvE. Your main point is you feel the advantage is overestimated. It's not overestimated at all. It's... there is no downside to taking an established player that already has a huge amount of power. In fact, you know what? As a guild leader, there is a downside to me taking new players. Players that want to play casually. If someone messaged me and said, hey man, I just want to play casually, never played an MMO before, I want to give it a go. And someone else messaged and said, I've got 10 million fame, I'll play every day, I'm super hardcore into this. If I'm only thinking about winning, I'm going to take the person that's going to play more. And I don't want to feel bad for giving new players a casual chance. Because a huge amount of people have joined me casually. This is the right way, yes. But long-time players often find it difficult to empathize with new players, especially, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but this is what I see. I think players that only play one game find it quite difficult to empathize with new players. I don't know if you guys find the same thing. Let me know if you do. Have you ever spoken to someone that only plays one game, and it's almost like they've forgotten what it's like to be bad at it or to be casual at it? I've met people like that. You've never spoken to anyone. I mean, to put this into perspective, if we have a look at the Crucible points, I knew that we weren't going to win this when we started, which is fine, but what I don't want is people messaging me saying they feel bad because they can't keep up. If you have a look at the Crucible scoring right now, which is... I've linked it in the chat right now. Zizaran's guild are at the top. They have 3.65 thousand Crucible points. We are in 12th with 1.64. So we've got 1.64 thousand points in total. And Ziz's Guild have got 1.68 thousand points in gathering alone. They have gained more points in gathering tier 6 plus fiber ore, hide, and wood than... How much have we got tier 6? Yeah, we have like tier 1 in each of those things. And I think that's because it's going to be established players who can gather those higher tier stuff. What I don't want it to do, I don't want this event to feel like it was geared toward benefiting established players and punishing new players. Because the game is fun. Like, if you've downloaded this game and had fun, great. And you know what? If Albion Online are sat in the chat right now, if any of the guys from the company are sat there thinking, oh my god, I can't believe Josh is shit-talking our game, I want the Crucible to happen again, and I want people to message me and say, that was fucking awesome. That was so much fun. That was so intense. We did so much. We got there. We really enjoyed it. That was close. That'd be amazing. That's what I want to have happen. I want people to have a really good time in this game. What you did with the guild has been the most fun you've had in Albion. Good. I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Like, we did it. That's the kind of thing. I want this to be super fun for people. Streaming is a job. Yeah, YouTube is a job, but I still really care about the games that I play and the people that I get to play them with. It's a privilege to be able to play games with you guys. And so when I get messages saying, hey man, I'm not enjoying this for this reason or that reason, part of me wishes that I could just go, I don't care, it's just a job. But, like, I want you guys to have a good time. I want everyone to love video games the way that we do and, you know, see the magic and the beauty in MMORPGs the way that we've seen it that keeps us playing them for so long. That's what I want. And I would rather it be something that benefits the new players and the experienced players. Like, the experienced players, they need to have a challenge as well. They need some kind of extreme hardcore deathmatch difficulty thing. Hardcore players should be challenged. New players should have a chance to succeed. I don't think you should pit hardcore players against new players in a way that new players are never going to win. Does that make sense? Because I'm happy to grind. I did 20 solo dungeons in one day to try and get some guild points. And then I realized that no matter how many solo dungeons I was doing, I just wasn't able to speedrun it as fast as someone who was doing solo dungeons with a specific speedrun build with, you know, max, was it Firestaff? That was just wrecking stuff. How is Albion? Can I tell you what I like? You know what? Yeah, sure. Albion Online was originally designed with the idea of everything being a player-made, player-driven economy where you can equip any item and go and kill people in dangerous zones, gather resources, build stuff, go and kill things. It's the one game where you have to consider your items as a consumable. Everything is a consumable. Potions, food, weapons, armor. You're losing it all at some point, and that's fine. You want to be able to do that. That's a benefit of the gaming system. I love the fact that it's so varied with stuff that you can do. I love the fact that people who just gather and just craft are actually essential parts of this world. No gatherers, no crafters, people don't have any equipment. But you need people who are gathering and crafting. You don't have that, you don't have a game. It absolutely needs everyone to engage with every part of it, and the system works. Games like this need a critical mass of players to work, and this did hit that critical mass. And it's become a thing of beauty because of that. I love that aspect of it. I love the fact that you can see who made everything. I love the fact... We got some boots earlier from the drop. Cool. These boots were made by the Basil, which means at some point the Basil either sold them to the black market or got killed, someone took them and then sold them. But these boots have gone on that journey. That's happened. That's incredible. That's super cool. That the sense of community that fosters is brilliant. That's so nice. It was a fun game to play with people. You know what? There wasn't much PvE when it started, so they've added PvE. I'm doing a PvE dungeon right now. There's group PvE content as well. There's a huge amount of rewards for going to risk it. There's a lot of PvP stuff that's going on. I like that. It might be stretched, but would losing every item upon death be similar to a roguelike? Yeah, it would be. But also remember that you don't lose every item if you die in a certain zone. If you die in the yellow zone, you're actually okay. You die in the red or the black zone, then you lose stuff. Which means you don't go out there with anything that you're not ready to lose. When the game came out, the PvE was non-existent. They've added PvE into it since then, which I think is lovely. I'll try and grab myself another dungeon, go and do that one instead. I love the graphics, believe it or not. I've always said that chunky and stylized has a longer lifespan than realistic. Choose your style, find a way to stylize what you're going for, and you will be recognized, you will be remembered. That is way better, and Albion Online is committed to that. It has done the first thing that is the most important in order to be critiqued, and that is, it exists. As silly as that sounds, most people don't make things exist. That book that someone's been writing for years doesn't exist because in their head it's perfect and flawless. And when something exists, you have to contend with the fact it might have flaws. I know so many people who are working on something, but they never actually make it. Because to make it would be to invite critique. And they don't like that idea. Albion Online exists, which sounds like such a simple thing, but is incredibly powerful. If you are writing a book, but you aren't actually putting words to paper, you are imagining what your perfect book would be. If you're making a game, but you aren't actually designing it, you're imagining what your perfect game could be. And you know what? That's fine. We all like thought experiments. There has to be creativity which just engages the mind. But something which only exists in an ephemeral plan instead of a physical incarnation is always perfect. When you create something, you create flaws. There is no way around that. Flaws are what means something exists. And then you find a way to judge them, to critique them, to change them, to improve them. I don't critique Albion Online because I don't like it. I critique it because I'm extremely impressed by it and think that what it could be is incredible. I want people to have a good time in this game, but I'm also aware that I'm not necessarily the target demographic. They might hear all of my input and say, no, we don't want that. And that's fine. But if you do want the input that I've been given from a lot of new players, it is the Crucible event feels unfair. Now, I don't mind when games feel difficult. Difficult's good. Unfair is not. That's a difference. There's a vibe difference, a vibe shift. I've often said, a game can have hard gameplay, but it shouldn't be hard to play. Hard gameplay? Great. Game hard to play? Irritating and annoying. In a year's time, I would love people who have discovered Albion Online through me to be able to message me and say, I'm having a really good time. I would like that. Because you know what the alternative is? The alternative is I stop caring. The alternative is I completely stop caring and I say, you know what, that was fine, that was fun, right, see you next time. And believe me, there are enough content creators who do that. And you know what, as much as our shit talks Zizaran for everything he does, you know what he does? He really cares. I've met content creators who do not care. They turn up, they get the paycheck, they leave. They don't care about the audience, they don't care about the game, they don't care about the genre, they don't even care about the hobby. They just turn up, do their job soullessly, and then leave. Like watching a corporate drone, it's weird. Ziz actually cares so much. Not just about winning, but about ingratiating people into the game. Actually having a good time. He is a guy that cares. I've spoken to a lot of people that do care. Which is beautiful. What Warhammer have I painted recently? My Warhammer's all packed up, man. I'm trying to move house. Everything's packed up in a big box, but what it will be is a load of Imperial Guard. A load of Astra Militarum. That's what it will be. I've come to find a great deal of love and respect for the Imperial Guard. I think what I've realized is Space Marines are great, don't get me wrong, they're nice and cool, but they know no fear, which I've come to realize isn't impressive. Impressive is knowing fear and doing it anyway. A man who is not afraid is a man who can never show bravery. Bravery is not the absence of fear. Bravery is the conscious decision that something is more important than fear. It's possible to be afraid and still do something. That I appreciate. When you moved, you put your Warhammer models in a very humid garage. Your Death Guard are the only models that got moldy, and I found that hilarious. Perfect. That's completely in character. That is 100% in character. I also think, and I was talking about Neverwinter about 2 or 3 hours ago, I think that it's possible to love something and still fully embrace and acknowledge its flaws. Like there's lots of stuff that I love, and I don't say, hey, this is a flawless thing. I'm 100% open and honest with the idea of, hey, this thing is a flawed thing. I love it in spite of its flaws. Not because of them, and I don't ignore them. It can be flawed and still loved. Albion Online is a flawed game. The Crucible was a flawed execution. But you know what? I had a great time in both. I'm still having a great time in both. And I don't want you guys to hear my negativity and think I don't enjoy it. I do. Didn't enjoy it, trust me, I wouldn't be here. My contracted hours, they were up ages ago. Like, I got a message from the team being like, yo man, just so you know your hours are up. I'm like, I don't care. I'm still playing this for a bit. I'm having a good time. It's possible to enjoy something while acknowledging and even heavily critiquing it. If you don't critique something, man, then you don't want it to change or improve. Will I play after the event? Oh, absolutely. Maybe not as much because my time will be limited, but I will still absolutely continue to play. Can't say as and when, but I mean, I've loved the battle axe. It reminds me of Neverwinter's combat system quite a bit, actually. I think that's one of the reasons that I've connected with it so nicely. Josh, show love by turning shadows on in the game. Are shadows not on? If you ask me to turn on shadows, I will turn everything else down, just so you know. Trust me, guys, if this wasn't a good game, I wouldn't have agreed to play it for 2 weeks. How playable is it on mobile? I actually haven't played it on mobile yet, so I don't know. If anyone plays Albion on mobile, let me know. Did he quit WoW and Neverwinter? Anna, please don't. You're a mobile player. How is it? I mean, I assume that gathering is quite good on mobile. I always found gathering on, like, RuneScape was excellent on mobile, because you can just kind of have it, you know, to the side of you while you're watching Netflix or while you're at work or something and just eventually press stuff. The dungeons become a little samey. That's only because we haven't got the jiggle physics one yet. When we get to the jiggle physics dungeon, suddenly you'll be like, I wish everything was the same as this. That's when you'll know. Many good PvP players are playing on the phones. Oh, cool. Oh, I do love the fact that Nomad gave me this super fun PvP build. With twin daggers. That was really cool. Also, if I say jiggle physics, the viewer count jumps up. Like, if you look at this character right now, I can show you the jiggle physics quite well. Welcome back, everyone. Love to have you with us. Hopefully you haven't missed too much. Return to whatever you were doing. Keep playing. Painting Warhammer, at work, at school, studying, whatever you're meant to be doing. Unemployed, sitting on the sofa, lying on the bed, being ill, whatever's happened. Yeah, see, viewer count jumped way up. See, there we are. You're all back now. You're all back. 1,520 people went to 1,730. 210 people just tabbed back over. God damn you horny lot. You don't know when the real jiggle physics are coming. You have no idea. Will they be here? Won't they be here? Who knows? See? That's how you gain 200 viewers on Twitch immediately. Just say jiggle physics. Human nature brings them back. I know my audience. I know my audience so well. You're all just lewd. Some of you probably tabbed over from writing on AO3 to be like, ooh, what's going on? No, don't worry. Return to whatever you're doing. I'm sure it's much more important. Right, let's get this going on. Oh, good. Some of you are like, oh my god, he's caught me writing fanfiction. That's okay. That's okay. If you're writing fanfiction, that's fine. You return to your Gale Astarian /fic. Have fun with it. I'm not judging. Just running around this guy, slashing as we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it not Gale Astarian? Was it Gale Halsen? Judged a little. I'm judging you quite heavily, to be fair, actually. There's a level of judgment going on to all of you. Albion /Neverwinter fanfic when? Sergeant Knox. And whoever's in charge of Albion. I mean, look at this. We've got a cape made by Ultramar. Nice. We got a cape made by some Space Marines. Love it. If you want to join the Crucible, and now we're down to 1,300 viewers. We've lost 500 people. And now we're back up to 1,700. If you count, you are drunk. Go home. The view count has no idea what's going on. To be fair, neither do I sometimes. Right, what should we do? I wonder if I should go and do some PvP. I think maybe some unranked arena PvP, just to show off my PvP skills. Because some of you... Sorry, that was me refreshing you and your 500 alts. Let me show you my PvP skills. You all ready? Show us that build you were talking about. It's a beautiful build. PvP, which stands for player versus player, which we shorten to Pla v Pla. The only PvP is the one I do with your mum. You have to pay her, so you're not a player, you're a customer. If you're going to insult me, do it properly. Let's go and grab my PvP set from the bank. Then let's go in. I do this for a job. Bring it on. Let's see what's happening. Alright? Try. Just try and upset me. Alright, I read the YouTube comments. Nothing can hurt me. Okay, so. What was my PvP set? I cannot remember. Did I put my PvP set in the guild bank? I fear... Yeah, hang on. It might be in the guild bank instead. Let me pop back to the old guild bank, see what's going on. What about Reddit? Don't make me get my trilby out. And they'll be like, it's a fedora. Technically, no, it's a trilby. To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand this stream. The subtle nuances. Where are... There it is. The Adept's Dagger pair. Okay, let me see if I can get... Was it the Mage robe I used? Right. Cleric's robe, dagger pair, Helion shoes, whatever that was. I think it was just this. That's a restoration potion, don't need that. And whatever the cape was as well. That was needed, that was needed. I don't think I was using a bag for anything. Right, let me just see if this is the correct thing. This should be the correct thing. Just hop off you. Right, so Q was the assassin's sprint. You were the throwing blades. You were the stab everything. So if I remember correctly, my rotation was press Q to make the blades spin around me. Press F to focus lock onto an enemy. When I dodge to them, press R to throw the blades at them, and then press E to do a big slit throat attack. Yeah, cool. Sounds fine. Let's just queue up for the old regular arena challenge, non-ranked. We're not going to go sweaty. We're not doing too much Sweat Lord stuff. Yeah, QFWE, that was the one. That was the way that we go through this. Hello, dog. There's a little dog to see me. Do you want to say hello? Hang on. Got a very important thing here. Very, very, very important thing. Come here. Come here, little dog. Come here. Yes. Hello, you. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the face licks. So many face licks. It was a good doggo. Hang on, let me make the camera bigger for a second. You guys are going to know what's going to happen with a cute little dog. How you doing? Oh, no, you're trying to get down from me. If you're trying to get down, I can lift you down. You need to jump. Don't jump. Jump, you'll hurt your little legs. Very small. Hang on, second dog. A second dog has requested a cuddle. A second dog must be cuddled. Follow. Come here. Yeah, you ready? Up you come. Hello, you big fluffy cloud. Hey, how's it going, bro? You good? No thinks. No thoughts in your head. Oh, are you burying your head under my arm because you want to be fast? Is that what you want? A second dog has hit the stream. Goodness me! Oh, and now you're just lying on me. Okay. What do you want? You are very, very energetic. I'm gonna put you down. You can run away. All right, bye. Ah, cool. There we go. We had a little bit of a dog thing going on there. You gotta love dogs. Dogs are great. They're like humans, but better. That's just dangerous levels of whelm. We'll bring the sausage dog back later. She's cool. Sausage dog is great. Big fan of sausage dogs. Also, a fudge bar. That's what's going to happen. They wanted their 15 seconds on camera before leaving. Same. I know that you guys are here for the dogs mostly. I get it. I feel the vibes. You feel the vibes? A sentient cloud. That's all he is. They can only know love. Arena match is ready. Alright, get ready for Dark Josh. PvP's about to happen. People are about to die. Hello again. Have you returned? Are you returned? Right, bye. He is 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd place. Come here. Or wander under the desk. That works too. If an intellect devourer attacked you, you would make them hungrier. Okay, here we go. Get ready. Pla v Pla is beginning. We fight. So remember that my entire plan is one-hit killing the enemy. If the enemy do not die within one hit, I am in serious trouble. Right, I'm going to go for Pyro Bro because I don't like the sound of that. Right, guys, start playing Danger Zone. Question is this going to be a team? You. Damn it. Nearly killed him. Nearly got him. Right, let's put you on cooldown again. Remember, the entire point of this is basically massive one-hit kills. Nearly got him again. Nope, run away. If they don't die in one hit, I'm in trouble. You have to remember this. Where is he? I don't want to be at the front. I'm not at the front. Nowhere near at the front. Okay. Don't be at the front. That's a bad place to be. Then we reset the countdown. And we go back and capture some points. I could go and capture the points, but I think my most useful thing is to be doing damage instead. Ah, no, run away from that. That's going to kill me. I died tactically there. It's a tactical death. Am I at risk of losing my gear? No. No, this is a safe PvP. Now, we are right now still roughly balanced. And I believe that the intention is to reduce the enemy's score to 0. So what I want to do is teleport to this dude, use that, then this. If I can hit Pyro Bro, you'll die. Beautiful. Then I die. That's fine. That's the cycle of life. Right there. Let's get the stacks being built back up, and once the stacks are built up, there's no point teleporting to the enemy until the stacks are up. Then you do that, then you do that. So you want to be building the assassin stacks up first. Because without the assassin stacks, we're not really doing much. The assassin stacks just increase the amount of one-hit damage that I can do. And all I want to be doing is one-hit damage. Because I am a horrible, horrible person. Very important to remember that, guys. Yay, Josh is online. Thank you. Is this a whelming performance or not? Are you guys whelmed? I think you should be. Okay, Rizarot, you are the guy that's doing the healing, which means I kind of want to focus you. Okay, you did loads there. You are the DPS. Let's get rid of you. I don't like you existing. Let's eat and drink something and then run the hell away. Oh, the entire team are on me. Fantastic. Well, I'll just quickly drop out. As long as the entire team are on me and not on my team, I can work very well as a distraction. I'm a really good distraction. That's fine, being distracted by me. If it takes 5 of them, that's absolutely fine. I am here to show you what PvP could possibly, maybe, should be. Not what... Hello again, dog. You can't just keep coming in and out of here, alright? This is my office. This is my room. You don't work. You just wake up at the crack of noon, eat, and then do nothing useful. Alright? You're like a Twitch streamer. Just absolutely general uselessness. There we go. Pyro Bro can get down. You're like a Twitch streamer, but your follow count is low. Oof, that's an insult right there. That's a powerful, painful insult. Right, let's just teleport to you if we can. There we go. You can die as well. I don't want lots of people to be alive still. I don't like that. That makes me sad that they are. Kind of need more of you to die. How are we doing so far? I'll check in a second. You're on fire today. Who hurt you? Not the enemy team. But how are we doing? Let's just have a quick check. Alright, is it not? Right, that's not working. That's broken. Sometimes the score sheet breaks until the very end. You should probably teleport on the E. So I can do that, and then just teleport and just do that straight away. Yeah, that works really well, actually. Let's do that more. That's a really nice way to do it. So I want to build up some damaging stacks. After building up the stacks, we can... I'll teleport to you this way. I want to use the R and then the E specifically because that's how we get the most damage. The R is very important. Why is everyone attacking me? Why would you do this? Hey, nice big hit with the... Nice big hit right there. That was lovely. God, they're all attacking me. They're all on me. It's almost like they don't want me to be alive. Oh, saved it. God damn. You see that? You see that, guys? Took them all on me. But I'm going to be over here helping out. Hey, my bro. My dude. Yeah, we did. We captured that runestone. It's almost as if Twitch streaming in a PvP game makes you a lightning rod for aggro. I'm not saying they're all attacking me because they're all watching this, but obviously they all know who I am. Like, can you imagine not knowing who I am and playing this game? I've been playing this game for the last 2 weeks, alright? I'm a big deal. I'm a big name. Ah, didn't do the nice big attack there. That's a problem. That's right, Pyro bro. Chase me. Chase me, you coward. Come all the way over here. Yeah, there we go. We distracted him. Do you know who I think I am? That's what I should be saying to more people. I'm the biggest threat. I'm the distraction. Whoever you think you are, I am. I am the top 2 Albion players in this room right now. The other one is Apollo. Come on, you're definitely nearly dead. Yeah, okay, well that's fine. You can have that kill. I'll give you that kill. Do you know who I am is every Bethesda plot. Well, look, you finally arrived, but your records don't show from where. That's the thing. How are we meant to know who you are if your records don't show? I'm extending grace to everyone today. I'm in a good mood. You know, we're winning at pla v pla. Oh no, I'm about to die because the thing hit me. God damn it. I mean, if the enemy want to chase me down, that's fine. Like, I'll take that as a compliment. They want to chase me down, that's totally a-okay. And then I'll run away from this nice big damagey thing over there. Nomad Poncho, is he winning? How's the dagger gameplay going? It's horrible. It's disruptive, it's degenerate, it is awful, it is unfair, it is one-hit kill, it is almost uncounterable. I'm having a great time. I have become the very thing that I swore to destroy, which is the dark, evil version of me. We'll see how many kills we got after this. It might not be that many, but I'm intrigued to see what it's going to be. I don't even care about capturing the point anymore. I'm just about this life now. That may have been the final kill. Right, let's have a quick check of this. Cool, 7 kills. Same as Marek, who was using the Expert's Blazing Staff, and we went in with the Adept's Dagger Pair. Let's have a look at the numbers. All right, sweet. Yeah, 25,000 damage outgoing. I'll take that. What have you done? You have created a... You've created a Dagger Pair main. Dark Josh is just Eclipse Channel Josh, but all the time. Yes, we win. And by we, I mean me and the 4 other people that were with me. Pla v pla. I knew I was good at it. Maybe I should do it again. Maybe more pla v pla should be signed up for. Just came back from a board game meetup. It was great fun. Oh, Siv, how did it go? What game were you playing? Love me a good board game. Not a time to play recently, but I'm hoping when I move house, I'll be able to live near more people that play board games. Big fan with that. Hey, Josh, you got a typo. It's receive. Pretty sure it's receive. It's French. Yeah, the thing is, I'm using a dagger pair. I'm British. You've given me a knife. The London in me kicks in straight away. All right, I just start stabbing. That's what happens. You prefer pla v-e. Pla v-p. That's what it could be. Plavp. Yeah, you gave 2 knives to a British guy. At this point, it's the national sport. We're just getting stabby. When did he put on the sunglasses? When I had to protect myself from how bright my gameplay was. Wait until he finds out about the one-handed dagger. You mean the sword? Nah, not about that. 2 daggers, twice as much stabbing power. You wonder what would happen if we both went knife. Nomad, it's an insane idea. Do it. Why do you think the symbol of the guild is 2 crossed knives? Alright? PvP's happening. No more Mr. Knife Guy. That's what's about to happen right now. Nomad, are you joining in? Are you logging in? Are you on the line? Have you joined the information superhighway? Are you, cracking into the WW web? I've run out of ways to say, are you online right now? I could just check the friends list, to be fair. We're not friends. Hang on. We should be. You're not online. I can't believe you're not online right now. What the hell? When were you last online? Are we just not friends? Hang on. Search. Right, apparently we're not friends. I'm logged in, about to go, I'll grab my knives. Alright, cool, I'll cancel this. Let me cancel and leave that thing. Lamau, this unk wears glasses indoors, lol. You know what, Hog Squeezer? That's because your future is so bright I had to protect my eyes from it. Yeah, see? You can come in here and laugh at me and I'll support you. That's the energy that I've got going. Because I know that you just need a hug. Also, your Hog Squeezer 10. I'm sorry, mate, but the previous 9 were way better. He left your friend request unread. Hang on. Have you sent me a friend request I've just ignored? Okay, right. Filter. From players. Guild invite, guild invite, guild invite, guild invite. Where's the request? Right, request. Nomad Poncho, accept. I appreciate someone's called Thysengard instead of Isengard. That's a cool one. Is this the famous no-linear MMORPG? No. You have to understand that Albion Online is a sandbox MMO where you are what you wear. There you go. I mean, they say you are what you wear, but I don't remember wearing a sexy beast. Oh, sometimes I make myself laugh. Oh, we like to have fun. Ooh. Oh, stares disappointedly into the middle distance. Don't look, some of you have to love it and some of you have to hate this. There has to be a whelming amount of energy in the middle. Oh, I started playing Neverwinter earlier. We're into a bit of Albion. Nomad Poncho and I are going to get stabby. It's going to be great. Right, what does that one do? Activates when you cast. Tap into your energy reserves. Restore your max energy. Okay. You're going to steal that line. Do it. Steal it. If you need a runner, I can hop on to cap some points. Civ, you are probably the best point capturer that I've ever played with in almost any PvP game. Like, honestly, yesterday or a few days ago, I was just kind of messing around in PvP and we kept winning, and I didn't understand why until I realized that Civ was the only person playing the objective. Like, all of us were just messing around killing the enemy team, and Civ was in the back just repeatedly, constantly actually getting us points. It was brilliant. And then at the end, we kind of walked off and we're like, we won! And then we took a moment and we're like, Civ won. We were just there. That's true. Even the best I've seen you play with. Yeah, exactly. Civ was great. You know? Obviously, I was good as well. BTD, Josh, what do you know about Lothiathar and why do you like her? I don't know who Lothiathar is. Is Lothiathar some kind of Dungeons and Dragons girl? I was the emotional support knife. That was my British gameplay version. Nomad is in charge of the party. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Civ. Let's invite to party. Cool. Right, Nomad. You got your daggers. Nomad, does it feel right to have the daggers back? Does this feel like this is who you were meant to be? Because it feels like home. It does feel like home, because we're both British carrying knives. I like how you've gone for this like super cool badass assassin style build, and I have still very much committed to the pretty princess looks. I'm not changing. We're not changing this at all. Right, arena, non-ranked, sign up, let's go. Oh, you've got, there we go. That's what we wanted. There's the pretty princess we know and love. Quick question though, if I inspect you, yeah, you've gone with the Grandmaster's dagger pair. You've gone with the tier 7 daggers. Okay? Or, as the Romans would say, the tier V daggers. Roman numbers were weird. Roman numbers goes I, E, E, IV, V, 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 EX, EX, X, XI. That's how you had to pronounce numbers in the Roman times. Oh, good, Civ, you've also got the pretty princess robe on. Are we all pretty princesses? Isn't the princess like a Twitch drop? Everyone in the chat should have that. Colben, is this a stroke or a bit? I was phonetically pronouncing Roman numerals. Is he high? Only on life? It was harder to write rounded things with a chisel. Well, it was with that attitude. I think, is the cleavage the pink chest bit? That's what happens when a British person stands out in the sun for approximately 3 seconds. Right. Sir Nightade is interested in joining the party. Yeah, sure, why not? Get involved, Sir Knight, if you wanna join in. Are you coming PvPing with us? Oh, thank you, Piper. Appreciate the bark. That's a good thing right there. Is that a bridal dress too? Yeah. Well, I'm not going to disappoint, don't you worry. 3.9 seconds out in the sun with no sunscreen. Right, Nomad, you have... Yes, Sir Knight, if you want to join in with us, that is fine too. We should be... Yep, we are currently teamed up. We are waiting and ready to go. 3 DPS, that's what we need. The dogs have strong opinions on this game. Very strong opinions. Boise, how does one receive validation? the fact that you asked so nicely was a beautiful, beautiful sign that you are a very emotionally and a mentally mature person. And I wish you all the best and think your day is going to go well. You know, the only problem with the manosphere is that it's made sitting like this make anyone look like a douchebag. When I'm sitting like this, you have to understand that I'm not trying to do some kind of weird douchebag manosphere thing. Instead, I'm resisting the urge to do some shadow magic. I'm very much resisting the urge to just break out the jutsu. It's just a comfy position to sit in to look like you're kind of in a level of authority. Guys, can I ask you a question, though? Are we or are we not monitoring the situation? Who here is monitoring the situation? And by that, I mean you're scrolling Twitter and feeling concerned and insecure. Please don't ask me a question. Anna, that's the attitude I want from everyone in this chat at all times. We have definitely queued up. We are queuing up for Plavipla. You deleted Twitter, toxic hellhole? Good man. I do love that whole kind of we're monitoring the situation vibes. I'm like, no, you're not. You're just being sad with everything. You're eating and listening to you talk much better than Twitter, which is online PvP. Twitter is online PvP, that's true. Is Twitter turn-based combat? Because I don't think it is, because if you reply and then reply again before someone else has had a chance to reply, I feel Twitter is like Final Fantasy VII active time battle combat. You do all get a turn, but if you don't do something on your turn, the enemy can still attack you back. Twitter feels like the combat in Chrono Trigger. If you just keep attacking, if you don't do anything, then yeah, the enemy will get that little kind of boost to attack you. The attack of opportunity. That's what it is. You're about to work out. Use my enchanting voice to buff your endurance and willpower, please and thank you. Shami, it is a great sadness if an individual does not get to see the power and the beauty their body is capable of. Push yourself to your limit. Go beyond. Plus ultra. I believe in you. You want to see me give Dactyl, do you? We will get Ayla in the party if we play Chrono Trigger. We will get Ayla, we will get Chrono, we will do the horizontal screen slash. That's what we will do. We will get Robo. We will get Magus. One of the best games. Do I still work out much after the streams? Not as much, mainly because of the moving house thing. I've been able to just eat less because I'm just streaming so much. I'm not eating anywhere near as much as I used to, and I'm not working out as much, so it's kind of balancing out together. You're aiming to reach 20% of your peak physique. Yeah, you've got to save some in the tank, you know. You've got to save some for later. Do we just wait now for this match to start? Should I re-queue? Because, like, we are queued up for the arena. But I feel that we've been waiting, so this is taking a while. You know, arena, abort, and then sign up again. Re-queue. Grabbing a healer usually speeds it up. Somebody heal. Somebody... There we go. Got it. Perfect. Straight away. Can you record that speech? I'll save it for later. I'll look into doing that later. Don't forget, guys, one press-up is better than no press-ups. 100% of something is better than 0% of everything. Right, here we are. Here we go. Who am I killing? We are focusing down. Who is going to get our ire? Mad Ratigan. Right, Mad Ratigan is the guy with a staff, and unfortunately for him, that means we are going to be absolutely degenerate and just focus him down. It's a real shame, but that's kind of what's happening here. Sorry, Mad Ratigan. Every time the stream loops, you do one push-up. You must be hench. Sorry, bro. Alright, this person over here. Let's get this back up. I feel almost unfair with what we're doing now. Then we can turn around and attack together. Oh, this is cruel. The cruelty is happening. You with the bow. Alright, the bow person's being super duper annoying. So we're going to have to get the bow person down now. Yeah, that bow was doing super well. God damn. You Twitch stream for 1 hour and that's exhausting. Big respect for doing it for 8. I just stopped paying any attention to the audience, you know. I just, at this point, I stopped really caring. They're fighting as a team, which I think is against the rules. I kind of need to just choose one enemy and focus them down. Right, one enemy. Where are they? One bad guy. Mad Ratigan, wherever you are. This person. Red team have captured it. What the heck? What the heckin' heckers is going on here? Right, hang on, you. Damn, that person is attacking there. Use your robe for defense. No. No, defense is the coward's attack. If I'm defending, clearly the enemy are winning. I don't want this. All attack, all the time. See? Like that. All damage, all the time. Remember the core tenets of an aggro, of a DPS. A, B, C. Always be attacking. It's in there. A, B, C. Always be attacking. That's where the word came from. Need to be charging this up again. God damn. There are too many ABCs to remember. There are 3. Literally 3 letters. That's what makes it so useful. Death is a form of crowd control. People are always like, oh, you got to get more crowd control. You know what controls the crowd the most? Kill the crowd. Crowd are dead, nothing to control. 100% best way to do it. If the crowd are dead, they are controlled. If the crowd are not dead, they are difficult to control. Well done, Sir Knight. We are doing well. We are capturing points. We are killing things and people and enemies. Perfect. That's what we needed more of. That is lovely stuff right there. Is the ocean a soup? Yes, it's a soup that's flavored with tea. It's a tea-flavored soup. Let me just... There we go. There's also all the planes in there. Yeah, that's true. You know what? There are more planes in the sea than there are submarines in the sky. That's a fact right there. You can repeat that in a university lecture hall, and they will actually have to believe you legally, because it's true. The sea is a type of soup made of tea, fish, and planes. You can't prove that. I think you'll find I can, my friend. You'll say that I can't, but believe me, absolutely can. Right, we're doing pretty damn well. We've got them down now. Nomad is loving the double daggers. Victory, arena stats. Let's see how well we... God damn, he got 11 kills. He's a machine. A machine which turns daggers into damage. Now, he only did 18,000 damage, but all of it was right into an enemy, which is very important. That was pretty good, I'd say. He got a lot of kills. I think Nomad's getting that bloodlust back. He's getting that anger. He's getting that energy. It's returning to him. Right, Sir Knight automatically cancelled the arena registration. The player cannot join the arena queue for 28 minutes due to abandoning a signed role in a previous match. What? Because you went in as a healer and then changed to something else? Okay, so unfortunately, we cannot queue up with you, Sir Knight. Sorry about that. You're straight up banned. We need to kick you from this party right now. Kick party. I can't kick you. Nomad is in charge. You left the party. Why did you abandon? Was it because you changed your robe? Did you take on the mantle of abandonment for us? Did you do the Batman thing? I think Sir Knight did the Batman thing. I think we queued up as a healer, and then he changed to a non-healer in order to get us into the game quicker. He abandoned what he needed to be. I have spear. No healer spec. I'm sorry. He did what needed to be done. That's fine. Nomad, queue us up, my friend. Sign us up. Let's see what we can do. Half an hour of not playing the game because you played the game wrong. God damn. These glasses have got to come off. They're too much. They're too dark. They've got to come off in honor of Sir Knight. He's getting a new helmet, is he? Oh, guys, if you want to see an actual proper Albion player, we can just share Nomad's screen. Hang on. Where is he? Where is he? Is he streaming right now? Nomad, you streaming? I don't think he is. Oh, yeah, he is. There he is. Hang on. Got him. Okay, if you guys want to see like an actual proper skilled Albion Online player, go and watch Nomad. Stream together. Can't today. I'll say the reason I can't. It's a hell of a lot of mental energy to also have someone else's chat and someone else's stream. Nomad, why do you look so cool? Why are you doing this to me? Look at you. He's showing off now. Inspect. Grandmaster's Mage Robe. Okay. Crystal Dual Daggers. Grandmaster's Twin Slayers. Do I... What the hell? Do I want these? Average item power, 1,633. Whereas my average item power is nowhere near that. Yeah, it's a bit of a faff from a mod perspective as well. Josh, you are looking at his skins. Should I? How does one look at a man's skin? Grandmaster's Stalker Hood. Okay. It's soft cap, so don't worry. Cool, gotcha. He's armor mogged me. He has full-on armor mogged me. Second tab on the inventory. Inspect. Ah! Frost Knight's helmet, Cryomancer's robe, Ranger's boots, Anniversary Paladin's cape. Damn, son! Alright. He is armor mogging me, it's true. Will I need to get my own armor back out to mog you? Do we need to do the armor mogging? Okay. We can mog back. That's fine. We want the heraldric armor. We want the old heraldric cape. There we go. See? Cape, armor, helmet. This isn't even the correct helmet. The correct helmet should be this one, but I think that one looks a little bit too small, and I think instead this helmet looks better. But you know what really sells this whole look? This does. Look at me. It's like Gnome Child's dad. Or, in fact, I even unlocked the Gladiator helm, so I could go with that. But what I might be able to do is go with this and possibly the Gladiator body itself. What about this? Oh my, fine, Nomad, okay, you've got cooler shoulders than me. Alright, it's World of Warcraft all over again, god damn. It's WoW all over again. You're all big, you've got cool shoulders. Sorry, can't wear armor, I'm too massively muscular. Oh my god, same. Same, I suffer from the same problem. Right, we are currently queued up for the arena, by the way. So good luck to all of us. The power truly is in the shoulders. That's where mana is kept in the shoulders. Noodle, please don't. I'm trying to push away from people saying, did you quit whatever previous game? It's just getting a bit boring now. That's okay, man. I know it was a thing, but I don't want it to become like a call and response thing. I don't want it to become like a catchphrase, because that ends up getting boring. Always, guys, remember to drink as well, guys. Remember to drink. Hydrate. You thought mana was stored in the balls. It is. This is the overflow mana. Are the ghosts in Albion wet? It depends how charming I want to be. I'm sure some of the goth baddies and some of the stuff is. Oh, Nomad Concho has decided to cosplay as me. Look at that. That right there. That is a beautiful level of cosplay. Innkeeper's shirt. Nice. Perfect. That is the full-on male physique. Is it 17 degrees in Britain today? Is that what that massive yellow orb in the sky was? That makes sense. That does make a lot more sense. I'm sorry, but this is peak physique. Right here, guys. Peak physique. You went for a run in today. Did you? I've never quite understood going for a run, because surely you can just set off earlier and walk. You're giving me a pork omelette, which increases cast speed. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will equip that and I'll equip those, and I will eat them. Right, let's go. We are about to dominate. Do you consider 17 warm or is that cold? That's pretty hot. All right, 17 degrees in the UK that's toasty. That's summer right there. If you want a Wii Hype link, please go to Nomad Poncho's stream. Nomad Poncho is the Wii Hype man. I believe I've got the thing just there for him. Right, who are we killing? Who are we focusing down? We are focusing down whoever has the Mist Caller? No, hang on. The robes. Mercenary Jacket, Scholar's Robe. Ragnar Van Dam. Right, Ragnar Van Dam. Sorry, my bro, but you have the lowest defense. And therefore, Ragnar Van Dam is being focused down. I hate to say it, but this has got to happen. Northern Van Dam, that's... Are there two Van Dams? Oh god, there's Ragnar Van Dam and Northern Van Dam. Okay. Oh, he's going to hang at the back, isn't he? He's going to play properly. There you are. Then we continue attacking. There we go. Oh, we've got this. 17 degrees is winter in Africa. Yeah, but this is England, all right? Which means all of our houses are designed to keep heat in. You forget about that. Everything is designed to keep heat in. Everything, including our personalities. Oof. We are truly doing damage. There is a level of damage being done here today. Well, we hit something. There is no escaping the humidity. It's like my comedy. It's going to annoy you and you can't get away from it. It is effectively a sauna in here. It's true. All right, Runestone cooldown is here. Poncho and I have got this. He can defend this one. Yeah, nice and easy. Nice and easy. Damn. I don't mind if the enemy want to chase me down a bit. We're keeping them away from this at least. Hey, there we go. Finally got you down. Got you down. That's what we needed more of. Now we start doing damage to you with the double attacks. Great. I don't mind if I died afterwards. I chased them down and killed them. That's the important part. Chase and kill. A, B, C. Always be killing. We're winning on points as well, simply because Civ is capturing everything. Civ is doing so well with this. Civ is a machine that turns time into captured points. Oh, that's a problem. There's Ragnar. If any of you have learned anything from these streams about the games that I play, about the effort that I put in, about how to play them properly, just let me know. Let me know what you've learned. Because I like to think you've learned a lot. I like to think these streams are educational. I think I know less than before. Cole, that is one of the side effects of learning the amount of knowledge that I am putting into your brain. Right? The thing that I'm putting so much knowledge into your brain that you need to make space for it. And the only way you can do that sometimes is by forgetting other things. I've learned you're not actually related to Cloud Strife. You can't prove that. Now, you need to play all the games to understand that. I bet you've not even played before Crisis or Crisis Core. God damn. You're not a real Strife head. You learn the power of friendship is the most important thing in an MMO. Unironically, yes. Like, I'm not even genuinely kidding. Like, actually 100% yes. It actually is. You're not blonde. Neither was Zach. Right, let's see what we got. Nomad Poncho got the most kills because he's a... I was going to say a sweaty tryhard nerd, but I'm going to rephrase that to a good player. I got the second most kills, which is the best of the not nerds, which is pretty good. That's the important one. And he did a serious amount of outgoing damage. God damn. You don't care about MMOs, you just like to hear me give life advice. I appreciate that. Not that many people actually play MMOs when you look at the... How are you so good at PvP? Skill. Pure skill, my friends. Pure skill. I just roleplay a good player, and sometimes I roleplay a bad player. Perfect. That's who Nomad is. He's a guy that just sometimes roleplays a bad player. Sometimes he pretends that he's me, and sometimes he pretends that he's him. And there's, you know, balances with that. Checks and balances. You found my channel because you wanted to know more about MMOs. Viking, are you joining us for this? Do you want some money? I'll give you some money. You look... You've got a red nose and a dress. Viking, you don't need to do this anymore. Roxanne, you don't have to put on your red nose. Have 1,000,000 silver. Buy your way out of this. I'm not bad, I'm just differently good. Roxanne, you don't have to wear that red nose tonight. Roxanne, you don't need to sell your body to Sir Knight. Okay, no, you are back to clapping and you enjoy doing that. That's just who you are now. Okay. You're a recovering MMO junkie. And now you're just trying to play, chilled out, relaxed, freeing up some of that free time. Free time's always good. Look, some people... Wasn't it red dress, not red nose? Yes, it was, but I'm making a joke because Psycho Viking was wearing a red nose for a while. Let us clap for our Lord and Saviour, Josh Strive. Thanks. Appreciate it. I will clap for that. Clap does... So clap does nothing, but dance does this dumb little clap thing. That's not how anyone should dance. That's not a dance. That's reminding someone they should be doing something else. God damn. That's the I'm trying to kill a fly and failing. The problem is that if you try to kill a fly and fail, what you're actually doing is walking around the house applauding the fly, which sends the wrong message to the fly. That is a joke stolen wholesale from the comedian Dimitri Martin. Nothing I say in this stream is original. Don't laugh at me. Laugh at people funnier and smarter than me. I was watching a video yesterday by a YouTuber called William Kitten, and half of it was me laughing and half of it was me being annoyed at how funny he is. Sometimes I watch YouTube videos by other YouTubers and I'm like, I could have thought of that. I didn't, which is why he's thought of it and he's so much funnier. The skeleton joke is so funny. Do you mean why didn't the skeleton go to the ball? Because he was dead. Stolen from Cadicarus, wholesale. No original thought here whatsoever. Don't even think there is. Right, we're still waiting for the... We're still waiting for the queue to pop. And when the queue doth pop, we will once again wreck. That's what we'll do with a WR. You are sometimes funny. Thanks, Courgette. That's probably the most complimentary thing anyone's ever said to me. I'm going to put that right on my CV. I am sometimes funny. Hey, here we go. One more arena match. Let's get into it. Can we play Devil May Cry 2 or The Bouncer? No. Another player cancelled the match. Why would they do that? No, you don't deserve that. Josh, the new trailer for some of the Final Fantasy XIV things just dropped, which begs the question, Blizzard CG or Square CG? You can only choose one. Trick question. Power Rangers, the first movie, Ivan Ooze CG. Reboot. That's a TV show. That's the CG. CG stands for quite good graphics. The actual secret real answer is gameplay. Cinematic trailers are lovely, but they are just cinema. Gameplay is what we should be going for instead. So if we instead go for gameplay, we'll be happy. Damn. Damn, this team got hands. What about the CGI in The Mummy 2? CGI, which stands for computer graphics, innit? Which is actually an English invention. Have you guys seen The Scorpion King? Do you want to know something really cool about The Scorpion King? That's actually what The Rock looks like. The CG is in every other film with him. The Scorpion King was the one time that we saw truly what Dwayne the Johnson Rock, Dwayne Johnson the Rock, looks like. Everything else is fake. You saw The Scorpion King when you were in nursery. That is not an appropriate film to be showing to people in nursery. I can't believe that they made you watch that in nursery. By in nursery, do you mean like you were of nursery age, or they showed it to you while you were in the nursery? Because, like, if it was in the nursery, the film's pacing isn't very good. They should have showed you something like Terminator 2 instead. Hey, there we go. Drops are on, but the Wii Hype thing isn't. Hey, Poncho got it. Poncho got it for the kill down. Right, look, The Mummy 1 is one of the best movies ever made. Can we all just collectively agree on that? Mummy 1, objectively good film. The Mummy 1 is a film which dared to ask the question, what if everyone was sexy? And I appreciate them asking that, to be honest. Yeah, everyone's sexual orientation is the cast of The Mummy. That's just true. I don't make the rules, that is true. Are we talking The Mummy or the Tom Cruise vehicle The Mummy? We're talking the actual real original Brendan Fraser best film The Mummy. We're not talking the Tom Cruise weird thing. Let me get my stacks back. Once I've got my stacks back, let me do this. And we run away. Invulnerable globe. Invulnerable globe. The Mummy is an excellent franchise. Love it. Love it a lot. Great film. Excellent series. You were killed by Cum Fan. Albion Online is a magical place. Filled with all sorts of people that you can meet and thankfully kill. The best part of Albion Online is often the fact that you can kill these people. That's definitely an MMO. This entire city must be purged. Being a child is understanding the orcs, but being an adult is realizing that Arthas did nothing wrong. There we go. That was a little fight right there. That was what we needed more of. Love that. Oh, two for one. Beautiful. A beautiful little bit of pla there. That was liquid pluv. Terra 2 is in the works. Is it though? That was some crazy stuff right there, guys. I don't know if you guys saw that elite PvP gameplay. 2 kills for 1 death. That's like twice as good as I could be. What if I were to instead do this? Oh, beautiful. God, I'm so good at plover. Please don't kill Terra 2. I'll consider. I'll consider maybe not killing it. You and me, Civ, let's capture this point together. Let's do what we do best. Oh, thank you. I forgot you're a healer. That's actually very useful. Beautiful. Right, 1 or 2 more kills and I think we're good to go. I plug with the best of them. And I have to, because the best of them is me. I wouldn't say I'm the best player versus player, but I'm probably in the top 1. Alright, who am I killing now? Let's get these swords back up. You. There you are. Don't you worry, I've got this. Yeah! Way to be killed when you're already dead. I am very good at killing enemies whom are already low on health. Arena stats. Oh! Alright, I'm sorry. Who's that at the top? That's me. Check that out. 7. 7 skull and crossbones. That means 7 deaths involve me. Killing another player? That counts as a death. I am very good at being a distraction. Yeah, I didn't take the most damage, but still best. Still top. Top 1. That was me. It's lonely at the top, and I should know. I'm above everyone. Some people might say, Josh, you're so humble. It's true. I am the best at being humble. Other people suck at being humble. Top 1 out of 1. Yeah. Best Albion online player in this room right now. My lord, did you do the expedition? No, I don't think I did. Unless you mean 33, in which case, yeah, dealt with that. Don't worry, we destroyed France. Can you guys imagine if Paris was real? Crazy. Crazy times. Right, one more? I think we can do one more. If you have not signed up for Albion Online, do yourself a favor. Do me a favor. Download the game from the link that I've just put in the chat. Make a character, play through the tutorial. If you don't like it, don't keep playing. Just give it a go. Just try. First hit's free. Man, if Paris was real, that'd be crazy. Utterly crazy. Right. Arena. Sign up. Let's go. Oh, Sir Knight, can you join again now? You did, and you sent a join request for the guild. Alright, just so you guys know, the join request for the guilds are currently 224 people. And right now we have no spaces in the guild. So, sorry about that. I am really pushing this onto you. Toe, thank you very much for the 100 bits. That's remarkably kind of you. Yeah, I'm pushing this onto you guys. I really am. Sorry. But I just think that you needed to know. Right, who else are we killing? Who's in cloth armor this time? Right, ZJ and JN. Are they bots? ZJ and JN. Just like four-letter names. Random four-letter names. Oh, I wonder if they're going to be bots. I mean, if I die to a bot, I'm going to cry. Oh, cool. Well, you killed them. That was good. I'm trying. God damn. Okay, they're good. So, Morclaint is the good one. Haha! Get down with your silly armor. Alright, these guys are good. These guys are very good. And I'm saying that because they killed me. You never saw House of Wax. Was the movie good? I couldn't tell when Paris Hilton started acting based on her versus her wax work, but apart from that, fine. I think the best movie with Paris Hilton in is definitely, and I know you're all going to think I'm silly for saying this, Repo, the Genetic Opera, because that's a great film. All right, it's just straight up a great film. Repo's fun. All right. Is it a good... Okay, let's be fair. Is it a good film? No. Is it a fun film? Yes. Repo to me is an excellent example of a film being not great, but also just really enjoyable. Like, I know the songs from it, I know the music from it. Legal Assassin is a great, great song. Anthony Stewart Head can sing. God damn. Damn, that man can sing. Oh, nearly took down those guys over there. That was pretty impressive. Nearly. Oh, God, that guy's got armor on. Oh, give the movie a try. Yeah. Yeah, Paris Hilton is in Repo with Anthony Stewart Head, including the girl from Spy Kids. The daughter in Repo is the actress from Spy Kids. There you go. Random fact of the day for you. Random fact of the day. Every day needs one. One random ass fact. The one playing Carmen? I believe so, yes. This hit and run gameplay is excellent because I can both hit and ran. Hey, there we go. Lovely stuff. That's what we need more of. I'll take it. Wait until we get 3 stacks, teleport in, do a nice big stab, run away. Seems great. Oh no, my poncho got killed. Can't believe that. Weakness. Utter weakness. Could I sing the sentence random fact of the day in a game show type fashion? No, that's more of a tier 3 sub thing. Did I play the old Assassin's Creed Black Flag? I absolutely did. Triss says, are you winning, son? We're always winning. If we're all having a good time, we're all winning. God damn, they popped the cloak, which means we took no damage. Hate this. Oh, okay, they're actually winning quite well. Hate that too. There we go. Oh, you're using the thing really well. God damn. Okay, they're actually very good at this. They're learning. They're adapting. Hate this. Josh, stop losing. Pull yourself together. Thanks, Flicker. Appreciate that. You're definitely my favorite mechanic in Magic the Gathering. Which MMO would I like to see resurrected in a full remake? Otherland. Otherland is the one that holds a special place in my heart because of how long I played it for. Is it a good game? Not really. Could it be a good game? Absolutely. I feel that's the important thing. It's not about just seeing MMOs that are already good that need to be remade. It's about seeing things that could be good. In my mind, remakes should be things that didn't live up to their potential the first time. There's no point remaking something that's already good. The reason people do remake things that are already good is because they want the remake to launch to an audience of people that already love it. So you'll have a remake of a popular film, you'll have a remake of a popular series, because what they want is the goodwill of the fan base that already exists. What they don't necessarily want is, hey, let's remake something that sucks, and people go, well, I'm not going to watch it because the original sucks. Remakes, Red Sky's correct, remakes should be good ideas with bad executions. What they should not be is good idea, good execution, let's just get some more money from it. That's why I don't like the Disney live action stuff. Oh, we're going to remake Lilo and Stitch? Why? First one was banging. You don't need to. First one was fantastic. Just keep it going as it is. Oh, we're going to do a live action remake of this. Why? Because you think it actually sucked? Or because you want to get some more money from it? Oh, we're going to remake Moana. Why? The first one was fine. We're going to remake it in live action. Okay. You going to make it different? No. I feel saddened when remakes are just a way of doing a remade cash grab of something that was already popular. Reimagined. Why? I mean, if you want to change something around, that's fine, but I think what I'm saddened by is this idea that Hollywood almost don't like animation. Hollywood seem to have this attitude that animation sucks and therefore everything must be live action because that's just better. Right, chase me, team. Yeah, come down here and get wasted. There are Hollywood executives somewhere that will look at an animated film and go, it's not good because it's not live action. Remake it in live action, people will go and watch it. Sometimes remakes are good to bring new people into the fandom. Potentially. But you're also taking something that already existed and saying, hey, this is not good enough. Which makes me sad. Because there are absolutely things that are good enough. Of course, all animation to some people is just a cartoon. Which is a shame. Is it an American thing? That animation is always childish? Yes, I don't want something... Don't remake something that's already good. Remake something that could have been good that sucked. Some of the best superhero movies are animated ones. I love the animated Superman superhero movies. Red Sun was fantastic. I truly do think that... I think that there's so much more stuff explored in some of the animated movies as opposed to the... They are good. They're popping that cloak the moment we get close to them. Poncho won again. 17 kills, I got 10. What's the animated movie where they find Batman's contingency plans for everyone? There is a really cool animated movie that I think, if you guys like superhero movies, but you want to see a really interesting animated one, there is... I'm not going to spoil the whole thing for you, but it's an animated DC movie where the plot is the bad guys get hold of... Is it Justice League Doom? Justice League Doom, that's the one. They get hold of Batman's contingency plans to kill the Justice League if they ever turn evil, which means the evil bad guys then start using those plans, and Batman has to have contingency plans for his contingency plans. Which I think is a super cool thing. I also absolutely... I mean, most of you aren't going to watch the film, so I'm going to spoil a little bit of stuff right now, though. And I love the fact that at the very end, there's almost like, hey, what was your contingency plan for when you turn evil? Superman says to Batman. And he just turns around and looks at everyone and says, the Justice League. Which I think is great. The contingency plan for himself is just everyone else being able to stop him. I like that. I think animated superhero movies often show more depth than the live action ones. Josh, did the expectations before the Crucible started? I did. The expectations were just turn up and do what you can. Oh, did the expeditions? Right, gotcha. I see the ones in town. Yes. In the end, Superman gives Batman some kryptonite, and yeah, he's like, I've already got this. I don't need that. Okay, right. I have been streaming for 6 hours so far. 6 hours on a Friday, and I believe we're going to return and stream for way longer tomorrow. So for now, I am going to bid you all adieu, and what I'm going to do is throw you over to Nomad Poncho, seeing as he is continuing to stream. So, go and say hi to Nomad Poncho. Let him know he's a beautiful man. Let him know he's a skilled streamer. And let him know that I will see all of you people tomorrow for a Saturday stream. Take care. Good night. And God bless.